Live from England, cricket's greatest rivalry, the Ashes.
Stark is over the wicket at him. He's bowled him! Instant taken! Crawley's left on the pad. They're up, he's out. Stephen Smith, it's a screamer.
That is Test cricket at its finest.
For the new spicy sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. England versus Australia. The Ashes on SEN Cricket.
Good morning and welcome to SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Get the new spicy and sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. And welcome to sunny Manchester. Yes, that's right. The sun is shining at Old Trafford. Well, sort of anyway. Over the next 5 days, that will be of utmost importance at a ground known for rain during Test matches, even more than Sydney. It's a lot more than that, though. There is a case that Old Trafford is, pound for pound, the best Ashes venue in England. Certainly in terms of the number of thrilling results and Ashes-defining performances over the decades. As it was in Leeds, the Ashes just hits different when we're up north. It's the perfect setting for a series set up better than any other since 2005. Back then, they had to lock out 10,000 people on the final day when Ricky Ponting steered Australia to safe harbour. And if the weather does intervene and Pat Cummins' side leave from here with a draw, as it was in 2005, then that's the Ashes wrapped up. But that won't be their mindset, we can be sure of that. Having stuck with David Warner and found room for Cam Green alongside Mitchell Marsh, this is a very deep batting list. To make that so, this is the first time since 2011 that Australia have gone in without a specialist spinner in a test match. As for England, needing to win, and in the knowledge that the forecast for later in the week, they've pledged to play even more aggressive cricket, and they might have to. In their ranks, a bloke called Jimmy Anderson, who will at some stage run in from the James Anderson end, maybe for the final time. A true great of the modern game that will be special. So on to one of the most anticipated Ashes test matches of the century so far at no better venue. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin our broadcast, Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand captain, Bharat Sundaresan, our vice captain on the coverage. Morning, gents. Jeremy, it's a little bit gloomier than I wrote before, but the good news is the forecast for days 1, 2 and 3 at least is pretty good, which should mean, according to England, they're going to really go for it.
Morning, Adam. Morning, everybody. Evening, everybody, I suppose, over there. Well, if you look at Headingley, for example, England batted for 52 overs and then 50 overs. So there's enough time, I think, in those, even if it's 3 days for you, unless, of course, Australia used the time up.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, Bharat, we know that Australia can absorb time and absorb pressure. That's been their tactic from the get-go at Edgbaston. And if they choose to go that way, and they can do what they did here in 2019 and bat once and bat for a very long time, they will dictate terms if the rain does intervene.
Yeah, morning, Adam, Jeremy, everyone listening back home and around the world. And the two guys they would want to bat deep and bat long, who haven't done that consistently enough in the last 18 or so months, are in the nets. Steve Smith just finished. Marnus Labuschagne has just replaced him.
Funny,
no surprises there. And they would be looking to guys like those two, and Usman Khawaja has had such a brilliant series already to maybe just bat once. And Jeremy's right. Just the way England play Test cricket and the way they have played Test cricket in this series itself, it's not been baseball, but it's been a little bit of that. You don't need a lot of overs to complete a Test match, and even though there's a lot of rain expected come day 4, day 5, maybe there might be some rain around today as the dark clouds over and collect over Old Trafford. Australia will feel they can go to the Oval 3-1 up, even if a lot of weather intervenes. And you can make that out from the side they've picked. I'm seeing a lot of commentary on social media calling it defensive. I think it's a pretty shrewd selection call by bringing both all-rounders in. Yes, you're not playing the spinner, but with Mitchell Marsh and Cameron Green, you get a lot of variety to your seam attack. They are very different bowlers, so I think it's a positive call, if anything.
Jeremy, Australia always play a spinner. It's very unusual to go in this way. Your impressions, bearing in mind that Manchester is a ground that has got wider expanses square of the wicket than other venues in England.
Bigger ground and dimensions, you're quite right. About the same, I think, straight. Most sides, I think, because it's a 5-day match and conditions do change generally, they like to have a spinner in the ranks. I think that's a fair comment to make. And it leaves the Australian attack, even though obviously, you know, there's a left armour in there and the right armers, you're bowling from different heights and different angles and so on, but they are still right arm over. And so it does leave Aussie just a wee bit one-dimensional. I think, let's be quite clear, for me, if Lyon was fit, Green would not play.
Sure.
And so that's the first thing to say. But that's not the case here. And I think, you know, in terms of the series, if suddenly, I've got the feeling England have never really got away on Australia. It's so far in this series. But if that happened and suddenly the game required a long batting game in the last innings, to have the depth that they've got with that extra batting with Green. Don't forget he's also a specialist gully field. Don't forget he can bowl from a different height. And if he can't bowl very much, you've got Marsh to fill in some overs as well for him. So it kind of works as well. So I think really if they need to bat for the last day, they'll feel a little bit safer and secure because of that. If Murphy was there and had the confidence in the captain, they don't bat very long. That was my point about saying that's 52 overs and 50 overs in the last test match. They say he's a real talent. They say, you know, even though he's Lyon's deputy at the moment. But I'm a bit sad there's not a spinner for Australia, because you can defeat someone in the air before it pitches. That's how spinners gets people out. You look at the last match where Ali got Labuschagne and then got Smith out in the sun at Headingley. It's possible. So, you know, that's the trade-off, I think, that they've had to confront, and they've gone with Green.
You mentioned the surface there, Jeremy. Bharat, you've had your binoculars on the pitch. Whenever the covers have been off in the last 2 days, it looks more like Birmingham than it does Lords and Leeds, where there was plenty of green on both of those pitches. Of course, it's a fool's errand judging a surface from 100 metres away, but from what we heard with Pat Cummins and Ben Stokes yesterday, they're expecting this to be very good for batting.
Yeah, it has got the dusky complexion, doesn't it? Rather than the slightly green tinge that Headingley had. And what we saw in Headingley, yes, I mean, there was some nip of the pitch. It was the pace of the pitch from the first over itself that Stuart Broad bowled to David Warner. There was great carry to the wicketkeeper's best or in Alex Carey. So I'm not sure whether we'll see the same pace. You wouldn't expect it just looking at it. There is a bit of grass. I was here very early on today when the pitch was exposed. The whole cover cross was removed and the ground staff were right in there, just rolling some part of the pitch, just getting rid of some loose grass as well. So I think there are a lot of runs to be scored just looking down on that pitch. It is a lot like the pitch that Steve Smith made his double 100 on.
Well, it does feel very similar in terms of the it was sunny an hour ago. It was sunny 20 minutes ago. Now it's a bit gloomy. On that particular occasion, it blew an absolute gale. I think it was like 40-mile-an-hour winds or something like that. It was bitterly cold. Not quite today, a bit more humid, but that whole week was a little bit gloomy, and Australia won here. And I note that because it's the only time that England have lost a test match here, going all the way back to the 2005 Ashes. They lost here only to Australia in 2019.
And they haven't beaten Australia here since 1981. It's a stat that's been doing the round. There are a few stats doing the round. The oldest bowling attack England have since 1928. And as we discussed earlier, Australia going in without a spinner for the first time since 2011-12. That seems like a recent stat compared to the other two, doesn't it? And I think just going back to the selection with Australia, I think another reason you'd see Green and Marsh playing is I don't think Australia liked the way their tail was blown away by Mark Wood. I mean, Travis Head saved them the blushes in the second innings. But against Mark Wood, that lower order looked very weak. Now they have that extra filter in the batting lineup with an extra specialist bat. And you look at that English side, they've done something similar by keeping Moeen Ali at number 3 so that they have Johnny Bairstow batting at 7. And I think it can work for Moeen Ali.
A lot to get through, Jeremy. We'll be back with you after the toss, or just before the toss, I think, which is 21 minutes from now. We're going to take a break here. After it, Daniel Norcross will pick up our conversation, chatting with David Lloyd. Bumble Lloyd is with us throughout the next 2 test matches. Peter Lawler's here as well. Jarrod, Kimber too. Our coverage is for Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. 20 minutes from the toss. Cannot wait.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My my Macca's app. I'll get there in the end. It's Daniel Norcross alongside Jarrod, Kimber and Pete Lalor as we look forward to the start of the 4th test. The clouds are looming hard, kind of grey and miserable, but we're in Manchester. I mean, those are actually quite nice clouds for Manchester. The ones we saw yesterday were truly forbidding and foul. We're expecting play to start, we hope, on time. There's a hover cover right down in front of us, but there is activity, there is general folderol taking place out there with the sides warming up. And Pete, let's start with David Warner. There was never any doubt, was there? Never any doubt that he was going to be selected. Or was there?
No, I don't think there's any doubt he was going to be selected. When when people were looking at bringing in 2 all-rounders, thinking, yeah, okay, but you can't disrupt the top of the order to bring 2 all-rounders in. They found a very clever way to do that. No, I always thought they were going to stick with Warner and stick with him to the end of the series. One bad test wasn't enough to convince me that they'd go off him. He's looked all right early in the series. He's moved better than he's moved in 18 months at the crease. And he just got 2 of those balls you get as an opener. Amazing stat that was published during the week in a column by a guy called Jeff Lemon. I don't know if either of you know him. No, he's a little guy. The average opening partnership in England in the past 10 years is 26.
Yeah. Yep. It's been this way for a while. I mean, there was a series England played against India recently when the first... There was Alistair Cook's last series.
Right.
The first scores of over 50 for any opener on either side took place in the last test of the Oval.
It's like being a bomber pilot in the war, isn't it? You're just not going to survive very long.
You're not going to survive. Now, you mentioned a clever way to get the 2 all-rounders in. I agree, but it goes slightly against the way people have tended to select sides at Old Trafford, which is for some spooky reason, Jarrod. They've always wanted to have a spinner here, and I take it back actually to the Harmison-Panesar match, which set the template for people's understanding of Old Trafford when Harmison-Panesar, I think between them, took 20 wickets in the match, and it was tall, big, burly pace bowlers and metronomically accurate spin bowling. I mean, in the case of Monty, he didn't turn it a great deal, but he was just always there or thereabouts.
He was a good spinner.
Good spinner, yeah. But, you know, what he was deeply and profoundly accurate. But actually, haven't Australia just played to their strengths? A bit like the old West Indies would come in and say, there's no point in a spinner. At Old Trafford, the reason why Australia performs so well here is because our type of fast bowling actually suits this surface.
By our, you mean Australia?
Our, yeah.
You're not Surrey.
Not Surrey, no.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think...
Place of your birth, Joe, in Australia.
Well, he said our, so that was confusing.
Well, I was
listen to him. Have you heard his accent? Do you know what I mean?
Answer the question.
Doesn't even sound like he's from South London, let alone...
You Australians used to talk like this about 150 years ago, so watch your manners.
I think Matt Parkinson takes 1 million wickets here as well, to be fair. The young leg spinner. Well, he's not so young, Matt Parkinson, anymore. So it is a pitch that does traditionally help spinners, and certainly we've seen around, days 3 and 4, it's handy to have a spinner. I think you made a surprisingly good point in the car yesterday when you said that England only bat for about 60 overs, and so you don't need a spinner. You don't need to rest your bowlers in the same way. Now, if they had Nathan Lyon, that would be a different situation. I think as much as anything, they lost a little bit of confidence in Murphy from the last test, and also on top of just losing confidence, I think they thought there's no point in him playing and bowling 12 overs and 6 of them getting hit because they're trying to slog at the end.
It's a bit harsh though, wasn't it? Because what did Murphy do wrong really? He just got
no, I don't reckon they lost confidence. I disagree.
They did lose confidence.
They did? Yeah. Okay. All right, but I disagree.
Yeah.
There's 2 factors here. Cricket's changed. The way England play, that point that you made, they get their runs quickly and they get out quickly, so you don't need a lot of overs, so you don't need to put the spinner at one end and rotate your quicks through. The other major change was the ICC change of regulations during the week. Because when it was first floated, I said, no way, Australia cannot come into a test match without a spinner, given that they've already lost a whole test match worth of points for what happened at Lord's. But what happens, the ICC changed their mind and they've actually made it retrospective, and now that there's less penalties for not getting through your overs.
So you can now basically bowl 80 over days and it's not going to be an issue.
Well, if you bowl the other side out within 80 overs, you've got no issues at all.
Which against
England, used to be 60, which is a long time for England. 80 overs, isn't it?
Well, I think England have only got a second new ball. Is it 3 times since Bazball began? And one of those was at Rawalpindi on the flattest track you're ever going to see. So you know, as a general rule of thumb, and especially in a game that's going to be blighted by the weather we expect at the weekend, then England are going to go even harder, aren't they? I mean, they're going to probably try and go at 6 and over and bat 70 overs.
So what happened here last year against South Africa? Did the pitch look like this? Because that was a hellfire test match.
Yeah, it was a little bit like this. And do you know what? South Africa made the mistake that Australia have not fallen into.
They went the other way.
Yeah,
winning the toss.
They selected Simon Harmer and Keshav Maharaj because of Old Trafford's reputation for spin. They left out Marco Jansen, who had been brilliant at Lords against England. And suddenly, of course, you know, Harmer wasn't getting anything like the purchase of the pitch that they had anticipated. England's seamers went through South Africa's rather brittle batting. England got their 300 in about 60 overs, which was their method, and won easily. And that will be the template that England will be trying to go for. But they're going to be thwarted, aren't they, by this incredibly long batting lineup that Australia now have. I mean, we're looking at Stark at 9. I mean, who is 8? Is it Carey?
Yeah, it'll be Carey.
I
think Green about at 7.
Green 7, Marsh 6.
Yeah. No, it's an incredible... We were talking earlier in the series about it being probably one of the worst tails that Australia have had since since Merv Hughes and Craig McDermott batted together. Like that's 8. That was when they batted at 8-9, and you'd go, that's a bit shaky. But Australia hasn't had a tail like that in such a long time. Partly because Shane Warne was always around at number 8, and then you had Paul Rifle and Mitchell Johnson. So there was a lot of other players. Suddenly, it's the opposite now.
Yeah.
Right. It looks like a fantastic tail, and your number 10 can make enough runs to win a game in the first test.
Now England have gone not exactly the same way, but they've moved towards that way, haven't they? By bringing Wokes in, having Moeen Ali as a kind of a pinch-hitting number 3. Let's talk about this.
Doesn't the England tail start at 3 now?
It sort of does. It starts at 3 and then it stops again. It's a very weird thing. And in interviews earlier in the week, he said that the 23 runs he needed to get to 3,000 runs seemed a very long way away. Now that is an unusual thing for a number 3 batter to say.
It's not filling you with confidence.
No, maybe not. Number 3. Well, very interesting article by Steve James today about it's such a difficult position. Nobody really wants to bat there. You're an opener or you're not an opener. Or you're a middle order batsman. But 3 is that tricky position, and I think England have been through, he says, looking at his notes very quickly, 23 number 3s since 2013. I think a few of them were Night Hawks, as you now call them. But if you look at Michael Clarke, Steve Smith, Virat Kohli, Babar Azam, these guys, they don't like batting at 3. KP batted at 3 once, I think, in his entire career.
I think that from 2000 to 2010 was the first time in history number 4s outscored number 3s in Test cricket, and it's because Callis and all those sorts of guys moved themselves down to number 4. There was only really Ponting and maybe Lara, and eventually Lara moved down as well, that stayed at number 3 for a long period.
Against a new ball get a little easier as well, because or was it a bit easier? Because in my recollection, you talked about the openers averaging 20 odd over the last heaven knows how many years. That certainly hasn't always been the case in England.
No. I think things have changed, but you can go back here with me, Norcross. It's not like England has been, since 1970? It's not been a very strong place for batting number 3s. So Butch did it for a long time, but didn't have a high average.
Gower.
Trott is probably the most successful. And that was
Balance, maybe?
Balance had a good little period and then really struggled. So England haven't found a lot of number 3s in general, so why not just throw anyone up there? Well, it's a shame you didn't get a game.
Indeed. And apparently his role is to bat for about 7 overs to take the hardness off the ball and then have a thrash. Well, that is Bazball. Well, we're going to take a break. When we come back, it's going to be pretty much time for the all-important toss.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Adam Collins taking up our conversation. Jeremy Coney with me. Andrew Sampson as well. Our scorer statistician from this part of the world in recent years as well. So it's his home test match. I can see Ben Stokes already in the middle. Pat Cummins won't be far away. In fact, I can see Pat as well. Departing from the Aussie dressing room just beneath our position here at Old Trafford at the Brian Statham end. Andrew Sampson, when it comes to the toss, bowling first doesn't work as a rule.
Oh, there's 10 teams have won the toss and bowled first at this ground in the history of the game, and not one of them have won. 7 draws and 3 losses the last 3 times teams have bowled first, they've lost, which was in 2020 in both of the test matches that West Indies played here, obviously during that COVID season. Jason Holder won the toss and lost the match, and Graham Gooch in 93 sent Australia and then lost.
Jeremy, before the toss here, I mean, that wouldn't weigh. If you're a captain, if you were leading a side here today, would you ignore all of that in terms of the history of bowling first here and focus your attention on what you see?
I'd be interested in it for about 2 or 3 minutes. And exploring that, because the most important thing is to look up, I think, here in England. And at the moment we are seeing cloud, but it's not that murky kind of cloud. We can see islands of blue around as well. The general feel, and looking down at the surface of the pitch, it is a russet-coloured pitch, folks. It is a nice green, lush outfield, so it's been prepared, and in a way, and I would think it will be pretty hard. That's the way that Manchester normally prepare their pitches, and so should be some bounce. I don't think you should be too worried about batting first, frankly, as you look up and look at that cloud. It could just disperse. And they've batted in worse, let's be honest. I mean, Australia throughout this series have had by far, I've got to say, the worst of conditions that have been played throughout the days that we have played. So this shouldn't worry Australia going out to bat there. Yes, they have some problems in their engine room. There's no doubt about that. And they'll have to work on those things. But that's an individual sort of thing, I think, and we can talk more about that later.
Jeremy, I've just faded the effects mic down because Foss is starting on the ground. I can see SEN Test Cricket's own Mike Atherton. I can see Ranjan Madagali, the match referee. We're going to take it from Channel 9 in a moment. Gives me a chance to welcome in our audiences for the first time today from Victoria, South Australia, Tasmania, West Australia and the Northern Territory. So we're not far away from the toss. The captains, Pat Cummins and Ben Stokes, are there with Michael Atherton. And we're just waiting to hear down the line when we'll be able to take that on tape delay from Channel 9. What I can tell you is that I'll spoil the surprise. Ben Stokes has won the toss. We don't know what he's done yet. I suppose we'll find out momentarily. I might keep that degree of surprise. But yes, the fact that history has not been on the side of teams winning the toss and bowling here. We already know what the teams are. They named them before. England named... here we go. The toss is now, thanks to Channel 9.
Go alongside the match referee. Ben, you've got the coin. Tails is the call. It's ahead again. England have won the toss. Ben, what are you going to do?
We're going to bowl.
No captain in Test cricket has won the toss, bowled here and won a game. Good time to book the trend.
Yeah, it'd be a nice time to be the first to do that.
The requirement, very simple for you, to keep the Ashes alive, you have to win. Does that clarity help?
I think it does, and to be honest, we had that mindset even in the last game. And, you know, obviously spoke about the weather quite a bit this week, but I think today's not too bad, so I think we'll just look to operate in the same way that we do, and then if the test match gets deeper and it looks like the weather's going to play some part in affecting the time, then we'll have to sort of come up with some plans then.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing, that the forecast is poor, but not until late in the game. So have you had to kind of just steady your team down and say, let's take things as normal in the early part of the game?
No, not really. I've not said anything towards that. I think the way in which, you know, we go about it, I think just naturally does that. And then if the game sort of gets to that point where we have to push things on, then I think we'll be very capable of doing that.
Jimmy Anderson back on his home ground. He's had a quiet series so far. You're confident he can make an impact here?
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think he's the break last week has done him the world of good. Look, Jimmy Anderson's been an unbelievable performer for England over many year. And look, even when he's not sort of operating at what he thinks is his best, he's still, you know, offering a lot to the team with his control and obviously putting the pressure on, which in partnerships actually works really well for us. So no issues whatsoever with Jimmy, and looking forward to him running in from his own end.
And Moeen Ali at 3 in this game, how much is that about his ability to have an impact there, and how much about protecting Harry Brook at 5?
Yes, more about Mo's sort of ability to have an impact on the game, to be honest. You know, you look at when he came back in, he was batting down at 8, and obviously it's great to have a long batting lineup, but now we've got Woke in the team. We sort of covered that, and Mo wants to impact the game. That's sort of how I spoke to him about the series, is I want you to come in and make a bigger impact as possible as an individual, and we feel giving him that number 3 slot in this game is more than capable of doing that, and nothing to protect Harry whatsoever, but you know, he loves batting at 5.
Go well. Pat, no luck with the coin, but what would you have done?
I'm not going to the casino. Yeah, we would have had a bowl, but yeah, not a bad toss to lose, I think. Looks like a good wicket.
For the first time in over a decade, Australia going into a test match without a specialist spinner. Just explain the rationale behind that decision.
Just conditions based and probably more than anything else. The game's played at quite a quick pace here. And we feel like we've got plenty of bowling. Having 2 all-rounders plus Trav Head gives us plenty of options.
So no sense that you're taking a bit of a risk in that decision?
I think, whatever you select, there's always a bit of a risk. Obviously, losing Nath Lyon, makes it a little bit different. We've just gone for a slightly different lineup than normal.
You only need a draw here to retain the Ashes. Is that the limit of your ambition? And if you have that attitude, is that a dangerous attitude to have?
I think it can be. 5 days is a long time to play a test match. I know there's been talk of weather, but you can't really trust it. I don't think. We absolutely want to win this. We're here to try and win the series. We retained in 2019, but the goal is here to win it.
And you've had a 9-day break, which I think you spent in Yorkshire with your in-laws. Did you manage to escape cricket conversation there?
Yeah, that's it. I did. Yeah, we all had a great break. Some of the other guys have gone off to different places in Europe, and we've all come back together really hungry and got stuck in the training the last few days, but it's been a really nice refresh.
We're looking forward to the game. Go well.
Great, thanks.
So the news from the middle, Ben Stokes has won the toss again. England are going to bowl first, defying history that Andrew Sampson ran through before. But both captains said, Jeremy, that if the coin came down their way, they were happy to bowl. In Cummins' case, his words, a good toss to lose.
Yes. Look, as I've said before, it doesn't change my mind. My mind would say I wouldn't mind batting out there. This looks to be, a pitch. Look, the first session of a test match is always going to be a little bit in it for the bowlers, but I'm looking at that surface down there. I have seen so many greener pitches than that they're actually confronting at the moment. They just have to get themselves in, Australia, and just put runs on the board. I personally think that, if Labuschagne and Smith can actually do the job that they were selected to do, if England would have said after 3 tests, we've got Labuschagne who's averaging 24 and 144 runs so far, and we'll have Smith with 190 runs and averaging 31, and one of those includes 110, which actually kind of won the game. We went a long way towards winning the Lord's test match, but of course it leaves the other 5 innings with 80 runs, and there's some of the issues that they're having at the moment. So if they can do their job in the engine room, then runs are possible out here.
Jeremy Coney, thank you for your contribution to our pre-game. We'll hear from you throughout the course of the day as we proceed with Australia having been sent in. Australia, Warner, Khawaja, Labuschagne, Smith, Head, Marsh, Green, Carey, Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood. As for England, just the one change with James Anderson in for Ollie Robinson, which leaves them with Crawley, Duckett, Moeen Ali at 3, Root, Brook, Stokes, Bairstow, Wokes, Wood, Broad and Anderson. Our pre-game is for Macca's. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. The news from the toss, England have won it. They'll be bowling first. Daniel Norcross with David Bumble Lloyd after a breather.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. I'm Daniel Norcross, and for the first time on SEN, I'm delighted to say I am joined by former England international umpire, coach, esteemed commentator David Bumble Lloyd. Welcome aboard.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, it's almost like coming back home to Old Trafford. I've watched this ground develop, and the smell of it, the look of it, I'm really looking forward to the game. It will provide good cricket, usually does.
You are a denizen of this place. This is your manor.
Yeah.
Have all the things that we've been talking about beforehand, do they all make sense? Andrew Sampson, for example, saying that if you win toss and bowl, you never win. Yeah. I mean, England were always gonna bowl, weren't they?
I think they were, and talking a great game. Of course, the talking has to stop when you get out there, but he's talked about a 3-day match. Let's get aggressive, and so that would tell me we need to take 20 wickets. Let's get bowling. There is a bit of cloud around, but there's blue sky as well. The pitch itself, we can't get out there. I can't get out and have a look at it, but I know people who can have asked. They say it's got a really good covering of grass, really good covering, which is strange for Old Trafford. I've been here all season, not much grass. There's grass on this pitch. It's straw-coloured, and the crucial thing is that the experts say it's rock hard. So I'm expecting some pace again.
Are you imagining that this is going to be a little like Headingley, and I mean that worked for England, but it also worked for Australia's quicker bowlers.
Yeah, it provides cricket, doesn't it? That batsmen can score runs, and you've got to be honest as well, because bowlers can hurt you. But I don't think it'll be as quick as that. As I say, I've been here a lot this summer, and the pitches have been what I would say pleasant. They've been nice, but they're expecting this to be quicker because of this covering of grass. They can get it really quick, but the weather's been against him for a week or 10 days because it's been raining so much. So we've got this high cloud now. Jimmy Anderson back on his manner, not my manner, on his manner. And so everybody in this crowd, it will be a full house again. Looking forward to welcoming Jimmy back, and the rest at Mark Wood, Portent.
Have you got any concerns about Jimmy Anderson? The two pitches that he played on really didn't suit him. They didn't suit many bowlers, to be honest with you. They were very flat, and they got slower and slower as the game went on. Noticeable at Edgbaston, wasn't it, when England needed a couple of wickets and they had to just bang in the bouncers. They didn't have Mark Wood to make it happen. And people were once again writing obituaries for Jimmy Anderson. You know him well, and he's playing in a place he knows really well. Have you got any concerns at all?
I don't. The first two were chief executive pitches. Let's get all the sponsorship in. It was back-breaking for all the fast bowlers. Jimmy Anderson quote, "If these are Ashes pitches, I'm done." Now, I think this is different. He's had a good rest. He's had a plentiful rest. Mark Wood has had good rest. Stuart Broad has led the attack brilliantly. And so it's high anticipation for this crowd here to get into Australia. I think Australia are vulnerable, and that vulnerability has been brought about by Mark Wood.
And now England go into this game with a world record number of wickets in their bag. 1,974 wickets they've taken between them. They've got plentiful bowling options. Mark Wood, we all talked about it Headingley, but how important was actually Chris Woakes to the balance of England's side?
Yeah, Chris Woakes in England as well, an all-round cricketer. Very useful with a bat, and he's so reliable with the ball. He'll bowl long spells, he'll bowl accurately. So I think they brought him into the team and lengthened the batting. From my time with England all the way through, there's always been a concern about how long is the batting. Well, I think they've got that this time. Moeen at 3, which is worthy. He's not a number 3, but it's worthy. He's put his hand up, I'll go out there. And that's a fairy tale that 2 years ago he retired, I'm done with this. But he liked the cut of the jib, didn't he? He liked the way that you're playing. Yeah, come on, I'll come back, and I'll bat number 3.
We'll do a handbrake turn now and look at Australia.
Yeah.
It's been 12 years, I think, since Australia went into a game without a frontline spinner. They've gone in here with 5 pace bowlers in effect. They've lengthened that batting lineup by having Marsh and Green. It all makes sense on one level, but are they actually a bit spooked by Bazball? Is that what that shows us?
Well, Bazball has played its part, but Mark Wood has done the spooking. And I think the team that Australia have selected here is hold. The conservative, we will hold what we've got. They've got a long batting lineup. England have got to work hard to take 20 wickets. It was very apparent in that last test match that the captain didn't trust his off-spinner Murphy, didn't trust him. He didn't come on until his 51st over. And so they've gone in without a recognised spinner, so they've got to do a little bit of filling in. And listening to Jeremy Coney, he's absolutely right that the two big guns haven't fired. Labuschagne and Smith, England have kept them quiet. David Warner, what are they going to do with them? So Australia have really got to bring the A game to this game, but they would say defiantly, hang on, we're 2-1 up in this series. The problems are with the other lot.
Are they thinking in those steps? Are they thinking about retaining the Ashes first and foremost? I asked because Pat Cummins last time out 4 years ago said he was quite perplexed by how Australia celebrated before they'd won the series. And before the series started this time, there's a lot of talk about how Australia hadn't won a series in England since 2001. But do you go into a game with a slightly negative mindset? Do you say to yourself, right, we're 2-1 up. If we get out of this game without losing, the Ashes are ours, job done?
Well, outside looking in, that's exactly how it is to me. He's left his spinner out. Now, traditionally, this pitch and this venue, later in the game, if it extends, the spin comes right into the game. It will spin, and it'll spin off a hard surface. So he doesn't trust his spinner. The lineup that they've got from outside looking in, we will retain the Ashes here. We'll come out of this unscathed. Look at the batting lineup. 2 all-rounders, 2 proper all-rounders, wonderful players. They extend that batting lineup.
Lastly, before we go to the break, what a venue, what a setup, 2-1. Just how excited could this be? How crazy are this crowd going to go if England get even just a sniff of victory?
Well, it's a great word, crazy. This is Test match cricket, which has been turned on its head. And so the crowd itself will be the 12th man for England. The fairy tale ending here, I think for every cricket fan, is that England win this, get down to the Oval, 2 apiece, winner takes all.
Well, it's a fairy tale. It's a fairy tale for every Australian fan listening on SEN. When we come back after the break, it'll be time for the anthems.
SEN Test Cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Adam Collins with you, Bharat Sundaresan with me. The players beneath us about to walk out from the dressing room for the anthems. Baz, what did you make of the toss?
Firstly, Pat Cummins just can't stop laughing. He can't believe he's lost another toss. And I just had an eye on the Australian players when the toss was happening. I think they've given up on Pat Cummins ever winning a toss. They weren't even keen, because you could see the openers start walking off towards the dressing room even before the toss was done. And number 3 Manas wasn't too far behind. But look, the weather's been already interesting this morning, hasn't it, Adam? I came here at 7 and it was extremely grim. It felt like pretty much the kind of weather you expect in Manchester. It had a horror film vibe to it. 1 hour later, the sun was out, which is around the time the players arrived at Old Trafford. And then 15 or so minutes post that, the clouds returned. Now it's in between now. It's still brighter than it was maybe an hour ago. But it is a heavy cloud cover, and England anyway were expected to field first, right? That's the Bazball mantra. That's why we were so surprised that they didn't do that in Birmingham.
And also, they need to take 20 wickets to keep the series alive. So the sooner they get their 20, the better would be their attitude. We've got the umpires beneath us here. Nitin Menon, overseeing his 20th Test match from India. Kumar Dharmasena is upstairs as a TV umpire this week, which means welcome back, Joel Wilson, to the Ashes.
Come on, Joel, let's do this.
35th Test match in charge, and the match referee is Ranjan Madagali. His 213th match as referee. They're in the middle. The players either side. The Australians arm in arm. We'll try and pick up Advanced Australia Fair down the effects mic momentarily. Time to celebrate the national anthem thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. Bill Beaumont just rung the 5-minute bell, who captained England's rugby union team over on the far side of the ground underneath the James Anderson end sign.
Not risky enough for me.
Okay. Time for the anthems. England national anthem, God Save the King. response from the Manchester crowd, befitting the occasion. As the England team stood there for the anthem, James Anderson had a huge smile on his face, Bharat, to think that he's still going at age 40, 41 later this month, still an international. In all probability, his final test match here at Old Trafford.
Yeah, you'd think so, and not a bad way to go out. You know, win an Ashes test for your country, keep the Ashes alive for England, and make this arguably the best Ashes series of the century. And so many comparisons with 2005, but if this goes to the Oval 2-all, I think there's no argument there. 2023 pips 2005, and Jimmy Anderson had a little smile on his face, Adam, during the toss when Michael Atherton asked Ben Stokes about him. Ben Stokes couldn't have waxed more lyrical about Jimmy Anderson as he walked off the field.
I think that's the point of bringing David Lloyd back in for the first ball. The benchmark's always been 2005 over the last couple of decades, but this so far is meeting that expectation. And if this is a thriller, who knows what this will feel like going into the Oval.
Yeah, and it's down to the players. The players have made it. It's been a real battle, as it always will be for the Ashes. I think both teams have played the part. So England need a result. They've got to get a result from this game. Australia holding on to what they've got. And Australia will say all the problems are with England. We're winning 2-1. As the cloud comes in again, it's just a little bit lower. I wondered whether the lights would go on, and Jimmy Anderson, it's a perfect mix, is all that, but the lights are off. The ground has filled up in the last 5 minutes. It looks an absolute picture. This is a world-class stadium. We've got 2 hotels now, not one, we've got 2 hotels.
We saw Stuart Broad go up to Mark Wood and give him a cuddle. It's going to be Broad from our Bryant Day, the men to start, not Anderson from the Anderson end. I suspect he'll bowl over number 2. He's over limbering up at backward point. And the game within a game will continue. David Warner is going to face the first ball to Stuart Broad. For large swathes of Warner's career, he never faced the first ball, but he wants to take Broad on, Baz.
Yeah, and he's done that throughout this series. Got out in that fashion in the last test in Headingley. Just watching him in practice over the last couple of days, Adam, he has spent a lot of time in the nets. Yesterday in the indoor nets in particular, playing a lot of shots. I just have a sneaky feeling we're going to probably see the David Warner of old. I mean, something he promised us after he played that 100 test and made the double 100 at the MCG. Expect a few shots from Warner this morning.
Half century at Lords, but missed out twice to Stuart Broad last week at Leeds. In all probability, playing for his test career. Stuart Broad waiting to be called to attention. He is here. He'll start round the wicket to Warner. 4 slips waiting. First ball here at Old Trafford, and thwacks it out through cover for 4. 2 short, 2 wide, and gets the treatment. Warner off the mark in style.
Well, that's a pie. It's an absolute loosener. Smashed away through extra cover, just off the back foot. I'm looking at these 4 slips of England. Can they catch? They've been spilling them for fun. Can they catch? They've got to take the chances.
Andrew Sampson, it's been a story of the first over of these matches. Tell us more.
It's third time there's been a 4 off the first ball, isn't it?
Last time Warner Broad as well.
Broad, yeah. And of course the first ball of the series, Crawley Cummins.
So Warner smacks his bat into the turf. Broad to him here, his old nemesis. He's back and defends. That's Fuller and better.
I just keep watching David Warner. He's 36 years of age. You'd think, calm down, just calm down. Watch the fella at the other end, Khawaja. He just stands still, collects himself. David Warner's a jack in a box. When he had 2 deliveries and he's defended and sort of done all sorts of mannerisms. He's 36-year-old. Calm down, lad.
Especially when you have a monk at the other end, like you said, David.
Yes.
These 2 men, both 36 years of age, been playing cricket together since they're 12 years old. They know everything about each other's games. So Broad again, up round the wicket, wide on the crease, bowls to Warner, 2 full, out through deep backward square for 1. Out towards the point. He'll want a second. He'll have to be satisfied with 1. So Warner's 5, none for 5.
And just with that single, David Warner wouldn't mind that pretty ordinary delivery from Stuart Broad, because way too often in this run that he's had in England against Broad, he's had to face a lot of Broad regularly, like an entire over from Broad, where Broad sets him up beautifully. He wouldn't mind getting off the strike.
Well, you can do your best work at the other end.
Yeah.
And 2 left-handers, so he stays around the wicket to these 4 slips. Moeen Ali is down at fine leg. There's a square leg in front of square, almost at mid-wicket, a straight mid-on, and a mid-off quite wide.
So Khawaja started the series with a magnificent century at Edgbaston. Player of the match performance. He's faced more than 950 balls in the series. Waits for Broad here. His first delivery is left alone outside the off stump.
Looking at pace, the one thing that we look at Old Trafford, what pace. So that delivery has gone through, and I would say that that's pleasant. It's certainly not the searing pace so far that we saw at Headingley.
81 mile an hour in Old Bunny Bumble.
Well, he's got to be quicker than that. They've got to up their ante, and of course the quick man is at straight mid-on. Mark Wood prowling.
Breeze blowing from left to right as Broad makes his way. Gets to the crease here. Bowls to Khawaja. It's full and dug out towards mid-on for his first single. So none for 6. So a busy start for the Australians.
I mean, nobody's seen more pitches here than you, David. Like, just looking at it 3 days out. We came here on Sunday, Australia's first training session. It already looked ready for play in terms of just the complexion and the look of it. Does it look like a traditional Old Trafford pitch to you?
It does. The colour of it, definitely. But I'm told that there's a really good covering of grass on it, and it's very dry. It's dry grass, straw-coloured grass.
So Broad to complete the first over of the Test match. Into Warner again, and Warner plays from the leg stump line. No movement out to mid-wicket. End of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles huge sail on now. Australia none for 6. Warner 5. Khawaja 1 off the mark with a boundary from the first ball in the Test match. And what a venue this has been over the years, Bumble, for Ashes cricket, going all the way back to 1902 with Labour, and then on to 1961 with Benno, 1981 with both of them. I mean, there are so many markers along the way. It's been arguably the best Ashes venue across the course of history.
Well, it's just steeped in history, and the ground has much changed with all the development. Nevertheless, it's just the feel of the place, and you can hear the atmosphere. It'll be a really, really raucous atmosphere. It's so close to the centre of the city. You can get out here. Anderson now from his end. He's got a little sign under the clock, and you can't see it unless you're about a metre away. But there's a huge sign on the old pavilion, Charles Turret. Now, I know my history of Lancashire cricket. He never played. Charles Turret, with his name emblazoned across, he never played here.
Anderson knows his ground so well, takes his wickets here at 22. His first ball over the wicket from his end to Khawaja, who's defended out to mid-on. So Anderson, surprisingly, he's never taken a 5-wicket bag here, but super consistent across 20 years.
Well, it's like Shane, isn't it, down at Lloyd's. Didn't get on the honours board. We're looking at swing so far. We're into the second over. There is none. There is no swing at the minute. Khawaja, of course, played for Lancashire. He played at Lancashire, so he'll know the surface.
Yeah. Also knows Jimmy Anderson really well.
Yes.
David played a lot of Call of Duty with each other.
Anderson, nice fresh haircut. Over the wicket. Delivers here to Khawaja in the long sleeves. Down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. Bairstow away to his right.
It feels like everybody's got a haircut. And as you can imagine, Adam, I'm not really a fan of haircuts. Alex Carey's got a haircut finally, which he paid for. Pat Cummins has got a haircut. Many members of the Australian team, and Jimmy Anderson seems to have gone to the same barber, because they all seem to get the same side buzz. I just don't get it, David.
Well, of course, Sir Alistair Cook had to apologise. He mistaken identity.
Yeah, there you go.
Cookie with a bit of grey in the hair these days as well. Anderson up. Bowls here. Khawaja leaves on length. Bairstow takes the ball, still on the way up.
And that last delivery there, it will be about 80 miles an hour, 82 from Anderson. And Bairstow's got it chest high, so there's a little bit of pace there. Warner fidgety again, helmet off, comes to halfway down the pitch.
See the replay, that's the conventional seam up away swinger, so hasn't gone the wobble seam straight away. Wants to see what he can do with this new Duke's ball. Our replay screen for tyre power, save on Vulcan tyres. Anderson up, close to the stumps, bowls to Khawaja, he defends down the pitch.
Let's see Johnny Bairstow's few yards up as well, David, as compared to Headingley. Once again, I think it's a giveaway of the pace or lack thereof on this pitch as compared to Leeds.
Yeah, and of course Anderson just so far has been back of the length. He's dangerous when he's much fuller, and in these just few deliveries he's been back of a length. Batsman playing defensively back foot shots.
Anderson Over the wicket to Khawaja, who leaves again on ball. It's around that fourth stump line. Bit of movement away from the left-hander, up at 81 mile an hour.
The length has been disappointing from Jimmy Anderson in this series. We saw it in Edgbaston. Yes, there was no pace at all there. But he was short of length. Even at Lords, he started off well. He should have had the early wicket. There was a drop catch. But just overall, he's just struggled to get that Jimmy Anderson length going regularly.
All the Aussies sat in the balcony beneath us. Pat Cummins wearing a beanie. Anderson completes his first over to Khawaja, again leaving a little bit fuller over the top of middle stump. Maiden for Anderson, Australia. None for 6 after 2 overs on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail on now.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. You can text in 0433 98 11 16 as Rob from Welshman's Reef has already done. Away from us here. Broad bowls to Warner. Plays from back of the crease. Gets it out towards cover. Waits it well enough for 1. Warner to 6, none for 7. Rob says, lovely to hear Bumble. What a fine medley of voices. Collins, Bharat Ball and David Lloyd up. Very kind, Rob.
You. Very kind of him. Good lad. Where's he from?
He's from Welshman's Reef. I'm not precisely sure where that is. I might jump on the laptop between balls here. That previous ball was a predetermined effort for the quick single, Baz.
No, very much so. David Warner's standing so far out of his crease. And that's the single that they've stopped throughout the series, England. But David Warner got away.
So Khawaja facing Broad. 4 slips, sun's out. Away swinger, left alone well outside the off stump.
There's no pace on this pitch yet. Is it one of those pitches, Bumble, where it quickens up as the day wears on, especially on day one, maybe just some moisture underneath?
Well, it can do, and when the roller comes on it as well, but neither of these two are quick. It's around about 80 miles an hour. The optimum pace for the pair of them is 84, 85. They've not got anywhere near that.
Welshman's Reef, Bumble, is near Castlemaine, so not far from Bendigo, up in regional Victoria. Lovely part of the world, Castlemaine. Broad bowls, Khawaja, inside edge onto the pad, shout for leg before anyway, spills into the onside, no run, and not even Joel Wilson will put his finger up for that. I'll be careful with you. I've got to be polite and friendly. I've got an umpire with us in Bumble.
I think he's a good umpire, Joel Wilson. What are you inferring? What are you saying?
He'll improve from 2019, I'm certain.
Oh, he has.
Yeah, well, I like an umpire who keeps the game moving. Just keep it going.
We'll get a replay here for tyre power. Too high and missing leg stump as well out. Save on Falcon tyres. A couple of noises. So 1 from 10, Khawaja. Broad. Staying around the wicket, a bit closer to the stumps. Another away swinger, but nowhere near making Khawaja play into the gloves of Bairstow.
Yeah, stalled back on Joel Wilson. David, I have to say this. After the Leeds test of 2019, the poor Joel was getting a lot of flack everywhere. I don't know him at all, but I got his number from a friend in the Caribbean, and I sent him a message from one umpire to another. It's all right.
No, I can promise you they won't worry one hoot. Yeah. Just give what you see. A pair of pads, give what you see.
Exactly.
They're always under pressure.
Yeah.
More so now with technology over the last decade or so. Broad up. Khawaja leaves. The third ball in the over that's... I mean, for one-day international standards, they'd be declared wides, but inside the tram track, swinging into the gloves of Bairstow. Tempters.
Not found it yet, has he?
No.
Not Stuart Broad at all.
So it was a relatively, low-key big call leaving out Robinson, because even though he struggled a bit through the series so far, it's in these conditions where he thrives, but they wanted Anderson this week, Bumble.
Yeah, I don't think Robinson's fit either. He's carrying injuries. He had that spasm, and so Anderson is a ready-made replacement.
So Broad to finish. Sun's really out now in Manchester. Khawaja leaves. Better line, but back of a length. So 3 overs gone, Australia, none for 7 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail on now. Warner 6, Khawaja 1.
The Ultimate Festival of Wills returns to the Red Centre September 1st to 3rd, and entries and tickets are on sale now. Shop your street machine. Hit Alice Springs Dragway for some burnouts and quarter mile racing. Give us your best straight line power skid in the Motivation Super Cruise, or be in the running to win $15,000 in the heavy hitter drags. And do all of this in the most spectacular car party destination. Lock in your entry and grab your tickets now at redcendenats.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Win your way to India for the 2023 ICC Men's World Cup. Henley.com.au. Message in from Daryl, in Geelong, not Barrel. Probably nickname's Barrel.
Yeah.
Bumble in commentary is music to my ears. Best commentator going around. You're feeling the love, Bumble, already. 0433 98 11 16.
Where's he from?
Geelong.
Oh, yeah, I know Geelong.
Cattery. Anderson. His end. Bowls here to Warner for the first time. Plays with soft hands to the backward point. Wade on's the call, no run to Moeen.
Do you not think just a defensive shot there, David Warner? I mentioned it before, 36 years of age. It's a defensive shot, and he's run 3-4 paces down the pitch. I just think that's too busy. Watch the fella at the other end, who's a wonderful player, Khawaja, really come into his own. He's 36 as well. Calm, stay calm, it's a long day.
6 from 6 so far. Warner facing Anderson, close to the stumps. Plays through the cordon for 4. Out towards the rope it goes. Warner moves to 10. Australia done for 11, but that was a false stroke. And Anderson knows it, so does Stokes. Wait for a replay to see where it went through precisely. Seeing it here again for tyre power. Save on Falcon tyres. Went through 5th slip. Now, they have occasionally had a 5th slip Bumble under Stokes, but not at the moment.
Yeah, and it's a false shot just off an outside edge from a ball that's rising as well. Back of the length again from Anderson.
Yeah, it's just that extra bounce that got David Warner into trouble. Also, don't forget, he's standing so far out of his crease.
Anderson finds his length there. Bowls to Warner. Hits him on the pad, leaving alone. Shout for leg before it's going over the top. Warner smiles. Anderson grimaces.
Where's it pitched as well? A big appeal. There always will be when there's no shot. I think it might pitch outside leg stump. He's off again. Look at him. David Warner is halfway down the pitch, prodding the pitch. And he is standing outside, isn't he? He's standing outside of the crease in his guard.
Yeah, it's pitching outside leg and missing leg as well. But you're right, Bumble. And for a shot, got to ask the question. Replays for tyre power, save and Falcon tyres. Anderson bowls, Warner, passing inside edge, shout the caught behind from some in the cordon, but not from the bowler. Umpire Menon keeps his finger down. Anderson wants to consult his captain.
No.
But they won't be sending it upstairs. Stokes still is pretty keen.
No.
There was a sound. I think it was bat hitting pad.
They'll disregard Bairstow's commentary, I suspect. It's about whether Joe Root's interested. Doesn't seem to be.
No. Missed everything. First delivery from Anderson that's full of length, the first one.
Again, we'll need to turn to the replay. We're behind Warner at this end. We get one here for tyre power, save on Falcon tyres, and hit maybe the pad on the way through, but went beyond that and the inside edge. Anderson bowls again here. Warner plays just behind point, but just in front of Moeen. It'll be worth 2 along the ground. Good control from the left-hander after a couple of wobbly moments. He's 12. For 15.
You can feel that nervous energy that David's been speaking about. And just that previous ball, I think looking at Ben Stokes' reaction, the appeal was for LBW. The question was whether it was a little too high. That's what Ben Stokes seemed to be indicating.
You can see why they were interested in both modes of dismissal. It was hitting a 4th stump, and it wasn't far away from the inside edge, but the noise was clearly front pad on the way through. On the angle, though. So Anderson to complete the over. Warner leaves alone well wide and short. Outside the off stump. None for 13 after 4 overs on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail on now. Warner 12, Khawaja 1, Jeremy Coney jumping in. Beaumont Tiles hits another 6 for your renovation budget. Introducing the best value tile range ever. It's called Beaumont Max. How's this? Subway tiles from $30. Yes, Subway tiles from $30 in over 10 colours. 3x6 white wall tiles only $19.95. Floor tiles from $29.95 featuring concrete and marble look. Don't be caught out of your crease. Buy Beaumont Max from Beaumont Tiles. You'll be happy you chose Beaumont's. SEN Test Cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. Jeremy Coney joining me, Adam Collins, David Bumble Lloyd as well. Stuart Broad has the ball in his hand beneath us. Stay the mint. 4 slips into Khawaja. Bowls here. Khawaja plays it defensively from the line of the crease down to mid-wicket. No run. Hello, Jerry.
G'day, Adam. Hi, Bumble. How you going?
I'm going fine.
Yeah.
I don't think
enjoying
these
this?
two, I'm enjoying it immensely, but I'm not enjoying these first few overs. They bowl wide.
Yeah, well, Broad isn't quite in the corridor where he's been. I mean, I wondered just a little bit standing there at the back whether, you know, this is his 4th in a row, this Test match, and I wonder whether they might feel, but he's bowled so well in the first 3.
Broad approaches and bowls, and Khawaja from the leg stump line turns it through mid-wicket, finds the gap. Be a couple there. Chris Wokes does the fielding. So Khawaja up to 3, none for 16 the score.
You know, it rained yesterday afternoon. I was walking back from the Metro link and so on to our place, our salutary place there in Salford.
Salford?
Yeah.
We're all in Salford
anyway,
this week.
The door locks itself. and anyway, so it was raining. And so this would have been under covers yesterday.
Yes.
But I think this looks a good pitch. I think it looks to have good carry going through to Bairstow from Broad and from Anderson.
Bowls to Khawaja here, Broad. Khawaja's hit on the pad, but high up over the stumps. It would have gone. They don't appeal.
There you are. We've heard it again, you see. We've got a good bounce on this surface, haven't we? And so the bowlers, therefore, to hit and threaten the top of the stumps, have got to be pitching the ball a little fuller. And you were right, Bumble, when you said that Warner is batting quite a long way out of his crease to sort of counter that a little bit. And he's been hit on the pads too, and that was going over the top. I just get a feeling if the sun comes out here, this is going to be a good pitch for batting.
Just got to get through this first hour or so to make the most of it. Khawaja facing Broad and leaving again on length. Your point again, Bumble.
Yeah, it's wide from Broad to these 4 slips, but the carry through to the keeper is good. So we've got to see some quick bowling, and there'll be better carry as well. But I think they've got to bowl much fuller. Who are we to say to these 2 magnificent bowlers, mate, you've got to pitch it up? But they haven't done that consistently. They haven't been consistent in these opening salvos of full length and straight. Make them play.
It does feel different to Edgbaston in terms of the carry. That's what we didn't have on morning 1. Hearing the trumpet for the first time today. Broad to Khawaja, and Khawaja leaves alone. That will be coming from the eastern stand, which I reckon Bumble must be getting bigger each year. The temporary permanent stand that's always there for major international cricket and concerts and so on. There's 8,000 people in there, I'm told, today.
Yeah, and it's packed, and it's a great view from the back of it. You're right, it's a temporary permanent stand, and it comes down when the big artists come. Arctic Monkeys have been. I came and watched Springsteen on here. It was fantastic, absolutely fabulous. It was.
And there's been more bands since the renovations, right? Since the last 10 years or so. Broad up, bowls to Khawaja. Hits on the pad, Broad Celebra peels. Umpire Wilson gives it out. Khawaja's been given out leg before wicket. Broad was convinced. He didn't turn around. He seldom does. Khawaja will consider his options. He talks to David Warner. The clock's down to 3, 2, 1. Better get in quick. He does review. With fractions of a second left on the clock. I wonder on what basis, because that was full and straight.
That's where they got a bowl. I think he's hit his back leg. England, every one of them went up, and as you say, Broad just carried on towards the wicketkeeper. We're going to review.
So upstairs is the third umpire this week's Kumar Dharmasena. We'll get a first replay here for Tyre Power. Save on Falcon Tyres. Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, it's those 2 angles, and it's beaten the bat. It's hit him above the knee roll, and at the top of the flap of the pad.
He's back.
He's back, though. He's back, and it's defeated him on the inside edge. And so it's just going to be a question of height. I don't think there's an edge at all there on the inside edge. There's a clear daylight between the ball and the inside edge.
Here's ball tracking. 2 reds to start, 3 reds. Hitting middle stump. Just beneath the bails. So Usman Khawaja is the first wicket to fall in this crucial Ashes Test match at Manchester. He's been given out leg before wicket for 3, confirmed by the third umpire. Australia lose their first wicket with 15 on the board. David Lloyd.
He hesitated for so long before review into that last second. I guess he knew what was coming. It's hit the back leg. He knows he's not hit it. It took to that last second. First strike to England. First strike to Stuart Broad.
England celebrate a wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives, and we had the third umpire there for the tradies, mate. IMA Insurance, call 13 IMA, Andrew Sampson.
599 Test wickets for Stuart Broad. 148 of them against Australia, so he's caught in both of them as England's leading wicket taker against Australia.
He won't know he got 148 both of them. He won't have a clue. He will have no idea how many wickets he's got.
So walking out at number 3 for Australia is Marnus Labuschagne. He's been getting his starts, but hasn't been going on with it through the tour, including the World Test Championship final. 26-41, 0-13, 47-30, and 21-33 last week at Leeds, Jerry.
Yeah, well, I mean, Labuschagne, he's tinkered with his position on the popping crease every test he's come to play so far. He started on off stump at Edgbaston in the first test and then shimmied outside off stump. And he still nicked the first ball he faced. Then he came to Lord's and he's then in between sort of middle and off and shimmying across. And in the last test match at Headingley, he'd come to middle. I reckon if there were 7 tests, he'd be outside leg stump. But anyway, he's a tinkerer. That's what I'm saying. And I wonder whether he's unsettled because he's tinkering or he's tinkering because he's unsettled. You know, it's one of those ones for him.
So Anderson was the end of the over for Broad. Bowls here to Warner on leg stump, just gets it towards fine leg, maybe off the pad. We'll find out in a moment. Either way, 1 added to Australia's score, 1 for 16, and it is a sundry, so signalled by umpire Menon.
So Broad has nicked him out, what, twice so far in the test matches. Robinson has nicked him off once. Wokes has nicked him off once. So 4 out of 6 innings he's had so far, he's nicked behind. And I just think he needs to settle on the position and work hard with it all the time. So I'm interested to see where he's takes several guards, where he's going to stand and what he's going to do.
And we also saw him do the best comparison I can think of is George Bailey, when he had his shoulder, left shoulder, all the way across, pointing towards extra cover last week.
Too many changes in the series,
well,
I would think,
he's fretting. I think he's fretting.
Yeah.
And I was here very early this morning, as many were, and he was in the nets so early, him and Smith.
But whatever, he's just not as secure as he used to be.
Leg slips straight away as well. So I think he's vulnerable there. 4 conventional slips. Labuschagne, who made a really important 67 here 4 years ago. Anderson gets a crack at the Aussie number 3 early on. Bowls here. Labuschagne goes back in defence. Knows the call towards mid-on.
Bob Simpson, the great Australian cricketer and coach, he summed it up perfectly that when you start playing and you selected, say a test match, and you put up number 4 or number 5, you just go out and bat at number 4 and number 5. As you keep playing, you're looking at the wind, you're looking at the weather, you're looking at the clouds, you're looking at the pitch, you're looking at the grass. It's suddenly very complicated, and that's what you're seeing from Labuschagne. Keep it simple.
Especially away from home, where his average drops to 36.70 at home. Anderson bowls. Labuschagne beaten. Ever so close to feathering that through. No footwork to speak of. Anderson loves situations like this, Bumble.
But it's the length. You know, I've been saying I'm a hard taskmaster. 2 wonderful bowlers. Pitch it up, get it up there. He got the LBW. Get it up, make them play. Bowler full of length.
It's a lovely piece of bowling actually from Broad last over. We'll talk about that again. But this is the battle right here at the moment.
Taken them quarter of an hour to wake up, but they're landing it now. Both the veteran quicks. Anderson bowls wider of the crease. Labuschagne leaves alone.
Labuschagne's had some starts, Adam. You know, I think he got a 47 and a 30, something like that at Lord's, and he's got a 30 and a 20, I think, up at Headingley. So, you know, we always say, well, he's had some starts, why can't he go on? That's one way of looking at it. The other thing, he's got some starts, you know, he's done the hard part, if you know what I mean.
Which is why he was so frustrated getting out to Moeen Ali the way he did last week at Leeds. Anderson bowls, Labuschagne defends. Had close together.
From a positive for Australia, these are the 2 great players in the team, and they've not fired as they would do, and Australia winning 2-1. They're 2-1 up.
Well, they've got to get confidence from that, you see.
Big time.
We haven't even had our boys working, you know, as we wanted them to.
No.
We have heard Cummins say that a bit, hasn't he, that they're yet to come anywhere close to their perfect test match in England so far. Anderson to complete high-quality over. Finds the inside edge of Labuschagne. Spits out to fine leg. He's off the mark. He'll keep the strike. Australia 1 for 18 after 25 minutes of play. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Warner 12, Labuschagne 1.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V Ultra Power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
Warren & Brown Tools, Australia's leading manufacturer and supplier of precision tools for every trade. Their highly skilled team know tools and can deliver Australia-wide. Get in contact with your local distributor or use code SEN at checkout for 10% off all orders. wbtools.com.au.
Our coverage is for Henley Homes. When you way to India for the 2023 ICC Men's World Cup, henley.com.au. You got a lovely message in here from Muzza in Geelong. As most SEN listeners know, I'm blind. You paint a picture for us, which is beautiful for me to follow the game. Take care and have a great call. Go Aussies. Thanks, Muzza.
Good on him.
0433 98 11 16 in Australia or in New Zealand, Jeremy?
88 33.
Centimetre perfect. Stuart Broad has changed the field here for Labuschagne Bumble. Fourth slips out over the leg slip.
Every time they put a leg slip in, and it's not a wide leg slip, it's quite fine.
Ooh. Harry Brook around the corner there. Broad away from us. To Labuschagne for the first time, leaves alone on length.
That's your position, Bumble.
That's
your position, Bumble.
I stood there, camped there, and I'm looking at him now at leg slip. I think it's Stokes. Is it?
No, Brook.
It's Brook. Yeah. He's unbelievably close. I used to stand there for Brian Statham. They came like tracer bullets off the inside edge. Nearly took you with you back to the boundary edge. He's close in there. It'll come, it'll fly at him.
Statham quicker than Truman?
No. No, you must be mad.
No.
Ask Fred.
Broad bowls and defending his Labuschagne down the pitch. We're going to enjoy asking you questions like this all the way through the week.
Don't get on about Fred. I mean, he's one of my all-time heroes, Fred Truman. And any time you would talk about quick bowling, whoever it was, and if it was Mark Wood last week, Fred would say, I can bowl faster than that in a Mac and a pair of Wellingtons.
He probably said that when he was in his 60s.
He did. He was convinced he's the quickest bowler there's ever been.
Labuschagne's got 1 from 7 balls. Brought into him here from the Statham end. Wide of the crease, defends out to cover, no run. Better delivery. Made him play, made him defend. Asking good questions there.
The leg slips there, Bumble, because they feel that Labuschagne is moving so far to the off stump. He's going to be playing at balls that are quite straight, and he's losing his balance coming around, so he might not control that little leg, you know, that sort of down to fine leg stroke and get the inside edge to it.
And the keeper's in play as well. If it's a very thin one, the keeper down the leg side.
So the crowd quiet as Broad sets off. All eyes on him, and then on Labuschagne, who faces up and drives nicely down the ground. An off drive, perfect. His first boundary. Labuschagne the 5, Australia 1 for 21.
Broad's got to do that though. He's already got a wicket from a full ball. He's just tried another one that's up there, and this time you run the risk of being driven, and that batsman's going to win the odd one.
It's a lovely shot, controlled shot. It just came in slow motion. Hits it fairly straight through mid-off. Stokes himself is quite wide.
You're right about Broad wanting to pitch it up more. He's talked a lot about this in the last couple of years, later into his career. 2 left in this over. Delivers here to Labuschagne. Bowls him! Oh, no, he doesn't. My apologies. Hits him on the pad. I thought that snuck through based on the body language of the cordon. They were going up for leg before. Turned down too high. Need a second look at that one. For tyre power, save on full can tyre. It's a complete misjudgment from Labuschagne, me as well, to be fair.
I think it was an in-swing. It's a no ball.
A no ball too. Okay. Imagine that had knocked him over. Labuschagne shouldering arms only to see the arm unfurled retrospectively. 1 for 22. Come on, TV, give us a second look. Here it is. So on the angle, leaving a line high on the flap.
But came back in sort of the in-swinger, wasn't it, really, to Labuschagne? Yeah.
Came back prodigiously. Broad still 2 to come because of the no ball. That's Fuller and driven down the ground again. Check the shot past mid-off. Gets 1, makes it 2. Stokes in pursuit. They might consider a third. Happy with a couple. 1 for 24. So Broad, who's in the game here, already with a wicket. He's got 45 of them here at Old Trafford, an average of 19.
Looking to go onto the leg side, and so he's got his almost a leading edge.
Definitely.
Just control. You said it was checked. It had to be checked, actually, because if he turned the bat even further, it could have been a caught and bowled, maybe even to Stokes. Wasn't in the area he expected the ball to go.
Great contest already. Broad up against Labuschagne. Batting in the short sleeve jumper. Broad to finish. Delivers on Labuschagne. Down the leg side. Gets it between Bairstow and Brook at leg slip. It's going to be by, so nothing on it. Busy over again. 1 for 28. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles huge sale on now. A changing commentary after the break. Daniel Norcross in for meat. Warner 12, Labuschagne 7.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Well, it's all happening out there at the moment. Jimmy Anderson is in to Warner, who gets in a tangle as the ball comes back into him. And the ball ends up just plopping at his feet.
So what we've seen really so far, I think, is Broad struggling for a start to find the corridor and to get the length. Both bowlers have struggled to get the length because it's bounced a little bit more and going over the top of the stumps. Broad's got one that's just held its line to Khawaja and beat the inside edge for the wicket. So he's now starting to home in as well with in-swingers to the right-handed Labuschagne.
4 slips in place. It's a little short, punched off the back foot, just past the diving Moeen. He's now going to have to scramble to his feet and eventually gets up, but not before the ball has made it out towards the boundary. They'll get 3 in the end for that. Good running. Warner and Labuschagne, they will be brisk between the wickets. Warner to 15, 31 for 31. Got to remember, I keep toggling between one and the other. 1 for 31. I'm back in Australia.
31 for 1.
Yeah, well, and that as well.
Yeah.
Anderson's length has been frustrating, hasn't it? Frustratingly short.
He has been a little bit short.
Do you know, he has not got... I don't think he's got a 5-wicket bag here in a test.
He does not. He's not.
There you go.
He hasn't.
That's extraordinary. Mind you, he hasn't played a lot here, I don't think.
He's got an average of 22 here, though.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean necessarily he's taking wickets.
Leg slip in place outside the off stump, left alone through to the keeper.
Means his run rate is down. Runs per over down. So that's quite weird, isn't it? His home ground as well. Do you see that little thing that says the James Anderson end?
Yes, but
it is the smallest sign.
You've really got to peer.
It's the smallest sign I've ever seen.
It used to
name
be
an end of the ground under the clock at the far end.
It used to be quite big, you know. It used to be quite a big old thing. But that's now gone. Anderson is in outside the off stump through to the keeper. No run. Andrew Sampson. When Stuart Broad took that wicket, he equalled a record, did he not? For England.
Caught up with Ian Botham, yes, as our listeners know. 148 wickets in tests for England against Australia.
Whereas Jamie Anderson's played only 1 game fewer and has 33 fewer wickets.
Have a look at those averages. Broad's got a significantly better record against Australia than Anderson does.
I believe the height helps him in Australia. Anderson doesn't have.
Yeah. I yearn for Bobby Peel, though. As Anderson is in, this is defended by Labuschagne strongly. Back to the bowler.
It's not the first time I've heard you say that. Jeremy, talking about the Jimmy Anderson end, do you have anything named after you? Or anywhere? Kettering?
No, I don't. I don't think so. I might have a boundary rope somewhere in Thailand.
Because you've got you got the Statham Way here, don't you? Would you rather have a way? Yes. Would you rather have an end?
Oh, I'd rather have a way.
What about a bar? Because that was Ian Chappell's big thing, isn't it? He wanted a bar named after him.
Anderson into Labuschagne down the leg side, taken by Bairstow, moving to his left. That is the end of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. Australia 1 for 31.
Take crispy bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus and layer it with spicy, sticky barbecue sauce, and you've got The new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. It's a great day to be hungry. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. If you've hit a nasty pothole recently, there could be damage that only an expert can spot. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
SEN Test cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's, and we have got our first bowling change despite that wicket for Stuart Broad. It is going to be Chris Wokes who's going to come in from the Brian Statham end. James Anderson end.
So he's got a away and an end.
He's got a away and an end. Yeah, he's got the full Monty.
That's because has he got a 5-wicket haul at Old Trafford?
He needs a bar as well, I think.
He definitely needs a bar. Well, could you also have the Jimmy Anderson red box?
The point thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't like that thing, but it did provide me with the funniest thing I've seen in cricket for quite a while when Jos Buttler was playing in a T20 game here for Lancashire against Yorkshire. And there was a lady in a very, very white trouser suit, as Wokes is in, right arm over the wicket to left-handed Warner, who pugnaciously defends back to Wokes, who then plays some fancy footwork. That's Samba cricket from Chris Wokes, just flicking the ball back up to him with a double keepy-uppy. That's hence the Match of the Day theme tune for Australian listeners. That's our compilation of football highlights, comes every Saturday. That's the theme tune. Great work from Finchy, the trumpeter. Yeah, so the lady was up there with a large glass of red wine on the balcony of the Point as Wokes is in. And Warner tucks this into the onside, but straight to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. And the Point, for those of you back in Australia, is a very unimaginatively designed red rectangular glass box.
It's also not at point.
It's not at point. It's
really
at the moment. It's a long leg for the left-hander, a deep third for the right-hander, or wide long on or wide long off. Not at point. You're absolutely right. I mean, one part of it is at backward point, the bit furthest round, because it's quite a big old thing. And it's a hospitality area, raised up from the ground where spectators will hang out. Wokes in, a thick leading edge squirts the backward point where it is fielded, and there is no run. And the lady had this giant glass of red wine. Butler was in fine fettle. He smashed the ball high in the air, and she was chatting away to someone. The ball landed on the glass. It was a plastic glass because they were outside, and it threw the red wine all over this magnificent white trouser suit. She honestly looked like somebody at the end of Kill Bill. It was magnificent. Magnificent. More of that sort of thing, please, as Wokes is in. And Warner plays away from his body and was fortunate not to drag that bag on. In the end, it rolled out to the offside where Stokes tied it up. 4 slips, backward point, short extra, long leg, a forward square leg, really, and a wide mid-on.
Dangerous shot for Warner.
Gets out like
he's just jumping a little bit and just trying to angle it. And you just bring all the slips in the back would point into play a little bit there. He needs to either, if it's wide enough, to cut it or to punch it through square a lot more rather than just holding the bat there. That came off the inside into his legs, into the pads.
Wokes into Warner. And Warner leaves this quite close to his off stump. Goes through the keeper.
So that shot that he played on the offside, in the first part of his career, he would drag that to the leg side. He used to play this like little flip to the leg side. But he went out to it a bunch of times, probably about 5 or 6 years ago, and he's put it away completely now. And it means that it's one other way that people can keep that pressure on him outside off stump. Does Athers have anything here? Is anything named after Athers? The Athers temporary stand?
Well, it's the largest temporary stand in the UK. Wokes in, and again very nearly dragging on is Warner. He goes back into his crease, gets a thick inside edge, it flops out to the onside back of the square. Bairstow tidies up at the end of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard with that single. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail. Australia are 1 for 32.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Easy for me to say. Andrew Sampson.
He's youngest bowler of the day. Mark Wood, 33 years old.
The youngest bowler of the day.
First time England have ever had 4 proper frontline seamers, all over the age of 33 in Test 11.
And they've got Stokes as a 5th.
Stokes is a 5th. There's 8 players. Stokes is 32, so there's 8 players in this 11, age 32 or more, which is the first time England have had that since 1948.
So they might have 6 bowlers over the age of 32.
And they could have 7 fruit bowls as well.
Fruit bowls as well.
And yet they play like a side that's having a midlife crisis, don't they? They're a funny old bunch. So Mark Wood, who had such an explosive introduction to the series at edge back, heading it, hurtles in from James Anderson end to the left-handed Warner's first ball is cut off the back foot nicely through extra cover. It won't make it to the boundary. It's being pursued by an eager Stokes, and they'll get back for 2. They want a 3rd. Really good running tight, but Labuschagne got the dive in and gets home. Well, that seemed unnecessarily risky from Labuschagne, but why not? Warner moves to 19. Australia 1 for 35. We were talking earlier about the number of wickets there are in this England side. It's now got up to 1,975 with Broad taking the wicket of Khawaja. As we just take a look there on the replay stream with tyre power, save on Falcon tyres. It's pretty tight.
Did need the dive though, didn't it?
Yeah.
Need the dive.
It was a bad decision to take that run in the first session when you've been put in, you've lost a wicket.
Well, still haven't had a run out, you know, in this series. First time since 98-99 that the first 3 tests of an Ashes series have yielded no run out. But what I wanted to ask the Oracle in the corner there, Andrew Sampson, is if Wood picks up 3 wickets, will it be the first time that a side has 6 bowlers with over 100 wickets in it? As Wood is into Labuschagne, who tucks us into the onside square of the wicket straight to Wokes. There's no run.
Did Hansi Cronje take 100 Test wickets?
No.
Okay, then that's not South Africa.
I mean, there would be... Obviously, he's 3 wickets away from that. Yeah, but let's say he takes 3 wickets today and then they go out in the second innings, bowl again. Will that be the first time a side has taken to the field with 600-plus wicket bowlers?
Would there be a 1958? How many wickets did Basil D'Oliveira take? He wouldn't have taken 100, would he? Yeah, I can't think of any team, because you need 6 all-round, well, 2 all-rounders and 4 specialists, don't you?
You do. How many did Wally Hammond get?
81st.
Next delivery down the leg side is dropped by Bairstow. I don't think there was anything on it, but Bairstow's butterfingers continue once more. It's a short ball. It's a legitimate line of attack for getting Labuschagne out. There's a leg slip in for precisely that.
That one's hurt him as well.
And that has hurt Bairstow.
Yeah, I think that got him on the end of the finger.
Yeah, well, the reason he got him on the end of the finger was because he didn't get his palms around the ball.
Yeah, it didn't hit anything. It just went straight through. And
does it dip a touch? And dip a little bit?
Dipped after he dropped it, I can tell you that. Look, that's the second one he's fumbled this morning. His hands aren't in the right spot.
He's reaching out to the ball. It's not coming to him. It's not a great sign.
Second one already in the first 10 overs? Just the 2 fumbles?
Strange one off the pad flap.
Where he was appealing and dropping it at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. Right, he's ready to go again now. 3 slips, gully, leg slip. A very fine leg slip in the form of Stokes. As Wood runs in, right arm over the wicket, covering up in defence is Labuschagne into the onside. Picked up by Stokes in front of square, no run.
I don't know whether any of you guys... I mean, if you're dropping Robinson, which they have done, so, you know, that's not so interesting now, but the most improbable choice to replace him with would have been Folkes for me. Most improbable. Would have tidied up the keeping area, would have given some batting runs as well lower down in the order. A la Ali and Wokes.
Wood rushes in, Labuschagne plays away from his body, finds a gap in the offside, and we'll get an easy single.
If that was the case, then I imagine Bairstow might have gone up for 3 or somebody else. Stokes probably, now that he's not bowling, could be an option as well. Anyway, so that was one option, I thought.
Yeah, I think...
Second one, you know, you can comment about it in a moment, but a number 3. They could have selected another number 3 from county cricket. A Tom Abel, a Jamie Smith, I don't know. You'll know better. Now, well, Dan Lawrence was thrown out at Headingley.
Yeah.
So he was unlikely to be number 3, I think. So to look into the nursery, if you like.
Wood into Warner, who guides this square of the wicket. Short ball, which got up on his toes. It's running away towards the boundary. Might even make it there. Nope. Good diving stop in the end. Just keeps the scoring to 3 again. Let's take a look at Wood's speeds. 91, 91, 92, 93, 91 at the back end of that over. And at the end, indeed, of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail. Australia are 1 for 39.
Go into Tyre Power and say, hey, got a great value deal for me this winter? And they'll say, good timing. The winter safety sale is on now. You can buy 3, get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres. Nice one. Tyrepower.com.au.
There's a word for when 100% Aussie Angus beef meets fresh, crunchy lettuce, onion, and juicy tomato. Classic. The Classic Angus at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m.
SEN Test Cricket with Macca's. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. Andrew.
Well, I can confirm it will be the first time that a team will have 6 bowlers in it with 100 wickets each.
Oh, what a time to be alive. As Wokes is in, right arm over, starts a new over. It's guided along the ground with an angled bat by Warner. A full delivery to 4th slip. Brooke does the fielding.
Yes, well, the World 11, of course, in the 2005
yes,
Super Test.
That would have got close, wouldn't it?
There were 5 of them.
5, can you name them? Well, let's have a go. Harmison,
Flintoff, Murali.
Pollock, did Pollock play?
No, Pollock, I think, played the one day.
Stain? No, before him. Donald? No, he's Javagal Srinath. Wokes in, defended by Warner, a little too short, just pushed back up the wicket, and there's no run. We wait with bated breath.
When I'll press the right button and get the World 11 bowling attack was.
That's what she said.
Murali, Harmison, Daniel Vittori, Andrew Flintoff, and the other one would have been Joe Callis. Those were the 5.
That's a decent old side they got there, isn't it?
They lost, didn't
they? Yeah, lost badly. Wokes into Warner. Warner goes for a cut to a ball that's way too short. Gets the under edge again. I mean, can a man really be a played on waiting to happen?
Yes.
It appears to me.
He's a dirty drag on candidate. Just on the wicket keeping thing, they're not going to make that choice anyway to bring folks in because they've decided that all their chips are in.
That's why I said it was most improbable.
Yeah. But what I would say is,
wouldn't be a bad idea though.
If Stokes was fit and could bowl, I think they might have made this choice by now. Whereas they're thinking, well, there's no point having Moeen and half a Stokes.
Wokes into Warner, who gets a shoulder ball, which he pulls out towards deep square leg. This will run away for a boundary. That was just dragged down, didn't get up above waist height, and easy pickings for Warner, who goes to 26 from 26 balls. Australia 1 for 43.
Yeah, not the pace to bowl, that length on this surface. It's a good surface, folks. If you get yourself in here, they can just see themselves through to lunch here, Australia, with the minimal loss of wickets. I can see this, and the sun comes out. Good batting day. The other option 3 is Tongue or Potts, like for Robinson.
Wokes into Warner, who defends a fuller ball, moving across his crease, pushes into the offside, picked up by Stokes.
Tongue played at Lord's. You guys saw him as well. He got 3 wickets in the first innings and 2 in the second, and the 3 wickets were Khawaja, Warner and Smith in the first innings. Not bad. And Warner and Smith in the second. Yeah. So they're top order wickets is what I'm saying.
No, I think
so. I think Tongue particularly is an option, and then Anderson, of course, the sentimental, a romantic selection.
Wokes in, forward comes, forward shuffling really as Warner plays the ball back to the bowler at the end of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Australia 1 for 43.
Beaumont Tiles hits another 6 for your renovation budget, introducing the best value tile range ever. It's called Beaumont Max. How's this?
Subway tiles from $30. Yes, Subway tiles from $30 in over 10 colours. 3x6 white wall tiles only $19.95. Floor tiles from $29.95 featuring concrete and marble look. Don't be caught out of your crease. Buy Beaumont Max from Beaumont Tiles. You'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
SEN cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Wood starts a new over from the James Anderson end. 3 slips Gully, leg slip Lalor Shane. Flicks that to Stokes and it hits him on the shin. Was that a chance?
No, it bounced just in front of his shin. And it's ended up at slip, and that has hurt. That's hit right on the front of his leg there.
Oh, poor old Stokes. I mean, he's in the wars enough as it is. It was a little flick by Labuschagne. Just want to see this again. Yeah, it's bounced well in front, but then it's whacked him right on the right shin.
It's like Alfred Min.
Oh, yes, and his giant pads, or lack of.
Lack of pads.
Yeah.
Changed the game forever. Maybe Stokes will as well. Leg slip pads. The problem with that was it wasn't a normal edge. It was almost like a forehand around the corner.
Yeah, it's an under edgy into the ground. It bounced about a metre in front of Stokes. A very fine leg slip. Wood into Labuschagne and sways out of the way of a bouncer through the Bairstow.
So just to get back to Jeremy's point. So
those basically are the 4 choices that I'd sort of jotted down that you could make if you drop Robinson.
So I think I would have brought Tongue in.
So do I.
But I understand.
But that's not important.
Yeah, but I understand why they have it. What I would say is we are at a very interesting point that you don't see as much in modern cricket, where neither team is playing what is their best 11. They are playing an 11 that they think will fit against the opposition, even though they're like, well, we're just going to pick 2 all-rounders because we don't want to drop Warner, and we're going to bat Mo in at number 3 because we think he might average 20 batting at number 3, and a new guy might only average 28, and we get more bowling.
It is all a bit random as Wood is in down the leg side, missed by Bairstow, who rather lumbered and fell towards his left, and the ball runs away for 4 more byes. We're going to get Andrew Sampson on the bye count. Shortly, we have had a text from Jono in New Zealand who says, Jeremy Coney and David Lloyd, what a combo. 2 of the most knowledgeable voices in cricket. Amazing work by you all. You guys really do paint a picture. From another blind listeners, well, our experts are for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas.
Good on him. It's pretty late over there.
Do you think he saw your song? 8833 song?
Oh, what a song that was.
I doubt that.
Well, I heard it. I meant to ask which Beatles song you were ripping off as Wood is into Labuschagne, who covers up the defence, back to the bowler. No run. I mean, you've got a beautiful, you have the voice of an angel, Jeremy.
You won't see me. You know, that very famous Beatles song.
Yeah.
I don't know what album it was on. It might have been Rubber Soul. It might have been Revolver. Someone will send us the answer for sure.
8833, if you'd like to tell Jeremy what song he was ripping off.
Yeah. I know what the song is.
And he's off. I've annoyed him.
With that, he's gone. He was there, like Kaiser Sose, and then he's gone. Wood into Labuschagne. A short outside the off stump, pushed into the offside, fielded in the covers. There's no run once more. England have just made the one breakthrough today, that of the durable Khawaja, who was given out LBW from round the wicket by Broad and Andrew.
By count for the series, Bairstow's conceded 53 to Carey's 20.
His 50's up. The 50's up for Johnny Bairstow.
Considering Australia have faster bowlers.
I know.
You would expect it to be the other way around.
Well, that was emblematic of Johnny Bairstow's keeping that 4 byes. I mean, he simply fell to his left. Yeah. I mean, a sort of ginger hand flung out and got thin air. Wood into Labuschagne, who defends off the back foot. Out into the covers. That's the end of the over on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Australia 1 for 47.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, sparkies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the 3rd umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's Imar. SEN Cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Wokes will continue, and we have great news. It was from the Rubber Soul album, the Jeremy Coney song, between Norwegian wood and nowhere man for those who care. Wokes in, short, up on his toes. Goes. Warner plays into the offside on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. It's Cyber Safety Awareness Month at Harvey Norman, and we're giving you a free $50 cyber safety voucher to use towards any cyber security product. T's and C's apply.
What's your favourite cyber security
product? The one that keeps me safe.
I see you as a Norton man.
It could be that. It's the thing that pops up on the bottom right. As Wokes is in, driving at this is Warner, not with timing. It goes out between cover and extra cover, out towards the boundary. A couple more runs to the total. Takes Warner to 28 in Australia to 1 for 49. Andrew?
Yeah, just one other team that has had 5 bowlers with 100 wickets in it.
Oh, yes.
Which India. It's had 3 test matches in 2019.
Oh, 2019. Shall we have a guess? Ashwin Jadeja.
Yep.
Shami Ishant.
Yep.
And Umesh.
And Umesh.
Because I don't think Bumrah has 100 yet, does he?
Bumrah's gone past.
Has he? Because he hasn't played a lot of tests.
He hasn't played lately, but yeah.
Wokes into Warner, plays this late little dabby flick to square cover. There's no run. He's playing in an unusual fashion, Warner. He gives you the impression that he's about to drag the ball back onto his stumps at every moment, partly because he's playing sort of slightly horizontal bat shots to balls that are on or around off stump, which is quite perilous unless you're Brian Lara.
He then played that shot before, which was sort of a half pull, but it was that shot I was talking about earlier where he sort of whips it across the line.
Whippage.
I think he's better on this kind of a surface. This is more like an Australian kind of surface, as you've been banging on about.
I have, I'm sorry, yes, I have been banging on about it. Wokes in outside the off stump to oohs and ahs, left alone through to the Bairstow.
128.
So he's over.
But at that stage he wasn't in those teams that had the 5 bowlers in the week.
And I suppose you'd be having...
And he only had about 50 at that point.
You'd be having 3 seamers and 2 spinners, wouldn't you? I mean, to get the 6th bowler, you need some really discretionary pick, don't you? Or
they can do it because they can bat Jadeja at 5, Ashwin at 6, or wicketkeeper at 6, Ashwin at 7.
Yeah, you could have the
Akshar at 8, Shardul. So they can actually have a bunch of all-rounders all the way down.
Wokes into Warner, who cuts at this and misses through to Bairstow. Didn't go through particularly high, and for once Bairstow took it cleanly, but of course on this occasion the ball didn't touch the bat.
That time it was a proper horizontal shot. It wasn't the angled one. He went all in. It was probably a little bit
went
too
over the top. Did he go over the top of it?
A little bit over the top. Yeah, but so India could have a team in the future that would have 100 wickets. But I think it's a fair way away. And also the problem with India is that every 5 minutes they seem to find someone else who's very talented and they upgrade, and so they move along. But they have the option, I think, in the future.
Here's Wokes into Warner, who takes a little step, then pushes the ball off the back foot and to the offside. They scamper through for a single. The 50 is up on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. The end of the over. Australia 1 for 50. Drinks are coming onto the field. So after the break, and after the drinks break, I'm assuming the drink... Hang on, wait a minute. I'm not sure they are coming onto the field. How irksome. No, we'll have another over before the drinks break.
My tips for kicking goals in life: getting up early and making your bed.
Just go for it. Reach for the stars.
Eyes on the goal, eyes on what you want, and everything you do, go about it with integrity.
Plan, and plan.
It's important to set an achievable goalpost.
Kick goals with a fixed price funeral plan with Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Test Cricket with Macca's. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. So it's not drinks break. It looked like a drinks break because we were 1 hour in and a man with a tabard came on to give a drink to Mark Wood because he couldn't wait for one over. As he runs in on the James Anderson end, was a short delivery as he falls over in his delivery stride, but he's pushed back to him by Warner. There's no run.
Because we were thinking of some other teams. So Carl Hooper took over 100.
Yes, Carl Hooper would be a possibility.
But by the time he took those 100 wickets, they probably didn't have a 4th bowler who would have had over 100 wickets. So it would have been Walsh, Ambrose and Bishop. But the 4th bowler, there probably wouldn't have been a 4th.
Benjamin.
I think by the time Hooper, I think that was gone. So it's an interesting one because there aren't that many. So Sanis Jayasuriya took over 100 Test wickets, but I think at one stage he had the 3rd most wickets in Sri Lankan history. So there wasn't anyone else with any.
hurtles in, 4 slips in place. Warner fends one off his hip down towards deep backward square. And they're going to come back for a second run, and I'm not sure that should have happened there, because Moeen Ali was at long leg, and James Anderson having to do all that running from deep backward square leg. He got there much quicker than Moeen Ali, who didn't have anything like as far to go, but 2 more to Warner. He moves to 31, 1 for 52.
Moeen Ali was at point before, and I think you briefly called it. Moeen Ali fell over twice in one play.
Yes.
And they've put him at fine legs since then. But yeah, he wasn't moving particularly well there. Let's get our aging seamer, who's been brought back for nostalgic reasons, to run in rather than the part-time number 3.
Yes, that seemed a bit strange.
The pinched Nighthawk.
Right. Wood is going to have a change of angle here. He's going to come around the wicket to Warner. He comes rushing in. Right arm round. And that's short, and that's played away, fended once more out towards Anderson, but this time a bit more bat on it, so it goes out to him more quickly. Just the 1 more to the total. He goes to 32, 1 for 53.
So since I've said he hasn't played that shot, I think we've seen it 3 times with this sort of flick on the leg side, and he hasn't looked like dragging on since he started playing it. It's just a slightly better option for him. Where do you put Warner in the all-time greats, being that we know how much he has averaged at home versus away, but he's still averaging over 44, almost 45 as an opener.
Which is not an easy thing to do.
Yep. He's a hard one to work out his overall legacy, and you have to factor in the strike rate as well.
Wood, this time into Labuschagne, so the leg slip back in place. This is clipped nicely through mid-wicket, up towards the boundary, being pursued by a broad. Off comes the sun hat after 8.5 strides, and the ball thuds into the sponge for 4. Nicely controlled shot by Labuschagne, 2 full. Just had to lay bat on it and angle the wrist. The score advances to 1 for 57 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Yeah, they played this game with Labuschagne where they really over-pitched to him because they think that's where he has his biggest problem. 93.8 miles per hour, that one. They over-pitched to him, and it does mean at times in the series he's got a lot of very easy boundaries, but driving, sometimes slicking on the leg side. But eventually, we just got someone on the balcony. Is that on the...
Well, there's no one really, is there? But Labuschagne can see something.
Ceremonial Chris Rogers balcony, wasn't it? Where Chris Rogers' mate was up there and annoyed him. We're actually going to have a break here.
Why?
I think it's the reflection of what, though?
What is that you're seeing, Bharat? It's hard to say, isn't it?
There's a reflection near one of the chairs that I think is getting in his eye.
Well, I'll tell you what. They're finally taking the drinks break. Isn't that marvellous? On the Harvey Norman scoreboard, Australia 1 for 57, not even at the end of the over. We've had 4 balls of the 14th over. They're taking a drinks break. On the other side, it's going to be Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan.
The 2023 Hyundai Palisade. It's first class for you and your kidults. Our premium large SUV features a stylish and spacious cabin that comfortably fits whatever they're into, from surfing one day to drumming the next. They'll even love the impressive connectivity and premium tech. Plus a 5-star ANCAP safety rating gives you extra peace of mind. Connectivity T's and C's apply. Find out more at Hyundai.com.au. Imagine that. Hyundai.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
No matter which footy team you cheer for, around 1 in 3 of the players will need donated blood in their lifetime. Same goes for the opposition and supporters like you too. Yet only 1 in 30 people gives blood. That's a lot of potential donors sitting on the bench. So why not be the lifeblood of your footy team and everyone's team? Search Give Blood to book a donation with Australian Red Cross Lifeblood today. Give life. Give blood.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Broad up, bowls to Kawasha. Hits on the pad, Broad Celebra peels. Umpire Wilson gives it out. Kawasha's been given out leg before wicket. Broad was convinced he didn't turn around. He seldom does.
Inside in.
Here's ball tracking. 2 reds to start, 3 reds hitting middle stump. Just beneath the bail. So Usman Khawaja is the first wicket to fall in this crucial Ashes Test match at Manchester. And the first wicket to fall was the only wicket to fall in the first hour of play. 1 for 57 Australia after being sent in. Khawaja leg before for 3. It was 1 for 15. And this pair have put on a subsequent 42. Warner still there on 32 from 37 with 3 boundaries. It's been an eventful stay so far. Labuschagne with him 12 from 27. Adam Collins picking up commentary. Bharat Sundaresan for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. And we have a very unusual stoppage here with some reflection for some glass at the pavilion end, meaning they're taking drinks after 4 deliveries. Reminds me of the 1995 test here between England and the West Indies where the sun stopped playing. It was when the square was spun round the other way. They changed the angle here at Old Trafford when they renovated the ground in 2011. But when the sun was a factor, as it was in that test match in 95, they had to walk off because it was too bright.
I remember that actually. Watching it late in the day in India, back when I was still in school under Sampson. And no, I think what did happen here is there's just some metal just under the side screen on at the Jimmy Anderson end of this ground, and the sun was in the perfect position to shine right off it, and you could see this very luminous orange light emanating from that side. It's very dramatic.
Is it still, I mean, I haven't been able to pick it up through my binoculars. Is it still proving problematic? Stuart Broad's running back in that direction to have a chat to somebody.
Now, David Warner, I think, seemed to suggest that it's still in his, or it would be in the line of sight of a right-hander in particular.
So it's above the side screen beneath the balcony?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's one of these unusual grounds where patrons are allowed to sit right on top of the side screen. That you get that in England from time to time. So Broad's having a conversation with, I guess, the stewards. He's conveying his message through the crowd. I think he's asking for a sheet to be draped across it or something like that.
I think he's asking them to go, asking the people sat there to probably move a few seats up, a few rows up, so that they kind of cover that bit under the side screen.
You can see how much Broad's loving this, by the way. Playing conductor down, smile on his face.
They're listening to him. That's exactly what they're doing. So they're all moving 1 row up. It's like I don't know about the man in the red tie, if he's very happy with it.
So there's about 30 or so people in the chairs in front of the side screen. Not quite sure how that's going to help.
Well, so now
is the idea that they'll get in the way of...
They will get in the way. I think that's exactly what...
So they prefer to have patrons in whatever they're wearing. Oh, no, here we go. New solution. It looks as though one of the maintenance staff has a piece of white tape that he's going to drape across
that makes sense.
The bottom. So it's in a very unusual spot. It's not anywhere near the bowler's release point. At least you wouldn't expect it to be, but the reflection gets up in the eyes of Warner.
Yeah, I mean, but imagine if you were one of those people. No wonder now it's taken them 7 minutes to realize I can take a very close-up selfie with Stuart Broad. It's when you rocked up at Old Trafford this morning, I don't think you would have imagined having a lengthy chat with Stuart Broad just randomly during the middle of a test match.
We've got master statistician Andrew Sampson with us as well. What have you got? A question without notice while we're going to break in play.
What have I got?
What do you? I'm throwing to you for anything that's come to mind.
Anything that's come to mind? Oh dear, I wasn't prepared for anything that's come to mind. Looking at delays and things, obviously.
I mean, the most unusual delays in Test cricket that come to mind here.
Oh, there've been dogs in the field. A few animals, snakes in Sri Lanka.
Snakes got play. I like that. There's an entire section in the Wisden Cricketers Almanac devoted each year to recreational cricket and stuff that stopped play. This might get a mention next year, even though it's a test match. We're nearly ready to go again. Read out a message here. Decided to switch from TV to SEN, and it's great. Reminds me of listening to past Ashes series on the radio with earphones in when in bed, when my partner thought I was sound asleep, or when I was a kid in bed. The sounds of cricket. How great are the Ashes? That's Pat from Templestowe. A reminder, you can turn the sound down on the telly and sync up SEN on the app all the way through the series. Wood continuing the over at last. Sun's hidden by a cloud. Delivers here to Labuschagne. Back of a length, pushed into the onside. No run. 0433 98 11 16 to communicate with us in the commentary box in Australia, or 8833 in New Zealand.
Some eye drops for both David Warner and Johnny Bairstow during that extended drinks break. And David Warner, we've seen him do that before. Often when he's out there in the middle on a Omish day. Not sure what Johnny Bairstow's reasoning behind the eye drops for. This has been good from David Warner and Marnus Labuschagne. They haven't looked at ease at all times. They've fought hard.
So Wood sprinting in to complete his broken up over. Finds the edge of Labuschagne. 4 runs through 4th slip. They had a 4th slip in earlier. They took him out and moved him into leg slip. And Stokes has got his hand in front of his eyes. He knows that could have been. Labuschagne 16 at the end of the over. Warner 32. Australia 1 for 61 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
For over 40 years, Kubota have worked the Australian landscape and faced its challenges. From first light to sunset, our agriculture and construction range works with power and versatility that you can rely on. From our mid-size to professional tractors, dependable mowers, zero tail swing or conventional excavators, and more. Kubota is building and shaping the future. Visit kubota.com.au or head to your nearest dealer to learn more.
I've got Bharat Sundaresan with me for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Chris Wokes will continue from our end, the Brian Statham end. We've got the temporary stand to our left, all the way up into the gods. The new hotel to our right. The old hotel, which it is now. The other end of the ground alongside the pavilion. The corporate hospitality as well. All the red boxes here at Manchester in recent years. Brilliant test venue. Wokes operating right arm over the wicket to Warner. 3 slips behind him. Edge stand gone. A conventional caught behind, pitched it up, gave it a chance to swing. Just a little bit of movement. Warner committed to the booming drive and into the gloves of Bairstow. Warner's caught behind for 32, Australia 2 for 61, Bharat Sundaresan.
Yeah, we were just speaking about how Australia have fought through this tough session, and David Warner's thrown it away. Just punched his bat in angst. Full ball from Chris Wokes, and nothing short from David Warner. He was dragged into playing that drive. But it wasn't a full-blooded drive. It was really him just sticking his bat away from his body. Thick edge. You could hear it through the headset. Easy catch behind the wicket. And all that hard work that David Warner put in the first hour. No wonder he looked so disgusted with himself. So disappointed with himself.
So the frustration of Warner leaving the field. Knows that he's nearing the end of his career. He wants to go on with starts like that. Gone for 32 from 38 deliveries, and it brings Stephen Smith to the middle. The man who made 211 on this ground back in 2019. It's a long walk up those stairs for Warner.
Yeah, he looked fidgety from the very beginning. David Lloyd spoke about his nervous energy. Yeah, I mentioned how he was playing a lot of shots in training sessions leading up to this test match. I expected him to be aggressive, which he was. So there were a few inside edges, a couple of times where he could have played onto his stumps. A couple of LBW shots against him. He survived all that, played a few good shots. And maybe the break in play, break in concentration. Yeah, he wouldn't want to watch a replay of that shot, David Warner.
So Steve Smith, who missed out in both innings at Leeds in his 100th test match, making 22 and 2, out in the middle after 75 minutes. Maybe it was the break of play as well, about 10 minutes that interruption, where Warner didn't face a ball. Smith to face his first. Wokes in the book. Right arm over, bowls to Smith, back of a length, pulling the first ball out the deep backward square, over the head of square leg. Wow. That's gone for 4, but I tell you what, it was nearly 2 in 2 for England. Smith not in control of the shot. Took on Mark Wood at deep backward square. What a moment that is. We'll need to see it back for tyre power, but it was short, but perhaps didn't quite get up to the extent to which he thought. And Smith towards Wood and just above his outstretched left mitt. Had he been back on the rope, it would have carried straight into his hands. Wow. Smith off the mark first ball. 2 for 65. England held its breath as one. Hands on heads as well. Wokes bowls to Smith. Leg stump line leaves it alone into the gloves of Bairstow diving away. They've got the leg slippers always for Smith.
It almost felt like Steve Smith was shocked with himself. He played that shot, took a couple of steps down the pitch and just stopped as if he was telling himself, and he would have told himself, what did he just do this much?
Can you imagine if Smith is caught pulling to deep backward square first ball? Can you fathom the kind of response it would have gotten from the vice-captain? Not to mention the 20 million Australians watching at home or tuning in, or near enough to that anyway. All eyes on Wokes here, bowling to Smith. Short sleeve jumper, defends out to cover, no run, bat on ball. Blimey, I can't come to terms with that shot.
I don't think Steve Smith has. It took him a while. He seemed to walk down the pitch and ask Marnus, what did I just do? Because it just didn't get up enough, which meant that he got under the ball rather than over it. And bizarrely, it just landed in front of the rope, so Mark Wood was a bit too far in.
I mean, you're trained to walk in with the bowler, of course. Wokes bowls to Smith, who defends to mid-on, no run. I mean, that's the method when you're fielding on the rope, but he was a long way in, you know. There'll be scrutiny on just how far inside the rope he was. That ball bounced, I reckon, 2 metres inside the rope in front of the hotel.
Yeah.
Had he been back even another metre, he would have had the chance to get the left hand.
Very much so.
Up in time. So Smith, who last time here, 211 in the first innings, 80 in the second. Thumping the bat into the turf with real gusto as Wokes arrives. Last ball of the over, a successful one. Smith squared up a wee bit, defends down the pitch. A wicket for Wokes, gets Warner. Gone for 32 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Australia 2 for 65. Smith there on 4, Labuschagne 16.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
Chris Wokes receives a round of applause from the temporary stand. They're celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives. Wood's turn into Labuschagne on 16, wide of the crease, bouncer. Quick 1-2. Gets underneath it. Bairstow takes it with his hands above his head. Our coverage is for Macca's. The barbecue bacon Angus is at Macca's. Baz?
Steve Smith seemed to settle down after that first shock shot to start his innings. And Mark Wood, we saw him, it almost felt like the Test series came alive when he bowled his first spell in Headingley. Not the same kind of pace and carry of this pitch. Hasn't looked as threatening, has he?
Striving for something here. Into Labuschagne from the Anderson end, wide of the crease. Labuschagne pushing out towards mid-wicket for 1. Just helping it into the onside. He's 17, 2 for 67. Make that 66. The board and the players' numbers aren't quite lined up yet by TV. We'll get there through the week.
Yeah. Maybe not a bad.
Watching that dismissal back, David Warner, you described it well. I think a bit of a nothing shot. He wanted to drive, but just a bit of movement. That's the tempter. That's what they were trying to do earlier with Warner. Couldn't quite get it full enough. If there's one criticism of Anderson and Broad this morning is they weren't full enough for long enough. They were getting the swing. I saw a CricViz measure come up on social media. So 1.7 degrees of swing in the first 45 minutes, which is almost double what they got in previous tests when bowling on morning 1 in the series. Wood bowls and Smith plays into the onside, gets 1 as well. Just behind square, he's 5, 2 for 68.
I was just going to say, not a bad result for England that Wood gets a look at Steve Smith early on in his innings. We didn't see this happen in the first innings in Headingley, but Wood did bowl to Steve Smith. He was held back for an over.
Andrew Sampson.
Yeah, Steve Smith, he's averaged over 60 for most of his career, but it's down to 58.94 at the start of this innings.
It's happened a couple of times, hasn't it, where Smith's average has gone into the 50s.
Yeah. This is the lowest it's been since August 2016.
Wow. August 2016. There you go. It was an even 60 coming into the series. Made 100 at Lords a couple of weeks ago. It's Labuschagne here. Facing Wood. Back of the length, leaves it alone. That's quick. That's at 148 kilometres an hour, but felt quicker than that. Really raced through to the gloves at Bairstow. Yeah, Smith's average got as high as, you'll tell me, I reckon it was 62, 63 around that.
Sure, yeah. No, but it tells you how difficult it is to maintain your average at 60 and about why not only a handful of batters in the history of the game have done it.
64.81 in September 2019, the end of that Ashes series.
Only 5 in Test history to have an average above 60 when they're finished, for those that qualify, that is. Wood 2 left in the over. Labuschagne ducks a bouncer. That's close to the lid. That's fierce. Wood's finding his mojo now. That's 94 mile an hour. So 151 clicks for the bouncer. They're unusual. Usually the bouncers are back a couple of mile an hour. It's flashed up on the screen. The crowd appreciative. Yeah, of course, Bradman, then Voges, 61.87. Pollock, 60.1. Headley, 60.8. Sutcliffe, 60.8. Then you're down to Eddie Painter, 59. Same kind of applies with bowlers at an average of 20, doesn't it? Somehow they always end up getting out of the teens by the end of their career. Wood finishing, playing from the crease is Labuschagne into the onside. A third single in that direction for the over. He's 18, Australia 2 for 68 at the end of the over. Our coverage is for Macca's. The barbecue bacon Angus is at Macca's.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan Mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. Adam Collins with Bharat Sundaresan here for Red Energy. 100% Australian electricity and gas. Andrew Sampson as well. Labuschagne back on strike. Now a test average of 54. His was into the 60s as well.
It was for quite a while. In fact, early in his career, after his highest, it was after 8 tests, he was averaging 84.
Wow. Yes, the summer of Manas. 4 centuries. It's Pakistan and New Zealand. He's 18 here facing Wakes. 3 slips and a leg slip. Leaves alone, not far away. That just held its line and didn't swing away.
Did not. Just slightly short of length from Chris Woakes there. Allowed Manas to get a good look at it. Just speaking of home summers, there's Pakistan and West Indies coming up. So if Steve Smith in particular can keep his average, even if he can't get to 60 in this series, he would love to do that. Keep it at 59, you would back him to get it over 60 by the end of the home summer. No offense to the Pakistani or the West Indian attacks. Pakistan in particular, now that they have Shaheen Afridi back.
So Labuschagne's faced 35 balls. Woakes up, bowls, and Labuschagne inside edge onto the pad, spits out to backward point. Another good probing delivery from the Birmingham all-rounder. David in Adelaide. The sync with TV and the app is perfect tonight. Good to hear. Thank you, David.
Everything's in sync in Adelaide. Just on Manas, that bouncer from Mark Wood, he copped a pretty painful blow to the helmet yesterday in the indoor net. Andy Flower was giving him throwdowns. He had to change his helmet. There was a little bump on his forehead, but turned out he was fine. He did bat for a long time after that.
Woakes up, 19 on his back bowls. Here Labuschagne out towards fine leg from the inside part of the blade, but in control along the grass. Labuschagne 19, 2 for 69.
Yeah, these two, just the amount of time they spend with each other, chatting cricket. Adam got a little clip of them in between their nets, just talking cricket and holding each other's hands, and it went viral. Both of them reacted to it. They found it very funny.
Woakes to Smith on 5. He'll stay on 5 with a push to cover from the crease.
The classic. I should have added some romantic music to it. It was just, I didn't need to. Just they were exchanging cricketing sweet nothings. They were talking about grips and all of that, but just the way they were holding each other's hands while doing it.
Right.
So much love.
Not the only hand holding we've had reported on in this series.
Indeed.
Great piece from Batishna Hantaraja and Cricinfo after the Leeds win with Wokes and Wood, reporting that, to keep Mark Wood chilled out when flying, he's a nervous flyer, that Chris Wokes will hold his hand when they're taking off. Here he is, Wokes, bowling to Smith, who lets it hit him on the body. It's on the thigh pad. He went all the way across his stumps, as he's keen to do, but when he realised it was coming back, got the gloves out of the way on the back thigh pad. He's yet to settle Smith. Watching it again here for tyre power. Came back off the seam.
So far across his stumps again. Steve Smith, that's generally also a sign when he thinks that the pitch is not quick enough. And Headingley, you saw he was slightly more side on, even after his back and across movement.
Waits for Wokes, inside edge onto the pad, out to mid-on where Anderson fields. So Wokes a really high quality over, complete. 17 gone, 2 for 69 Australia. SEN Test Cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. Smith 5, Labuschagne 19.
The best advice I've been given is, I think, not to worry.
Quitters never win and winners never quit.
Just to be yourself. And that was probably my mum who told me that.
Take every opportunity that comes your way.
The best advice I have been given is to follow my heart.
When celebrating a loved one's life, don't leave it to just anyone to organise. Get the best advice from a family-owned company with over 85 years' experience. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Change of bowling for England. Mark Wood out of the attack to be replaced by James Anderson from the James Anderson end. Famous old pavilion, been there since 1895 initially. Bombed by the Germans during the war, rebuilt after that. Still sitting there proud with Anderson's name on it, albeit, as Daniel and Bumble reflected on before, nowhere near as big a sign as it should be. Anderson bowled 4 overs, none for 10 before him. With the sun hidden behind a cloud, no better time for Anderson. Jeremy Coney back into the summariser chair as well for Red Energy. Anderson delivers, leaving alone outside the off stump is Labuschagne, 100% Australian electricity and gas Red Energy. Hello, Jeremy.
Hi, Adam. Well, another wicket since I've been sitting here. And that's what Australia just have to try and contend with, just being chipped out in these conditions. You know, that's Warner looking for a drive. Wokes looks to me to be in good rhythm at the moment. He's standing the seam up nicely. He's looking to hit the top of off stump. He's swinging the occasional one away and going across the left-hander.
Anderson up to Labuschagne on 19 bowls. He defends carefully, watchfully out to mid-on.
Labuschagne looks to be a little bit more settled to me in this innings. He's looks like he's on middle, Bharat, this game rather than off stump or middle and off. So see how he goes. The tinkering obviously won't stop. That seems to be the way he works.
Oh, he's got a new coach to work with as well in Andy Flower. I could just write a book on his guards.
Yeah. but the engine room are there now.
3 slips, a leg slip. Anderson to Labuschagne, who leaves the lone. What did you make of Smith's first ball, Jeremy?
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting it at all, and that was really an opportunity, wasn't it, for England? I mean, if Wood went back after it, didn't he? And then if he had been back there for a start, he would have perhaps had a chance there. Smith's always idiosyncratic, we know that, and quite often he starts. Well, you guys might have noticed this more, but I think he starts quite briskly in his innings, and then he kind of pulls back and doesn't move so much as he settles into his innings.
He was 25 at 14 at Lords before his ton, leaving alone here's Labuschagne. Anderson a little bit fuller outside the off stump, is getting closer towards the pegs.
But as I said earlier, I think he's got 190 runs in a few more now, but in the 6 innings, and he's averaging 31, or was. And I talked about the 110 in 1 innings, so 80 times he's 80 rather runs and out 5 times, and he's been nicked off twice by Broad, and then he's gone out and he's driven one to the gully. I remember off tongue at Lords, and then one hook, and then also another chip.
Anderson bowls and defending is Labuschagne out into the onside. No run. I mean,
so he's been out in a number of ways, I think, Adam. And kind of missing ones. He was an LBW, wasn't he, to Stokes as well, I remember, at Edgbaston. So it's a bit unusual, but he's got to stop that fallibility, really. He's got a quirky method, he's got an eagle eye, there's no doubt about that, and very good hands. And he gets himself very square on sometimes, but because of his hands and his eye, he's able to cope with that. And so he's got to really settle in here if he can.
Anderson, the finish. First over of his spell. Close to the stumps. Labuschagne leaves alone outside the leg stump. Through to Bairstow. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. Daniel Norcross in for me. Louis Cameron in for the first time today as well. Australia 2 for 69 with Smith on 5 and Labuschagne 19.
Be bowled over by the world's pinnacle bowls event and get behind the right-at-home Australian Jackaroos. The World Bowls Championships hit the Gold Coast from August 29 to September 10. Proudly supported by Tourism and Events Queensland and Major Events Gold Coast. Tune into daily live streaming on world2023.bowls.com.au. Watch the action unfold live on Fox Sport and KO on September 2, 3, 9 and 10. In the meantime, give bowls a go. Visit bowls.com.au and click on Find a Club.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue and bacon Angus at Macca's. Ronnie says, I'm shouting this out. How good is Test cricket? There is no better form of the game of cricket. How good is this? I'd say there's no better form of the game of any game, except possibly contract bridge played by 28 people spread across a number of different continents simultaneously. But that's just a personal view.
Does rain come into that?
Not often.
Okay.
No. Broad. It's going to start a new over. 3 slips and a leg slip into the fidgeting Smith. Moves across his crease. Plays the ball into the onside. Moeen Ali picks up. Louis Cameron, the Oracle, is with us. And you developed that nickname, Louis, because when we were in India, you miraculously managed to predict pretty much everything that happened. How is your Nostradamian skills feeling at the moment, Louis?
Daniel, I was hoping that nickname would go the way of the dodo, to be honest.
There's no chance of that.
Yeah, not with you on commentary, that's for sure.
No. Well, I mean, it's a very, very noble position to have, the Oracle. We'll come back to it shortly as Broad is in and he flashes at this outside the off stump and clatters the ball away for forward as Steve Smith. There was short and wide, and that was a shot of some orthodoxy, which we don't always say about Smith. He moves to 9, 2 for 73. Of course, the Oracle at Delphi. Very important character, wasn't she?
Absolutely.
Yeah. She used to inhale the fumes in the fissure between the rocks at Delphi. And in so doing, she could see into the future.
Yeah.
What's your secret?
I was thinking.
What do you inhale?
No. Can't answer that one on air, Jeremy. I was thinking more the Oracle from the Matrix.
Oh, yes, I suppose, yeah, update it. Why not? Broad into Smith, who again moves across his crease and plays the ball square of the wicket on the onside. Moeen has to take 4 or 5 steps to his right to field. The result is a single. Smith to double figures. 2 for 74. What have you made of the first hour and a half?
I've really enjoyed it. I think it's I've been interested in this pitch. I mean, turning up 2 days ago, it was the same colour as it is now. You know, normally you turn up to a ground 2 days out and it's green, and everyone says it's going to be a green mamba, and then they shave all the grass off it. It ends up looking more like what it does now, but it looked ready to go 2 days ago. I feared that it might be a bit like Edgbaston, where it was dry and slow and quite flat. I don't think it's as quick as Headingley, but I don't think it's going to be as slow as Edgbaston either.
Broad in full. That's tucked away. Fine. Be a long chase on. Not sure Field is going to make it. They're not. It gives up. And the ball thuds into the sponge at fine leg. Fine leg is really a deep backward square almost. So 4 more to Labuschagne. He's got another one of those starts.
And just a slow start from Broad. It was a bit similar with his new ball spell, wasn't it, Jeremy? I mean, he bowled some beautiful balls in that spell once he got going, but just his starting, you know, maybe that's a bit of a product of being 37 years old. It just takes a while for the old bones.
And the 4th game on the bounce, maybe a little bit, I don't know, but you're right. He's been a little bit wide of the corridor, and there was just a little bit leg-side-ish, but he's dragged one down as well. His length isn't quite there yet, but he's a wicket-taker, isn't he?
Well, leading wicket-taker in the series, is he not?
Is he?
As he runs in to Labuschagne. Labuschagne comes forward solidly. Pat and Pat close together, pushes up to mid-off, Wokes Fields.
These are just so important, these next few the next 30 overs. If these two can withstand that and still be at the crease, then Australia will have gone a long way, I think, to kind of wresting any advantage away from England.
Sun's out now as Broad is in. Labuschagne defends. Back towards the bowler. There's no run at the end of the over on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Australia 2 for 78.
When it comes to cricket, like I'm the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, sparkies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. IMAR tradies love cricket. That's why IMAR is the third umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's IMAR. Welcome back, SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. And don't forget, 0433 98 1116 to text if listening from Australia, but if listening from New Zealand, Jeremy.
88 33
88 33. Do you think you'll ever forget that now? Is
Never.
You're done, aren't you now?
I'm gone.
Right, Anderson starts a new over. Forward comes Smith, pushing into a gap in the offside, gets it in front of square, gets a single. Harry Brook does the tidying up. 2 for 79, Smith to 11.
Do either of you two know what the kind of white substance is that's been put on the practice pitch?
It's weird, isn't it?
Practice pitches, I should say.
Yeah, it's almost like the chalk that weightlifters might use.
Yeah.
It's a curious old substance.
I thought they drenched them when I saw it there yesterday, but it's just kind of like a white kind of chalky.
Lime?
Yeah.
Lime, do you think? Don't know. Anderson from his own end is in, and Labuschagne gets a thick edge that just plops out into the offside, back to the square, off the back foot. Harry Brook does the fielding. It makes for a rather messy looking square. For those of you who are unaware, Old Trafford's not one of the bigger squares. There are probably about 14 pitches, 16 pitches maybe from one side to the other. This isn't a Headingley or an oval which stretches across the entire expanse. And of course, when Jeremy was playing, the square was the other way round.
Yes.
So very long straight boundaries, very short square boundaries. That's all changed now. Square boundaries are big. Straight boundaries quite short. Anderson in, covering up defences. Labuschagne, it's very little on it. The ball only travels about 7 or 8 yards square of the wicket, but that means they can get through for a single because Wokes was a little deep at square leg.
So does it run north-south now, does it?
Yes, more than that. Obviously it was east-west the other way.
Disastrous, of course, as the sun would set.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Never a good move.
But you run, as Bumble was saying this morning, you could run 5.
Yeah.
With straight down the ground.
They're an optimistic bunch here in Lancashire, as Anderson was in. He's tucked into the onside, straight to short mid-wicket, no run. Evidently they thought that just because the sun was in their eye one day, maybe next time the sun would have moved. But unfortunately the laws of physics and general astronomy make that unlikely to the point of impossibility.
Yes.
Yeah, it's one of the few grounds where Sun has stopped playing. Here and Derby.
Derby's one of the other ones that runs.
Yes.
Or ran east-west. Have they still got it going that way?
I think they still do, crazily enough. As Hansen is in. Smith goes right across his stumps. Flicks this fine. Moeen Ali will move to his right, with long leg to field. And one more to the total. 2 for 81. This partnership developing. This was the partnership of nightmares for the English. Andrew.
No, Derby's switched theirs around as well.
They have switched, have they? Yeah. I mean, I'm still suffering PTSD from the time I had to do an all-day commentary with no other commentator from square leg inside a wooden hut at Derby, and I've never really got over that. Painful memories. And sent in. Forward comes Labuschagne. Defends up to mid-off. Broad does the fielding. End of the over on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Australia 2 for 81.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. 3 slips. Leg slip, backward point, wideish mid off, wideish mid on. Forward square leg and a long leg is Broad on 599 wickets. Is into Smith, who clips this away out through deep square leg for 4. And hands were on heads there. That was a classic Steve Smith first innings when he's well rested shot. That was it not, Louis Cameron? Everybody thinks, oh, LBW, and no, they see the ball sail away to the boundary for 4.
Well, you'd think Stuart Broad would know better. It's the big greedy in-swinger, isn't it? He's going right at those stumps, and that probably would have even missed leg. I mean, they do have a leg slip in there, but Steve Smith very, very rarely misses out on his pads.
Yep, that's an interesting field, isn't it? With bowling at leg stump like that, they want to protect the boundary now, so they've got an extra man over, have they? Or they've dropped the man from square, saving one back, and they still haven't got a fine leg. They're encouraging almost that stroke to be played because the leg slip comes into play a little bit more.
Broad in, and Smith nearly plays at one that goes through the bows to Bairstow.
Or the keeper. Daniel, those are the 2 options. A fine one through to Bairstow.
Little glove.
Or, yes, exactly. Or that Stokes himself at that leg slip position. Or they've got the pull shot on as well. You could bowl, as we saw Smith's first ball. And now they've got the man tucked back. So they're going to give him 1, possibly 2, unless he gets it wide of Stokes and it runs to, the orthodox fine leg position.
Smith upright, clatters his bat on the crease. Broad into him, and he tucks this into the onside of a fair bit of bat. It goes on quite gently to square leg, and they come through for a single. You'd have to say that having put into bat 2 for 86, this Australian team will be feeling pretty comfortable. Our Australian team with Red Energy, awarded Australia's most trusted electricity provider by CanStar.
Not much movement in the air, guys. I think that's what I've noticed since I've come here. That swing that Broad was getting earlier, not there.
Could be a long old day in the field for England as Broad is in. Labuschagne lets one go. A little tempter outside the off stump. There's no run. What do we got coming up to lunch here? We've got 16 minutes. Another over from Anderson, another over from Broad, and squeeze in a bit of a Moeen alley, see if that pitch is going to turn. It's got a reputation for taking spin.
Yeah, a bit of an unearned one over the last. I was having a look at some numbers over the last 5 years in Test. It's the 2nd worst Test venue to bowl spinner. I think spinners average 42 here. This is since 2018.
Yeah.
At Lords, I think is the only one worse. It's about 60. So
Broad into Labuschagne, 3 slips weight, and he lets this go by that little jerky move, similar to Ollie Pope actually. It's the new jerky leave that's come into the game.
I don't know how many tests they've played on this kind of turned around pitch that you were talking about earlier, Daniel. I do know the average here is 382 in the first innings for the pitch running in this direction that it is now. Now, if England, somehow don't dismiss Australia for less than that,
well, they're in big trouble, aren't they? Broad in, it's worked up towards mid-on, fielded by Anderson. There's no run at the end of the over on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Australia 2 for 86.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Ashes Cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. Don't forget to get in touch with us on 0433 98 11 16 to text if listening from Australia, and 8833 in New Zealand. Edged nearly by Smith. First ball of a new over from Anderson. Just a little bit of outside edge, bit of pad maybe. Rolls square of the wicket, the offside, no run.
And I think that's the line that they want to be at. And Stuart Broad did get one right in that last over. They kind of scampered a quick single, but they still have 3 slips for both Broad and Anderson. So you can get carried away when you see, as a bowler, you see the leg slip in and you kind of think you have to bowl to it. You end up going 2 leg side. I think it's better to kind of aim for that middle and off, and if one nips back in, then he's in chance.
Anderson in. Smith gets turned round again ever so slightly and lets us know exactly what the ball has done, and it's rolled up towards Stuart Broad at mid-off. Sun hat on. Those 3 slips. Duckett at 3, Crawley 2, Root 1, Stokes at leg slip, Wokes at backward point, Broad at mid-off. We're going to mid-on, a forward square leg and a long leg. There's Anderson. Turns and runs in once again. Outside the off stump, too wide, and Smith does a sort of 360-degree pirouette there, which is always nice to see. And now he goes off on his walks. He likes a fidget. Twiddles that bat. Pats various parts of his body.
Spoke to him between tests. He said he was mentally drained during his 100th test. He said the occasion got the better of him. It's very interesting to kind of hear him say that, because he's a guy who gets into his bubble. Even now, he just looks like he's completely, he's tuned everything out. But he said that test last week, he just wasn't quite in the zone.
Anderson into him outside the off stump, through to the keeper, no run. Yeah, well, I mean, this is one of the things that perhaps slipped a little bit under the radar, the fact it was his 100th test. You know, had he been playing it in Australia, I think they might have made more of a fanfare. You know, in England, when someone gets 100 tests, there are loads of retrospectives and this, that and the other, but obviously the host broadcaster was less intrigued by that.
Yeah,
partly expecting Smith to play another 100, yeah. I imagine.
It's a bit hard. It's a bit harder for the Australians really to play 100 tests.
It is. And down the leg side, that was zeroing in on leg stump, but Smith got something on it, clipped it to square leg. I mean, the England team, I meant to ask you actually, Andrew, is this among the most experienced sides ever to take the field? There's 181 caps for Anderson, 165 for Broad before this test, 133 for Root, 95 for Stokes, 66 for Moeen. Feels like quite an experience. I dare say the Indian side might be an Indian side with Trafford, Laxman, Tendulkar, Srinath, that sort of thing. Kumble. Anderson into Smith, who defends well. Back to the bowler. End of the over on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Australia 2 for 86.
Polaris end of financial year deals have been extended to July 31st with great savings across the range. Get $1,000 free accessories on the 2-seat Ranger 570, the 3-seat Ranger Northstar and the 6-seat Ranger Northstar Crew. Get $2,000 free accessories on the upgraded 23 Ranger Diesel and $3,000 free accessories on the Ranger XP 1000. Finance is available to approved purchases at a 6.99% rate. Don't miss out. See your local Polaris dealer. Polaris. Think outside.
SEN Ashes Cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's, and Chris from Foxton, New Zealand. Where's Foxton, Jeremy?
North Island. Yeah, about 2.5, 3 hours up from Wellington.
Right.
By car.
Sounds lovely, but I suppose
the Foxton Strait. I remember going up there as a kid and then going to the races. Always at Christmas, and Dad would take us to the races. There, yes,
good wholesome fun.
Excellent. Well done, Foxton.
Well, Chris has been in touch. He's from Foxton. Yeah. He says he's listening to SENZ radio. Great call, gents. Just like being there with my imagination. Right. This is a moment in the test.
Imagine Moeen bowling.
Well, that's what you're going to have to imagine, because it is Moeen Ali, the beard that's feared, is coming into the attack. And he's going to start round the wicket to the 2 right-handers. Of course, he picked up 2 crucial wickets at heading there at a point when Australia looked well on top. About 78 for 1, going very nicely with a first innings lead in the 20s. well over 100 ahead in benign conditions, it felt. And then Moeen got both these batters out. He's in now, and his first ball is just pushed into the offside for a single by Labuschagne. Takes him to 25, 2 for 88. I just can't see that happening again, because these are the sort of guys who don't make the same sort of mistake twice, do they?
It was probably his best spell of the series as well. I think even the Australians kind of complimented him on, you know, a guy before the series said, I can't hold an end up, I'm not that kind of bowler. Well, he did that for 17 overs straight. He only went at, I think, 2 and over for that. Turned the test match England's way, wasn't it?
It did, yeah. Absolutely did.
He does have a habit of talking himself down, Moeen Ali. I noticed he did it with the bat in the lead into this test as well.
Yes, 23 runs seems like a mountain to climb, he said. Yeah. He's in now, over the wicket to Smith, who goes back into his crease, and Greebles a single, really, past short leg. Wasn't too far from that short leg, out towards deep backward square. They get a single. Now, who is at short leg today? It's Harry Brook, I think, today. They do keep chopping and changing the short legs. A little too short, played into the ground, as we see there. Oh, no. Replay screen with tyre power. Save on Falcon tyres. Labuschagne back on strike. Comes forward, defends, back to Moeen. And there's no run. He's a very self-effacing fellow, Moeen.
You get the sense he'd do a reverse Glenn McGrath, wouldn't you, if you asked him before the series, what do you reckon the scoreline would be?
0-5.
Yeah, 0-5 to Australia.
He's in once more, and this is driven out towards deep extra cover. There is deep extra cover in place. They come through for a single now. Is it my imagination? Is that deep extra cover a substitute field? He's wearing a sun hat and a very outsized jumper, and came in with the puppyish enthusiasm of a young local lad, I would have said. Moeen in, down the wicket, lofted, high, all the way for 6. A mighty shot from Steve Smith. He connected with that beautifully. That's gone a long, long way over long on. That's it. He's not going to let Moeen settle. Doesn't want to fall into the trap that they did at Headingley.
Committed early, didn't he, Steve Smith, right down the wicket, and mid-on and mid-off, very close to the batter. It's amazing. Mid-off is almost out of cover. He's gone over mid-on in this instance.
His next delivery is driven up to mid-off, long off. It's being pursued by 2 fielders. It's slowing down, and it won't quite make it. Really good effort in the field there by Lurch. Zach Crawley keeps the scoring 2-2, I beg its pardon. Smith to 27, 2 for 98 at the end of the over.
Beaumont Tiles hits another 6 for your renovation budget. Introducing the best value tile range ever. It's called Beaumont Max. How's this? Subway tiles from $30. Yes, Subway tiles from $30 in over 10 colours. 3x6 white wall tiles only $19.95. Floor tiles from $29.95 featuring concrete and marble look. Don't be caught out of your crease. Buy Beaumont Max from Beaumont Tiles. You'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Anderson's going to continue. He's bowling his 8th over of the morning. He's only conceded 13 runs, but hasn't looked particularly threatening as he's in to Steve Smith. Smith gets turned round and works the ball into the onside, fetching a ball from outside the off stump. Picks out the fielder. No run. Andrew, I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. Your fault, Moeen getting 3 overs quickly or going for lots of runs as well. Anyway, the Indian team that played Australia and Bangalore in 2008 had 850 test caps between them going into the test match.
That's a lot. That feels like a lot.
It is a lot. Is it more than anyone else until today?
Until today? What a time to be alive. Anderson is in. More of this a moment. Through to the keeper. There's no run. Andrew Sampson.
868. That's 11 had before they went into this game.
So this is the record set today. Most wickets, most caps.
Most everything.
Most everything.
Yeah.
Most losingest team as well, probably. There are more losses in this team than any other side.
Quite possible.
You seem a lot more excited about this, Dan, than you do.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you bring these pearls to the swine. Anderson in, outside the off stump, through to the keeper, no run.
You said it, you.
I thought you'd be excited. Are you excited?
It's quite exciting, actually.
Yeah.
I was just maybe a little bit disappointed I hadn't thought of it before the game started.
Oh, well, that's what I'm here for. We work as a team.
Learn from your mistakes. You learn from your mistakes.
Well, I used to.
I'm here
told for that.
I'm here to inspire you. You see me as a muse. You know, I'm like Cynthia to your Catullus. That's
really?
all. Yeah, that's all a little bit highbrow, isn't it? As Anderson is in, has worked into the onside, full delivery from outside the off stump. There's no run. He read a beautiful poem about Cynthia's sparrow. Look at me as Cynthia with my sparrow.
I'm going to have to Google that.
Yeah.
You watch Richard Osman's House of Games?
I do occasionally. Yeah.
I really struggle with highbrow, lowbrow, because I've got no idea on either highbrow or lowbrow.
Oh, well, yeah, that will put you slightly out of the game.
It does, rather.
I mean, the lowbrow I'm pretty usually stumped with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some modern pop culture thing that I don't know anything about.
It's brutal, isn't it? It's a harsh world. Anderson in, and a very flamboyant shot from Smith. Yields no run. Suddenly a little attempted bottom handy flick, which is really well stopped by Mark Wood, diving to his left.
And he's practicing it again now. He wish he'd got a pass mid-on. So the upshot of all that was this is the oldest, the most experienced test team ever assembled.
Yep.
Ever assembled.
Wow.
More than the World 11 as well.
More than the World 11. It's got...
Because I'd assumed the World 11 probably had the record.
It's got more wickets than any other team. It's got 5 men with over 100 wickets and one with 97. That's never happened before. Anderson in. This is flashed away. Through, point for 4. I lost it momentarily. It didn't sound nice off the bat at all. No real timing. I wonder how close that was to backward point. We'll check shortly. The 100 up for Australia on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. End of the over, 2 for 102.
I'm a chippy, which means I'm a craftsman. I'm a worker in nearly all weather. I'm a mentor and I'm a small business owner. But most of all, I'm a dad. Luckily, I'm insured by a mate. IMAR are the tradies, mate. So get a quote today, online, or call 13IMAR. They're the tradies, mate. Let's IMAR!
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. That does sound delicious. Andrew.
Well, the Indian team that played Australia at Perth in 2011 still has the most number of runs at 54,000.
Most number of runs.
This one's only got 37,000.
Well, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Moeen starts in the over from round the wicket and he's cut away by Labuschagne. It's running away towards the boundary. A truly brilliant piece of fielding. This is wonderful work from a rather callow youth in an oversized jumper. Who is that and who is he on for? Can we see?
Just going through their team sheet, there are a couple of substitute fielders I didn't recognise. So they've got Ollie Robinson as one of their subs. They also have a few names that I don't think any of us would know.
Moeen in, forward comes Labuschagne after he hit that couple of runs, 2 for 104. I tell you, I think Stuart Broad's off the field, so I can't see his sun hat. The only sun hat we can see is on the callow youth. But he's done terrifically well here. I think he's a member of the Lancashire ground staff, or Lancashire second 11 maybe. Full, driven to short extra cover, where Stokes fumbles the ball, but they won't get a run.
And he's having to cover a lot of ground out of deep cover. This is a really difficult field to bowl to from around the wicket to the right hand. He's only got 3 fielders on the offside, so he really needs to turn the ball back in to stand a chance of...
Forward comes Labuschagne. It's the last over before lunch, so Labuschagne just showing a little bit of circumspection as the clock moves to 12:59 and slightly beyond.
Yeah, I think he'd be more well advised to come over the wicket with this field. It just has to be bang on off stump. Anything wide of off stump is just there to be hit, especially with where Stokes is standing at mid off. I mean, he's almost level with the bowler.
Short mid wicket's gone in. Moeen into Labuschagne. Goes back into his crease and flicks the ball square of the wicket. He'll get a run as the diminutive Duckett moves to his right-hand side. And they get a single. Labuschagne to 29, which brings the skittish Smith back onto strike. It's been a funny old knock from Smith. First ball, he very nearly holed out at deep backward square. He's hit a mighty 6, but he's been even more fidgety than usual. 31 from 33. Last ball before lunch. It drives into the ground past a diving Moeen. It's being pursued by a fielder. Lurch Crawley will get there once again. 2 more to the total, and that completes a really good session for Australia in their bid to retain the Ashes. Well, 1 session down, 2 for 107, 25 overs gone. You'd have to say, job partially done. Just the 2 wickets to fall, that of Usman Khawaja, who was LBW to Broad. He referred it, but it was found to be hitting the stumps. And that was 599 wickets for Stuart Broad. Then, well, finally, somebody pitched the ball up to David Warner. He drove at it. It was Chris Wokes. And it was caught, can you believe it, by Johnny Bairstow. That was the end of Warner, who batted pretty well. So both openers gone, but since then, this pairing that have so far failed to click together in this series, Smith and Labuschagne, they have taken the score to 2 for 107. That partnership, Andrew, is now worth what?
46.
46. So, Louis, England were always going to bowl first, even though all the numbers said don't do it, because they know they've got to start taking those 20 wickets quickly. This is a problem when you lose the first test and then you lose the second test. You're playing catch-up. There's talk of bad weather on Saturday and Sunday. Stokes had no hesitation. It was quite cloudy. He thought first use of the pitch. Was that the right decision?
Well, I think they'll be looking at it from the long game point of view. They'll be thinking not just the bowl first pitch, but a bat last pitch, and that's what England do really well since Bad's ball kind of took hold. It was a massive session, though, for Australia, wasn't it? Like, they had to get through that. I think if they were 5 or 6 down, that would have really put them on the back foot and would have set England up for a win here. We know Australia only need to draw this test, so to get through that first session, not only 2 wickets down, to score at 4 and over, huge win for Australia, I reckon.
Now then, this is your first time on SEN for a while. We're going to put you through what is traditional now during the lunch break. We have got 2 things for you to decide on. You being the oracle and a great judge, we're going to take your judgment. Firstly, the Macca's moment, the Macca's I'm loving it moment. Order the new barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. What was your I'm loving it moment? So as opposed to the best delivery, I'm going to ask you for your favourite delivery, but what was your I'm loving it moment?
Very good question,
isn't it?
I'm trying to remember how Usman Khawaja got out. My memory is so bad. I can't remember what happened 2 seconds ago.
Slightly trapped on the crease.
I'm going to say that.
On the back leg.
Yeah.
And you were loving that, were you?
I was, even though, you know, as an Australian, there's always a party that
you want to be careful.
100% on board with that. But that ball that it's coming back to me now. Stuart Broad nipped one back in from around the wicket to Usman Khawaja.
I think that's your delivery of the day.
Okay.
Sorry, we're going to make that your delivery of the day.
It is.
Macca's, order via Mac Delivery on the My Macca's app. So if that's your delivery of the day,
can I keep talking about it though? Because it was so good. I mean, the way Stuart Broad comes around the wicket to left-handers, he's just such an amazing bowler. He's always getting those guys out, nicking with balls that seam away. This was just that wobble seam that just nipped back into the left-hander, and Usman Khawaja's been in great form, and it's hitting on the pad.
You did love that ball.
I did like that one. I couldn't remember it for a second. I was looking at you. I'm trying to rack my brain. What happened to Usman Khawaja two hours ago? I got there in the end.
Slightly less, about an hour 45. Yeah, no, well, you're a pace bowler as well, so you're about to have an attack of the vapours after that. You need to go and have a lie down. I'm going to suggest that my loving it. I'm going to do the loving it moment.
Okay.
It's Steve Smith's first ball.
Yes.
That he hit over the top of a man who should have been standing on the boundary rope, but he wasn't, and it went over his head for a 1-bounce 4. What a curious way to start his innings.
It was bizarre. And what was Mark Wood doing so far in from the rope is another question. I mean,
well, it's a long old boundary out there, so there's a sort of sense, isn't there? But you can run in, can't you? You can run in.
True, and he did in the end, and then it just kind of it was over his head, and he was kind of backtracking quickly, wasn't it? I thought another funny moment, my man Stuart Broad, one of my favourite cricketers of all time, when they took the early lunch break because of we're talking about the sun and
the drinks break, yes.
Yeah, the early drinks break. We're talking about the sun and having to turn these pitches around because the glare coming from east to west. Well, they had to take an early drinks break because there was glare coming off one of the windows, one of the seats, one of the metal bars at the Jimmy Anderson end, and Stuart Broad was down there telling people where to sit. He was moving rows of people like he was an usher at a stage performance. So I did enjoy that.
Well, there you go. We give give you a couple of I'm loving it moments. We're going to take a break. We can go downstairs and sample the delights of food here at Old Trafford. Often you get a Lancashire hot pot because they like to remind you of exactly where you are. I personally am hoping for the lasagna here, which is the highest quality. But for the next half an hour, so 35 minutes, we're going to have Paul Sebastiani with you throughout the lunch break.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Australia at the first break, 2 for 107. They faced 25 overs after being sent here. Marnus Labuschagne's there on 29. Stephen Smith, 33 from just 34 balls. They put on 46 after Khawaja was legged before to Broad for 3, and Warner was caught behind from the bowling of Wokes for 32. I've got Jarrod, Kimber and Jeremy Coney with me. They're both here for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Jarrod, Australia session very much.
Yeah, it was. I think it was a little bit interesting the way Steve Smith came out his first ball and played the pull shot over the head of a fine leg. It might have been a very different session if that had been taken. But it was like someone was electrocuting him the whole way, Colo. Like he just wanted to hit a 4 every ball, didn't he? But he looked in complete control.
It'll be Wood, new spell. Sunny afternoon in Manchester. Anderson and bowls here. First ball of the session. Out 3 point. Goes Labuschagne for a couple. Out towards the rope it goes. Won't quite reach it in front of the hotel. They'll return for a third. Moving Australia on to 2 for 110. Sorry, that was Labuschagne. He's 32. Back to Smith now. You're right. That moment, that was the talking point down at lunch, wasn't it? That if Mark Wood was back as far as he ordinarily probably would be. Remember, there was a wicket the ball before. Maybe he just hadn't quite got back to his mark after the celebration. That's why he was 10 metres in.
Think about all the times that Jeremy Coney would have, just hooked the ball, first ball, over his shoulder in the air with a fielder back. That's what they did then.
Wood, can he crank it up here to start the session? Bowls to Smith on 33, down the leg side. Smith, no bat on it. Bairstow away to his left. There's a leg slip next to him. 3 conventional slips too. Jeremy.
Definitely a plan, isn't it, to bowl at Smith's leg stump with the leg. You know, the first slip in and the leg slip there, and also the keeper moving across to his left. It's a chance
sometimes,
and it brings the leg. The leg pole into play as well if Smith is shimmying across his stump towards the off stump.
3 in the cordon, all wearing jumpers. Wood towards them, towards Smith. Delivers. Here Smith wants to take on the short ball, then pulls out at the last moment. Flies over his left shoulder.
Yeah, we've seen the leg slip for him for a long time. I think the one difference I would say with England is that they persist with these plans a little bit longer than other teams. I remember having a conversation with Herschel Gibbs about it, where Herschel Gibbs was like, I would just bowl full and at the leg stump all day long. And I said, well, the reason teams didn't is because he kept flicking the ball away for 4. But you've got to hold your nerve. And I think England are a little bit better. That's one thing that they have been very good at, in this new era, is just saying, yeah, it might cost us some runs, but eventually he'll flick it away. And he doesn't look as comfortable. We see there, he picks the bat up. He doesn't want to get any glove down the leg side.
Thumping the batting to the turf in that familiar way, Smith, as Wood bowls to him, and he leaves alone with that sort of light sabre effort when the ball reaches Bairstow's gloves, diving in front of first slip. What have you made of the surface so far, Jeremy?
I think it has been... there's a little bit of seam and movement while the ball was new, which we could expect. And I think now it's settled down quite nicely. I think there's a wee bit more bounce. It looks like Edgbaston, doesn't it, from here? But it hasn't quite been as slow as that. I don't think it's been quite as fast as we saw at Headingley. But it looks, with the blue sky out, I think it looks a batting pitch at the moment.
Wood trying to shape it away from Smith with his previous ball. Delivers here way down the leg side. Doesn't even need to bother ducking that back of a length ball.
So it's a chance for Australia. So far we've seen them get into these chances and not really sort of nail them. If they can today, then they'll have gone a long way, I think, to handling and putting a lot of pressure back on England, who have to win this match.
Well, England bowled first, surely, because they know that with weather about later in the match, you've just got to find a way to take their 20 wickets. All the more important for Australia to be there at the close of play this evening. Wood completes his over here to Smith. Wide of the crease, Smith plays with his soft hands out to point. That'll be the 50 partnership. Nicely played. Takes him to 34. Smith keeps the strike. 2 for 111 Australia. Picking up 4 runs in the first over after lunch. That's all on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. A 50 stand, Andrew, brought up in how many balls?
71. 18th time they've left a 50 stand, 9 of which they've gone on to 100, so it's a pretty good conversion rate, averaging 63 as a pair. Big session for Labuschagne, isn't it? He's got to start again, and he's had a lot of those starts, and it's really being able to transform those and go from, because I don't think he's had many 50s recently.
Well, he hasn't passed 50 in this series, has he?
No, I think he got a 50 on the final day at Ahmedabad, which is an unusual sort of day when it was a glorified centre wicket. There was no result in the offing then. He made 49 another time in India. But, yeah, your point stands. He hasn't been getting to milestones of late. I think it's 150 in 21 innings since his last century, something like that.
Yeah, well, he's on 32 now. So this session, if he can still be there at the end of this session, that'll be a bit of a breakthrough for him in this series.
Interesting, they're starting with Wood and Wokes after lunch. So they've replaced Moeen Ali, who conceded 17 runs in 2 overs before the break and not going straight to Broad, who had the new ball earlier today.
I thought Wokes bowled well in that first sort of 4 or 5 overs he bowled.
Bowled 5 overs to 1 for 13 before lunch. Wicket of Warner. In here to Smith. 3 slips, the leg slip as well. That shapes away and Smith lets it go through to the keeper's gloves.
That's the outswinger he bowls, just starting out there. But he's been basically at the top of off, controlling it round there. He had a little go at the leg stump for a while of Smith with the leg slip in there. Man back, but very wide, isn't he? So it allows him, if he can beat that leg slip, to get boundaries down there. That's of course the jeopardy about the leg slip position.
Smith 34 facing Wokes, bowls and defends. Leg slip's a funny position, Jarrod, isn't it? Because it was a big part of cricket in the 70s. Not quite so much in the 90s and 2000s, but back in fashion.
Well, so I was watching Peter May make 100 on YouTube the other day, because that's what I do, Jeremy. And they had 2 leg slips into him in 1950. I think it was 58, 59 at the MCG when he made his 100. And that was because they didn't have the field restrictions in at that place. But all the balls they were bowling down the leg side on purpose.
Wokes to Smith. On leg stump, pushed out towards mid-wicket, no run.
So it was definitely a big position at that stage. I think as cricket became more outswing dependent, we saw more bowlers who bowled outswingers. You probably leg slip didn't make as much sense. Where the old guys who would bowl the in-swingers, it's a proper position. And the fielding restrictions obviously change things. When you start to put 2 fielders out for the flick off the pads or the pull shot or the hook shot or whatever you have those fielders out for, suddenly the leg slip again is going to be the first position to go.
It's got form in Ashes contest at this ground. The leg slip as Wokes delivers here, and Smith defends again with soft hands out towards mid-on. 1961, Benno in the footmarks round the wicket, Bob Simpson at leg slip and all the rest. So has had an effect in Ashes contest, albeit more than half a century ago.
I think Dhoni was the guy who brought it back, and I think it had a lot to do with Ishant Sharma being a natural in-swing bowler, and Dhoni also had Ashwin, who was an off-spinner, and so they just started having it more and more, and then other teams started copying that. So it's definitely come back in, although Steve Smith is, a particular case.
Wokes to Smith, who leaves alone. He started less fidgety after lunch, it feels like, Jeremy Smith.
Yeah. And he does that too. I've noticed he does get away quite quickly and then seems to just pull the run rate back a little bit for himself and settles down, in other words, into his innings a bit more, and he doesn't move across the stumps quite so much. He's not so idiosyncratic as I guess.
So Wokes to complete his over. Away from us. Smith across his stumps, finds the back thigh pad and spills down towards third slip, but no concern. Smith gestures towards Wokes, puts his tongue out or something like that. End of the over, 2 for 111 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Smith 34, Labuschagne 32.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Between overs, Daniel Norcross stormed into the commentary box holding 5 Wisden almanacs from the 60s, as you do. Must have picked them up in a lunch or something like that. Wood in. Bowls to Labuschagne on 32 and he beats him outside the line of the off stump. Bairstow doesn't glove it quite, but still. So one in the previous over gets some movement from Wood, which was what we saw quite a bit at Leeds last week. Daniel's thrusting the book in front of me to show me that in this particular edition of Wisden, which is the 1975 almanac, that reflects on David Lloyd's unbeaten 214 against India that summer, where they thrashed India. India didn't win a match on the whole tour. They sacked the captain, sacked everyone. Labuschagne facing Wood, and it was about to, but there's something going on behind the bowler's arm. Just at the last moment, Wood was in his load-up. He's not happy, nor's the umpire. Didn't mean it at that end.
That wasn't Marnus's fault. Someone literally walked right behind the boundary. I don't know if it's looks like a punter to me, Jeremy. It doesn't look like a security guard. He's now moving the gates slowly. He's trying to work out how long he can take. You don't want to walk too slow. Didn't you get at a tour game? You sprung this. Oh, you don't like it being mentioned, I know.
No. I got stitched up deluxe by a couple of people. Ryan Pearce, photographer, great man. Here's Mark Wood bowling on the back foot. Works Labuschagne for his first runs after lunch. Gets a couple to deep square leg out to the eastern side of the ground. He joins Smith on 34. Overthrows as well. No, they're happy not to. Didn't go to hand at the bowler's end. 2 for 113. I was at a tour game at Northants, Australia Northants, and with Dan Breddick from The Age, we were walking across the camera gantry, which is as high as we are up here, so no issue for the batter or the bowler, but they did stop the game, and Nathan Lyon did mention it that night at the press conference that we need to sharpen up our game. So I thought it was a bit stiff. Anyway, long time ago now. So still the 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a couple back for the short ball on the eastern side. Wood bowls, bouncer, there it is, Labuschagne underneath it.
He's quite hard to duck, isn't he, Wood, because he's a shorter fast bowler, and so he's skiddy. And that, of course, means that the bounce isn't quite as steep, depending on where he's pitching it. If he's pitching it much shorter, of course, it will respond, but it makes it much harder to leave the ball. It seems to be coming at you. You do feel that you could stand up and play that, and then suddenly, if it is that shorter one, that it comes up and it rides, and you can get sort of caught gully third slip, or even this backward point here.
Wood up to Labuschagne, ducking all the bounces so far, leaves alone here outside the off stump, back of a length.
And it was Wagner that started all that, didn't he? And then they sort of changed the field and went into the leg side sort of stuff, that over after over, and he had quite a big engine.
He can bowl slightly longer spells.
Long spells and
slower
and hit. Yeah, not quite so fast. So you did, and he wasn't tall really. So it was again that area that you thought to yourself, oh, I can play this, I can defend it down, and well, he's got over 200 wickets, Test wickets. So it's successful.
Wood up, bowls here, driving just out towards mid-off is Labuschagne. Doesn't get much of that, no run. What we saw the first time Smith was caught round the corner, and Jarrod, you've written about this extensively. You probably have it all in your head somewhere, where it was Chris Wokes at the Oval, wasn't it? 2019 Ashes, where he turned him into leg gully, and that started all teams using the leg gully configuration to him.
Yeah, New Zealand had done it in the one-dayers, and I think Guptill took a catch off a full-blooded hook shot at like leg gully.
A World Cup game, wasn't it?
Yeah. And so and New Zealand had tried it, I think, beforehand against him as well. But yeah, that was the point where everyone just went, we'll just have as many catches on the leg side. But that's also where he started scoring a lot quicker.
To finish here, Wood to Labuschagne, closest to the stumps, another short one. Gives it everything. Nearly ends up in the dirt. Keeps on his feet in the end. Labuschagne and Smith are both on 34 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Both Beaumont Tiles huge sale on now. It's 2 for 113.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. Tyre Power stores are owned by local families who understand the cost of living pressures. We're here to help you save on your tyres. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 1321 91 for your local independent owner.
Take crispy bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus and layer it with spicy, sticky barbecue sauce, and you've got the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. it's a great day to be hungry. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Jeremy Coney and Jarrod Kimber with me for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Wokes continues, stay the men. Bowls the first ball to Smith, leaving alone outside his off stump. Interesting little update from the ICC with their player rankings during the week. So Labuschagne, who was number 1 coming into the series, down to 5. Smith's down to 4. And Travis Head's at number 2. So he's leapfrogged both of them after his really impressive 77 in the second innings last week.
Rohit number 1, is he? Are we just seeing an edge behind?
We are. The one that went off Smith's thigh, he got a little edge too.
Did he now? Wokes bowls here. Smith tucks him round the corner, just behind the square leg umpire for 1. He waits it well enough for 2. Moeen Ali had to chase it from mid-wicket. So Smith up to 36, 2 for 115.
So when it happened, he actually showed at the time, because he was replicating it, and I thought he was saying it just missed the edge and then hit my hip. But obviously he's got the edge and it hasn't carried through to the keeper.
Well,
it's taken him on the hip on.
So it didn't carry.
That's what the registration is saying, that he did get an edge on it.
Okay. Because at the end of it, he started looking at Wokes. He sort of stuck his tongue out at him. It was all a bit... It was very Steve Smith. Facing Wokes here, leaving alone, and that channel about the 5th stump line. Back of a length, though. No need to play.
Well, I suppose if you get yourself that far out of the line, you can even get your edge. You can even dull your own edges.
But yes, who would have thought Travis Head, number 2 in the world? I think last summer he started the year at number 15, I reckon, when they were playing the Windies at Perth. So he's been...
And Rohit went to number 1?
Yeah, it must have been Rohit. Yeah.
He's outperformed, really, hasn't he? Expectations, I think, in this tour.
Wokes bowls to Smith, who's across his stumps out to mid-wicket where Moeen does the fielding. No run.
I mean, while he's looked uncomfortable at times with the short ball, he's up at Headingley where they used it as a tactic. I mean, it was like having a net of short-pitched balls, wasn't it? I mean, and he was starting to hit it really powerfully.
So a calm afternoon at Manchester. Breeze blowing from left to right as Wokes approaches and bowls to Smith. Leg stump line, helps it out towards deep fine leg where he had that chance first ball, would you believe, hooking down to that man Mark Wood, who wasn't in the right spot. Smith 37, 2 for 116.
Just the way he played that, he tried to play that with as straight as bat as possible. He wasn't flicking it like he normally does, and that I think is partly because the leg slip is in. So they're still changing the way he's playing, but I think he handled that one very, very well. He almost drove it out the deep backward square rather than just flicking it across the line like a lazy batter, like I would do.
Speaking of rankings, you look at the ball. Wood's 26, Wokes is 36, and Stokes is 41. They might be the 3 most important bowlers out there, provided Stokes can bowl. If the track is flat, and you think it might be. Wokes bowls here in behind at Labuschagne defending, no run. End of the over as well. 2 for 116, changing commentary. Kimber jumping out, Pete Lalor jumping in. Smith 37, Labuschagne 34 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
I'm a chippy, which means I'm a craftsman. I'm a worker in nearly all weather. I'm a mentor, and I'm a small business owner. But most of all, I'm a dad. Luckily, I'm insured by a mate. IMAR are the tradies, mate. So get a quote today, online, or call 13IMAR. They're the tradies, mate. Let's IMAR!
SEN Test Cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. Peter Lalor for the first time today from the Australian newspaper. How are you, Pete?
Glad the cricket's back on.
Yes.
It was quite a long break, wasn't it? Glad to be back in Manchester. What a great town. And what a great day we've got for cricket.
Spot on. Wood in, bowls to Smith, plays off the back foot through point, hits the practice pitches and goes out towards the rope for 4. Makes it comfortably in the end. So Smith to 41, the first boundary of the session, 2 for 120.
Does that suggest to you, Jeremy, the bounce is true? You can get up on top of those ones and play them with confidence.
Yeah, that's that skiddiness I was talking about, that it doesn't get quite so high. And that was wide enough, certainly, to invite a punch off the back foot from Smith. A really nice stroke in between 2 fielders.
Got his elbows up high and played down on top of it. Classic Smith stroke.
Wood in, third over of his spell. So Smith across his stumps, hit on the pad, shout for leg before. Umpire Menon says not out, but Wood is convinced. Goes up to Ben Stokes and says, what's wrong with that? Wants to consult Bairstow. They're going upstairs. The DRS for Imar Insurance, the tradies mate. Call 13 Imar. Smith was all the way across his stumps before the ball was bowled. And Wood just followed him. The first replay is going to be really interesting for tyre power. Save on Falcon Tyres. Talk us through it, Jeremy Coney.
Well, let's see what sort of height. That's the first thing. And it's again, as we saw this morning, he's not very far forward. It's hit him and it's missed the inside edge. It's gone forward to the flap of the top pad on the right side. And he's looking to go and open up to try and hit that to mid-on.
Here's the projection. It's 3 red. Smith's gone. It's hitting middle stump. Wood gets the big man. Smith's gone leg before wicket. Not long after lunch, Australia lose their 3rd wicket with a score on 120. Smith leg before wicket for 41. And Wood gets it right. And Stokes as well using the review. That is a big moment on this first day, Peter Lalor.
Yep. Smith's movement there has fooled the umpire, but it hasn't fooled the bowlers. It looked out even from where we're sitting behind the batter here. Great delivery, skidded through. Didn't get up very high at all, did it, Jerry?
Well, that's again is the value of a short, fast bowler, isn't it? That you do get the skiddy ones coming through. And Steve Smith just shimmying across his stumps again. And those hands and that eagle eye that I was talking about earlier, once again, not quite there at the time and the pace, so that he missed the ball and brought the LBW into play. So again, Australia just being chipped out and chipped away at here. They're threatening to stretch England, but then England just grabbing these wickets once, twice now, 3 times, bringing out head. So this will be an interesting phase of play.
So partnerships are 46 then 59, so you're spot on. They've been able to put in the spade work before having partnerships interrupted, in this case by Mark Wood. Wasn't a particularly quick delivery by Wood standards. Smith was caught off balance, Pete.
Yep, I don't know. He almost looked to get himself out.
Not a wicket that you'd expect that the bowler would has earned. It's a batsman error.
A little bit like the Warner dismissal immediately after the drinks break. And England will be very relieved to get that, because this was shaping up to be a damaging partnership in the first innings of this match, and would have them playing catch up for a long time afterwards.
Smith, of course, made a double century the last time he was here. But back up the stairs now beneath us on the balcony, soon enough to watch, because that's his day done for the time being at least. It brings Travis Head to the middle, who was outstanding last week at Leeds, especially in the second innings, making 77, but a vital 39 with Mitch Marsh the first time around, the number 2 batter in the world according to the ICC.
Well, how many balls is he going to get in his own half? I think particularly at the start of the innings, they'll try it on.
So how will they start the field? There's no men in the cordon apart from a backward point. They're all back straight away. Wood short ball to head underneath it. So we're slightly obscured in our commentary position to capture all of them, but I'm pretty sure there's a fine leg. There's definitely a deep backward square. There's a square leg. So we've seen that umbrella, if you like, of 3 throughout the head. Also I'm looking for the fly slip. Must be there somewhere. Yes, it is. I can see between the camera gantry and the floor. There's fly slip and deep backward point in front of the eastern stand. So 5 back for the short ball, plus the forward short leg, and plus the captain Stokes. You call that a backward point, gully region.
Very fine fly slip. If he took a step to his right, I think it'd be a no ball, wouldn't it?
Would. To head his second ball short, takes it on nearly, wants to take it on, ends up gloving it down into the turf. That could have gone anywhere. And the crowd are engaged as well. Over to our eastern contemporary stand. They're on their feet. They know this is a big little passage of play for England.
Caught in 2 minds there. I think he wanted to play the shot. He ended up... maybe not. Maybe just decided to push it down. Bat pad's in there waiting for that one now.
We saw Head find a way last week, Jeremy, at Leeds against the short ball.
That was a little higher, wasn't it? He was up off the ground. Again, both feet off the ground. You can't control the stroke once you do that. Nothing to work with.
Wood in, Head plays it defensively. 2 feet in the air, not quite as short.
It's always struck me as strange that you end up with your 2 feet in the air against a short ball. Surely you want to be going in the other direction, not up to meet it.
No, some people do, though. They just jump. They jump naturally, which is obvious, his instinct. And he looks to play the ball there, which is the hard thing, because you then use your hands to play.
How interesting that early in Head's career, Pete, we'd always see a packed call, thinking that was the way to get him out. Now, not a slip to be seen. Says a bit about the way that his game's evolved and his returns have improved in the last 18 months or so. Wood to finish. Bowls to Head, wider on the crease, tucks it around the corner, gets off the mark towards deep backward square or long leg where Joe Root does the fielding. A successful over for England, getting rid of Stephen Smith. Leg before wicket for 41. They're 3 for 121, Heads on 1. Labuschagne 34 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. At Tyre Power, you get the power of expert advice from independent owners who really know tyres. It's always advice about what's best for you and your budget. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
There's a word for when 100% Aussie Angus beef meets fresh, crunchy lettuce, onion, and juicy tomato. Classic. The Classic Angus at Macca's. Available after 10:30am.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. They're going to stay with Chris Wokes for a moment. I thought they were going to make the change to Broad, but not as yet. We've got Pete Lalor and Jeremy Coney with us for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Pete, I thought we might get a quiet passage of play that we could ease into a conversation about you and Manchester, but that won't be. Too much going on in the middle.
Plenty of time left in this game.
Sure thing.
It's changed a little bit since I was here last. We've still got that fantastic temporary stand that holds, 8,000 people?
It was 7,000, now it's 8,000. So they've got even bigger. They've added another few rows to the back of it.
The lattice work beneath that, the scaffolding.
Oh, yeah.
There's no way on earth you're going to get me right up the top of there. And they've put in a new hotel. They've always had, they've had the Hilton there for a few years. They're building another one.
Yeah, so the new hotel's where the press box used to be a long time ago. Wokes over the wicket, short ball. Let go by Head over his helmet. That was the end where, I think I'm right in saying Shane Warne was bowling from in 93.
Oh, that's right.
When the ground was round the other way.
They turned the square up. So why did they turn it round?
Because of the sun.
Was it?
East-west. Now it's north-south,
Right.
It was round the wrong way for the first 110 years of existence, this ground. Or more than that. First... It was played here in the 1860s.
There was a climate change. The sun used to come up the other side.
Well, Bumble explained to me why. Apparently, the problematic time of day, there was an enormous stand. I guess it must have been on the western side of the ground.
Yeah.
But it got taken down. Right. It blocked the sun before. Wokes bowls and playing and missing his head. They've got the slip in for Wokes. Fair enough, too. That was felt a mistake last week, Jeremy, not having a slip to head under leaden skies on afternoon 4, but one catching man there at least.
Don't think really Wokes is the type of pace and the sort of bowler. He's more of a number 3 like a la Robinson, isn't he? Where you're coming in and you're nipping it around, a very traditional third seamer, if you like, for England. And you've got to always, I think, then use your bouncer as a surprise. And I think that works a lot better for someone like Wokes.
3 back for his short ball on that eastern side of the ground. A slip and a gully now in. Wokes bowls and Head plays just inside the line. Drops his gloves on that through to Bairstow's mitts.
Well, it took about 12 months for cricket to really catch on. That obviously Head has got one of the finest cut shots in cricket. I love watching him play that cut shot. He also scores strongly through that offside early in the innings. That's a strong driver.
Well, he's a lovely hand-eye player, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not going to get much opportunity to play those shots anymore. They've got a new blueprint. Go on.
What they don't have is the fly slip. That's where he played so well against India with the uppercut. Wokes bowls and Head wants nothing to do with it. So that first test of the tour, where Head was just outstanding against India, making 163 and 174 balls. So many runs were played where he was going after the short ball, not with a hook, but helping it over the keeper's head. Yeah. And England have, for the most part, had a fly slip to him, but not today. So they want him playing that shot.
Just a little bit of bounce gone out of this. The ball gone a bit soft. It's not really carrying through there. Look at a leg slip in.
Leg slip now comes in from sort of 45, catching.
Wokes in, bowls here. Head leaves the line well wide of the off stump. So maybe doing, as you said, Jeremy, and trying to use the short ball more as the surprise from
Well, I
Wokes
think
rather
that makes sense.
Yeah. I doubt there'd be many times in his entire cricketing career, Wokes, when he's asked to bowl exclusively short stuff, given his natural gifts of shaping the Duke's ball around in England.
So they knocked down the stand that was blocking the sun on those rare days when the sun comes out in Manchester.
Yeah, which caused all the problems in the late 90s. Around the corner here, and just tucked out the deep backwards square by head again with both feet off the ground, but gets a single, retains the strike. He's 2, Labuschagne's 34. Have a change in commentary after the break with Australia 3 for 122 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Norcross in for me.
Tradies and lawn enthusiasts, power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered lawn and garden equipment. The Greenworks Pro 60V product range packs a serious punch with petrol-like performance without the noise and fumes. With over 20 products in the range, including lawnmowers, blowers, chainsaws, string trimmers, ride-on and zero-turn mowers, they're powered by an interchangeable 60V ultra-power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. For more information, including dealer locations, visit greenworksaustralia.com.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. So it's Travis Head, and as a result there are no slips. We have a forward short leg, a gully, and then a slew of fielders in positions to take me too long to explain. Here's Wood, into Head, short, and it's clocked him on the head. And they're going to get a run for it. They're going to wander through for a leg by for taking evasive action, and now we're going to have a few minutes while Travis Head is examined. He didn't play it awfully well. He looked the other way, turned his head away from the ball, and it just banged into him. He's on his feet, and he ambled the single, and he's smiling and laughing, and he's describing exactly what happened. So fear not, he looks fine, but it's not a good way, Peter Lalor, to be playing fast, short pitch ball.
No, just got behind it and couldn't get out of the way of it, and didn't really know what he was doing. And you hear that distinctive clunk of ball on helmet. I thought for a minute he might be in trouble, but he seems to be gesturing that it was it deflected off the grill at the side of his face there, the side of the helmet.
And that's exactly what did happen. It's actually below the ear.
It's gone from the grill into the neck, hasn't it?
Yeah, nasty. Nasty. But they got a single, and he's now being looked at. Well,
he'll be all right. But just Australian listeners hear the sun in your voice and in the commentary and think, I didn't really know what this Manchester weather's like. It's rained every single day since I got here about a week ago.
Yeah, it will
every day.
It's a godforsaken place.
Is it?
Yes, it's
God
amazing.
forsook it. Did he?
He did forsake it. It's what those dark satanic mills are all about in that preposterous song that the English sing every morning, to which the answer to every, in the first verse, I think they asked something like 6 questions, and the answer to each one is just simply no.
I don't know.
Did those feet in ancient times walk upon England's mountains green? No. And was the Holy Lamb of God something or other?
England's
no.
pleasant past.
And did his countenance divine shine forth upon this pleasant? No. It's a crazy song.
So they made all their money here from the cotton mills, didn't they?
That's right.
They imported the cotton from America, shipping to... Yeah.
Bumbles arrived, so we won't be able to be rude about Manchester weather anymore.
No, we can talk about Manchester industry. And the fact that Manchester symbol's a bee.
A bee?
Yes.
Well, hence his name, Bumble.
Bumble can probably tell us more about that when he gets in, but they do love the bee round here. It seems to be the symbol of the town. Yeah. What is he speaking? I can see his lips moving, but I can't hear him.
Which always has me in mind of the great Michael Caine film, The Swarm. Are you familiar with it? It's a truly dreadful film, but well worth a watch. Wood is going to resume. He's into Labuschagne, who pushes off the back foot, back to the bowler, who bends down with his left hand to field, and there's no run. Yes, Michael Caine, in pursuit of another holiday home, agreed to appear in a film called The Swarm.
The Swarm.
In which he gets to say one of the great lines in cinema. He's gazing out at a mountaintop in California, and there's a huge swarm of killer bees. And he says with typical Michael Caine understatement, he goes, bees, nothing but bees. And leaves it at that. The terror was absent from his voice.
That's the worst Michael Caine I've ever heard.
Wood in. Oh, that's full and dug out by Labuschagne. Well, actually. Because that was spearing into middle and leg stump. And he's got it to backward point. Brookfields, there's no run. Woods just generating a bit of pace here.
I've got a man in a Marquis Smith t-shirt sitting on my right.
Homage. Yep. You have, haven't you? That'll please you, Lola.
Lead singer of the Fall.
Yeah. Wood at the top of his mark. He's made that breakthrough. He's got rid of Stephen Smith. How he'd love to get rid of Labuschagne as well as he hurtles in. 3 slips in place. Labuschagne clips into the onside. It was in the air momentarily, but not dangerously. And they'll come back for a second. Shy at the stumps. The non-striker's end is direct, but I'm pretty sure Travis Head is home. None of the England fielders are particularly exercised by it. It was a good piece of fielding out there.
A little bit lazy getting the bat down then. I think he was ambling.
Well,
anyway, now Mark Wood's moving back into position. He was the one who fielded. Now he's not interested in the result. But
he's home safely.
Fine.
He's well in. I don't quite know what the umpire can't give that, because actually the bat has gone beyond the stumps by the time the ball.
Well, he's looked at it as well. It's Travis Head running to that danger end, and he's watching the ball, and he allowed the ball to go past after you, Claude.
Replays with tyre power. Save on Falcon tyres. Wood comes in again to Labuschagne. A couple of runs there's taking him to 36. Wood in, fullish, and it just turns Labuschagne around a touch. He gets a thick leading edge. The ball rolls out to short extra cover, where Stokes shepherds the ball for a single, which brings Head back on strike.
In 1842, the founding fathers of Greater Manchester decided that they needed a symbol of the town. They settled on a globe surrounded by 7 Bs.
Really? Why
to
would
represent the 7 seas where Manchester trades.
Oh, right, of course. Yeah, up the ship canal.
So if you now start walking around town, you'll see bees everywhere.
Bees.
Yeah.
Nothing but bees.
Yeah.
Is that Michael Caine again?
Yeah.
He doesn't do very good. It's not a very good Michael Caine, is it?
Well, it's a young Michael Caine as opposed to an old Michael Caine. This is turned into the onside, picked up at short leg. There is no run on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail on now. Australia 3 for 126.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. If your steering is vibrating or pulling to one side, a wheel alignment will help with your car's handling and stop your tyres from wearing out too quickly. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
It could always be our shout with free barista-made coffee for a year on McCafe. Just buy any eligible McCafe coffee on the My Maccas app for your chance to win. There are 25 winners every day. Limited time only. Ends 29th of the 8th, 23. Visit mcdonalds.com.au/coffeecomp for full terms.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. And for an Australian, that's a considerable amount of coffee, isn't it?
It sure is. A reasonably stiff breeze here today. I remember when we were here.
Gorgeous day. It'll be a beautiful day.
Yeah, no, it's
17
nice.
degrees. What more do you want?
Wind blowing off the canals.
Yes. Coming over the canal, lovely.
Yep.
I mean, you'll see aeroplanes coming in any minute. And they're coming for their holidays from Barbados.
From the 7 seas. Woke starts a new over and down the leg side, taken by Bairstow, not cleanly. Dives to his left, maybe a touch of pad.
When we were here in 2019, it was a positive gale blowing across. Do you recall? It was just relentless. Yeah. Photographers all came in at lunchtime whinging about the weather.
Well, do you know, because it was going, wasn't it, from left to right, from the temporary stand across.
Yes.
And beach ball went
That's it. Everything was being blown across the ground, and it's just a zephyr now, isn't it? Just a gentle breeze.
This isn't like that. No. In fact, Jofra Archer was being blown across the ground too. Remember, he couldn't quite get his rhythm on that. It's actually quite difficult bowling.
It is for the bowlers.
For the bowlers, it throws your run up off, doesn't it?
Definitely. Ball change here again. There'll be a ball change.
Oh, and here comes a bloke with some gloves and a drink and a towel.
The
hardest working people in the world. The 12th person. Dan, you've got a break in play. You'll notice who rang the bell this morning.
Do you know, I didn't see who rang the bell.
Well, it was Bill Beaumont. Who captained England rugby in that infamous game. So it must have been at Twickenham, where he's at half-time and he's got the team together, Frank Cotton and Steve Smith and all the others. And that lady ran onto the ground, Erica Rowe. Yeah, do you remember it?
I do remember her well, yeah.
Yeah.
She made quite a strong impression on the whole nation, I'd say.
And on Bill Beaumont on the team, because in the huddle, that's what they were discussing.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
What was catching their eye? Because we didn't have this on TV.
Well, I know you'd need to just have a look at it again on your tablet.
She was clearly a Geordie, wasn't she? Because she didn't seem to mind that it was quite cold weather. Yeah,
Right.
And she was, I would say, underdressed for the occasion.
What I find quite disappointing in modern sport is that if somebody runs onto the field, they're immediately labelled a streaker. But I'm sorry, you're not. You're still wearing your clobber. You're not a streaker, are you?
No, they're not streakers.
No, but they get called
No,
streakers.
they're a trespasser.
That's lazy, isn't it? Yeah.
But the streakers were in the 60s, in the swinging 60s. You could get a streaker every game.
Oh, yeah.
And you're completely naked.
Would you get a regular streaker, or would it be a different one every time?
Different one, yeah. And what about the chap that jumped over the stumps at Lloyd?
That's right. It's a great photo, isn't it?
Yeah.
They've seen us last cricket of the day. As Wokes is in, they're resuming at last. Full dug out by Labuschagne up to Broad at mid-off, I beg your pardon.
There was a famous one in Australia in the 70s during a football game. And I don't remember if it was a final or not, but it was Carlton. And we had a defender called Bruce Dool. He was known as the Flying Doormat because he had suffered male pattern. But he had very long hair, but it was only around the sides. If you know what I'm talking.
That's a beautiful look, that.
Yeah, the Flying Doormat.
Wokes is in. Labuschagne defends Brabberley up to mid-on.
We'll get back to the cricket later. There's a famous photo of her throwing a scarf, and she was quite a attractive young woman. For years later, you drive down Fitzroy Street in St Kilda, and they would advertise the Aussie Rules stripper here tonight, and she was a stripper at one of the St Kilda pubs.
Well, Erica made quite a name for herself, didn't she? I mean, she'd be on shows like Blankety Blank after that.
Yeah.
As Wokes is into Labuschagne outside the off stump for the keeper. No run. Did she not also go to Wimbledon as well? Am I right?
I mean, it was a bet. At that time, it was prolific. You'd have streakers all the time.
Greg Chappell took to one, don't you recall? Spanked him on the bottom with the bat.
Yes. Remember that?
Where was that?
Hey?
Where was that?
Your eyes lit up then. No, it wasn't a friendly spanking. It was quite a firm one. Yeah.
Right.
On the bottom.
Yeah. I suppose better than the aluminium bat, which could have got very hot, and he would sin.
That was Dennis Lilly, that wasn't Greg Chappell, so that couldn't have happened.
Well, I was just thinking Dennis might have, been inspired by such a manoeuvre.
It's a better country to streak in Australia than England.
Wokes in again outside the off stump once more, left alone by Labuschagne, who looks like he's settling in for the long innings that he's not quite produced so far in this Ashes. He's got in a lot, and then he's got out. Ashes started with a first ball duck, but after that, Andrew, he's mostly made it to the 20s, hasn't he? 20s and beyond.
Yes, but not too far beyond.
Not got a half century yet.
Nope. Give you scores after this ball.
It's getting closer, ever closer. Wokes is in, taps this into the onside, moving across his stumps. End of the 33rd over of Australia's innings on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail on now. Australia 3 for 126.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's.
So it's a beautiful day to bat. Why did Ben Stokes send the Australians in? Was he forced to do that because of the weather later in the test?
Wood starts a new over to Head, who plays it in a very unconvincing fashion, bouncing around in his crease and guides it without timing.
Not looking good against the short ball at all, is he? He's worrying me.
He's not, and the field's set accordingly. But it's the modern way about winning the toss, so we'll have a bowl. Whereas it used to be that the old stages would tell you as a young captain, if you're ever thinking of inserting the opposition, pause and think again.
Yeah.
And this is a beautiful batting day. What a strip. Look at this strip. There's 100 for you.
Is it the threat of rain on the last 2 days, and so he needs to control the game to get a win?
Wood hurtles in, head, flicks this away nicely down to the long leg, and he's got it, well, he's got it to the right of the fine leg and to the left of the long leg. And he'll pick up 4. The ball thuds into the boundary sponge. I mean, is there not an element that Stokes has said many times, I want to chase?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, well, you will be chasing, won't you? If Australia bats according to the conditions, these are the best conditions that they've had to bat in for some time.
It'll be a super pitch tomorrow as well. It'll be just the same, and you're hoping that the weather stays exactly the same.
Well, Australia 6 down, recommence tomorrow on a good pitch.
300.
Yeah, with a bunch of all-rounders down the bottom of the order. Wood into head, short, and he gets up on his toes, defends this pretty well. He's been out in all sorts of ways to the short ball, but you know, his average against the short ball is all right, isn't it, Andrew? I think he averages something like 49 against the short ball. Billy Cameron's nodding his head.
Well, they're feeding his weakness. I said earlier, he says at least he'll come out of this tour with a decent pull shot, which he didn't come into it with.
Now then, where's Ben Duckett going? He's ambling rather purposelessly at the moment towards gully. And down below us, slightly impeded by this camera gantry, is a fine leg and a long leg. There's a forward short leg and a forward square leg. He's not really quite a mid-wicket, and someone else is coming on with another tabard. It's a helmet for Stokes. We'll get there eventually.
And Warner
wandered off. Oh, Bumble, I was meant to ask you knew who the substitute fielder was in that first session, who was gadding about very enthusiastically on the boundary. Wood in short, ill-directed down the leg side, taken easily by
I didn't see him, so I take it he's a Lancashire player, was he?
I believe so, yeah, young lad. And
did he have lots of hair?
He had blondish hair.
Oh no, it's not Rob Jones then.
He had a very baggy jumper, and he looked about 17.
No, pass. I don't know who that was.
Right. You do.
Oh, Tom Aspinwall.
Oh, right.
Tom Aspinwall.
Well, he was very nimble.
He's played a little in the first team.
Here's Wood, turns and runs in once more. Head waits. Short, pulled. Down towards, well, deep backward square, and he's got plenty of it for 4. He's played that shot very well. That was a shot of authority from Head. The field is set for the mistake, but if you don't make the mistake, it can race away to the boundary. 3 for 134. Let's take a look at this again on the replay with tyre power. Save on Falcon tyres. It's not got up enough, has it?
No, but it's thrilling cricket to see a fast bowler racing in, and the batsman, Head, here is taking him on, and the field is set back. They want him to take him on.
Forward short leg and a sort of silly point, really. As Wood is in. Short again, and that's been hit towards mid-on, and Wood's having to chase after it himself because there's nobody out there saving one, and Head easily picks up a single, goes to double figures. He has 11, I beg your pardon. Australia at the end of the over are 3 for 135.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. If you've hit a nasty pothole recently, there could be damage that only an expert can spot. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Take crispy bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus and layer it with spicy, sticky barbecue sauce, and you've got the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. It's a great day to be hungry. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Wokes is going to continue. He's bowling to Head, and I always feel it's a little bit unfair. It's a bit like asking Wokes to bowl short stuff is a little bit like getting, Egon Rone to make a cheeseburger. It's just not quite right, But he's going to, because he has to, because that's the way England bowl at Head all the time. Fine leg, long leg, deep forward square leg. He's in. That's full and wraps on the front thigh pad and rolls down. To backward point, 3 for 135 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. It's Cyber Safety Awareness Month at Harvey Norman, and we're giving you a free $50 cyber safety voucher to use towards any cyber security product. T's and C's apply.
I think they've got to mix it up, England, more, and at this pace, gentle pace of 81 miles an hour, and the field is set back for that hook shot, but you can pitch it up as well. Look to hit the pad.
Wokes into the left-handed head, short, and gets up on his, up on his toes, he gets up beyond his toes into the air and defends back to the bowler.
And it does look like they're having a bet each way, aren't they? I mean, the slip and the gully that they've got in at the moment. When Wood's bowling, there's none of those guys. It's short legs, there's 3 guys on the hook, there's the third man at deep point, whereas Wokes looks like he might just send the odd one up there.
I suppose you've got to keep him slightly guessing if you're Wokes at his pace. He's in, right arm over, left-handed. Oh, head drives nicely through extra cover. Wasn't perfectly timed, but timed more than well enough to make it to the boundary for 4. So he can drive, he can pull, he can, well, can he hook? That's what we're waiting to see. 4 more to head, 3 for 139.
He should be more comfortable at this pace, and it's a beautiful shot. Gets his weight coming forward, stays sideways through extra cover. It's a good feeling when you know there's a bouncer coming, but every now and again you can climb into this drive.
And that's why they haven't bowled full to him all series, really. They know how dangerous he is when they do pitch the ball up.
In comes Wood, shorter, and that's pulled out towards deep square leg, where the diminutive Duckett does the fielding. 1 more to the total, 3 for 140. Head's got off to another good start. I just wonder, because they do this every time, Bumble, he knows exactly what's coming. He's presumably been in the nets just facing short ball after short ball.
They'll do all that, but again, as a bowler, a fielding side, you can mix it up there. That last shot he played, the pull shot, was awkward. It got on him a little bit quicker than he expected, but he kept it down.
Field's very different for Labuschagne, of course. 3 slips come in, and the leg slip. Has Labuschagne been out caught at leg slip in this series?
No, he's been out edging behind 5 times in 8 innings. If you go back to the World Test Championship final and include that too.
Wokes is into him, and he goes across his stumps, works the short mid-wicket, and they run.
It's an intriguing position, and it's popular with England, this fine leg slip. But with Labuschagne, you see that he played at Glamorgan, who was out a number of times LBW. So if you bowl dead straight at him, pitch it up as full as you dare, you might lose a drive. But I think he's vulnerable to being hit on the leg.
That's how Wood got rid of Smith. Now a similar technique. As Wokes is into him, and he again turns this into the onside. It's thick inside edge onto pad. It goes square of the wicket on that onside. They come through for a single. Labuschagne will keep strike at the start of the next over. 35 done on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Australia 3 for 141.
Be bowled over by the world's pinnacle bowls event and get behind the right-at-home Australian Jackaroos. The World Bowls Championships hit the Gold Coast from August 29 to September 10. Proudly supported by Tourism and Events Queensland and Major Events Gold Coast. Tune into daily live streaming on world2023.bowls.com.au. Watch the action unfold live on Fox Sport and KO on September 2, 3, 9 and 10. In the meantime, give bowls a go. Visit bowls.com.au and click on Find a Club.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. So, cheer you can hear is because a son of these parts, Jimmy Anderson, is going to come in from the Jimmy Anderson end, replacing Mark Wood. In that spell, Andrew, what did Wood manage in that spell?
He managed 5 overs, which is a bit more than average for him. Took 1 for 23.
Thank you. 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Square legs coming up to save 1, and a long leg, Moeen Ali out there grazing. He bowled a little bit before lunch, didn't extract much turn. Square leg, Chris Wokes moving now towards mid-wicket as Anderson starts a new over, wicketless so far. And reaching for this is Labuschagne, drives a half stop at extra cover, prevents more than a single. Labuschagne to 39, and that means that Travis Head's going to be on strike. Anderson. Is Anderson going to be forced into this ploy as well?
I think a different phase now that Anderson comes into the attack in place of Wood. 5 overs for Wood, and you'd see Anderson would say pitching the ball up. I'm looking how many slips. There are at least 2. Stokes himself is quite wide at gully. So they're back to 2 slips, although there is a player going out on the hook just in front of square, and there'll be a fine leg as well. But Anderson has got to pitch it up and try and nick him off.
And this is a fascinating battle now, because 70% of the balls Travis Head has played in this series, they've been short. They haven't pitched up to him because they know how quickly he scores when they do.
Anderson into Head, who drives nicely. Well, push drive up to mid-off where Broad does the fielding, no run.
But you've got one of the best bowlers of all time in terms of pitching the ball up, swinging it, nipping it off the seam, and one of the most informed batters in the world in terms of playing that kind of delivery.
Is this the right line to him, Bumble? He tends to like to go over the wicket to the left-hander, does Anderson?
Yeah, it does, but the option is round as well. But, you know, the length that he bowls with 2 slips and a gully, that's his business area.
He runs in now. It's quite an economical runner. It's in. It's quite as full as it might be. It's angled to the gully region where Stokes moves to his left to field again. No run. The sun is out beautifully now. The flags, a stiff breeze going. There's a gentle hum. Most people are back from lunch, and I notice, Bumble, that what used to be a very modest building, the Red Rose Suite.
Yeah.
I played Michael Holding at table tennis in there during the COVID year.
Yeah, of course it was a table tennis room. Of course it was.
Great, that. It's now all gone. It's been replaced by fancy, what's adjunct to the existing hotel, perhaps, as Anderson is in. This is, well, clipped away, but off a bit of inside edge, perhaps, and pad out towards square leg. Shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, misses, nearly cleans up the non-striker, the umpire, but Broad manages to back up, and there's no signal from the umpire, so a couple more to Head. He moves to 18, 3 for 144. So that's, is this going to be part of the same hotel?
Yeah, same group, and that has 150 bedrooms, a new one, whereas the existing one has 100.
Oh, right.
And there's a Yorkshire flag on it as well. Who put that there?
That's not right, is it? Anderson in, back to the bowler off the front foot, no run. This is like planting a United States flag in Leningrad. I mean, this is just absolutely bang out of order, Bumble.
It's on the second row from the top.
Have a word. There it is. A Yorkshire Rose.
The audacity.
Is it next to that guy? There's one guy sitting in that entire unbuilt hotel.
No, not that. I'm looking over there in the red.
Oh, in the red one. Finished hotel.
Second,
sorry.
the blue bit
from the top. Anderson into Head. That was last ball was a no ball. And it's just next delivery is pushed up to mid. Oh, now the crowd are getting into it. Is the great escape on? I don't know. But I tell you, whoever is identified as bringing that Yorkshire flag will need to make a great escape, because that is improper behaviour in these parts. Did I ever tell you, Bumble, my grandfather was born in Barnoldswick.
Oh, yes.
Born and brought up in Barnoldswick.
What year is it now in Barnoldswick?
Well, 1934. Anderson is in. This is guided on the bounce to Stokes. I'll come back to that at the end of 36 overs on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Australia 3 for 145.
Go into Tyre Power and say, hey, got a great value deal for me this winter? And they'll say, good timing. The winter safety sale is on now. You can buy 3, get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres. Nice one. Tyrepower.com.au.
There's a word for when 100% Aussie Angus beef meets fresh, crunchy lettuce, onion, and juicy tomato. Classic. The Classic Angus at Macca's. Available after 10:30am.
SEN Ashes Cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Still Broad. And he's in the attack, replacing Chris Wokes. I just explained him. My poor dear grandfather was born and brought up in Barlick, and so he would have been eligible to play for Yorkshire. But then was it 1971?
Yeah, in the boundaries. Yeah,
boundaries,
when they changed the boundaries. Yeah.
Oh dear. And they moved Barlick into Lancashire.
And there's Todmorden as well. Todmorden is right on the border. And Todmorden was a Lancashire League club, and they would be wonderful. I just wonder who the Australian overseas players would be at Todmorden. Great, famous players. We had Bobby Simpson at Accrington.
In comes Broad. And this is defended by Labuschagne back at the wicket. No run. You had some great pros at Accrington, didn't you?
Yeah, there's a wonderful pro back in the 50s called Ron Archer, and they were in Australia, and a brother called Ken, and he was a good professional. But there was golden eras of Viv Richards and Michael Holding.
Rishton was that?
Charlie Griffiths, Wes Hall, who was at our club at Accrington. They were glorious times. I'm just wondering about Todmorden, Australian great professionals.
Broad in outside the off stump, left alone by Labuschagne.
Bruce Dooland. Where did he play? Bruce Doolan was a leg spinner, I think, from Australia back in the day.
Did he play for Northants at some point?
Bruce Doolan.
Played in the 50s, didn't he? Played county cricket in the 50s. Bruce Doolan. But you had some big names at Accrington. There's a new book out by a lad called Scott Oliver. Do you know him?
I know Scott Oliver.
And he's done a book on when pros came to the club scene.
Yeah.
And, you know, what it must have been like for... You know, the locals having to face Alan Donald.
Well, you took your holidays then. Yeah. You looked at your fixtures and said, I'm going on holiday.
Broad in, left alone, tight to off stump through to Bairstow. And there is no run.
And they were quite picturesque grounds as well. And I've just been chatting with Tubby Taylor, who played before he became established as an Australian cricketer. He played at a club called Greenmount, where the Neville brothers played. And they were good cricketers. And he was up there last week. He went back to the club. And they did an evening with Mark Taylor, which would have been absolutely brilliant to go back to where you played.
Was that where Adam Gilchrist was as well?
Yeah, and Jamie Siddons.
Broad in full down the leg side and taken by Bairstow, but not off bat. Taken with one hand.
He's struggling, Bairstow's struggling from a catch in that first session down the leg side, which knocked his fingers back. And I don't think he's catching it exactly as he wants to. And there's a one-handed flap. It just about stays in there.
So he's on the right hand.
Yeah.
He's got the problem. So he's protecting that. Well, he's been in the wars a little, and his place has come under the microscope, really, for obvious reasons, when then folks is still overlooked. As Broad comes in, 3 slips and a leg slip to the right-handed Labuschagne. Labuschagne defends. He managed to squirt the ball square of the wicket, so gets a run as Duckett has to move to his right from 3rd slip. 3 for 146. 1 ball left in the 37th over. Should be having drinks after this ball. A mini session that doesn't belong to England. Sort of 50-50, isn't it? I mean, is that kept a bit low?
It has, yeah. Just kind of shot through, you know. Looking at the side-on angle, it's definitely kept low. That's an interesting sign on the second session of day 1.
It'll play well. This pitch will play well for 2 or 3 days. You can get 100. You just concentrate, get value for shot. It's a good pitch.
Broad at the top of his mark. Last ball of the over. 2 slips and a gully in place. Comes round the wicket to head. Who clips this? It's up to mid-on. Good diving stop. Prevents a run. 37 overs gone. 3 for 146 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. I'm just looking to see. Yes, it is drinks. A man's come on with a broom. We know it's definitely drinks. 3 for 1.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night. No tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
I follow the Geelong Cats because my dad goes for the Cats.
The footy team I follow is Carlton. Go the Baggers.
St Kilda through no choice of my own.
I'm a Richmond Tigers man, and that's because of Dustin Martin.
Melbourne Demons because my mum goes for them.
I love Geelong. Jimmy Bartel, big fan of him.
With Tobin Brothers Funerals Memory Maker app, you can personalise your coffin or casket with your team's colours. Download the app today or visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Learning new skills, bonding with loved ones, exercising the mind and body. All rewarding, but not as rewarding as a Kogan Money credit card. Earn a whopping $300 Kogan.com credit to spend on the most in-demand products when you meet the minimum spend criteria. Did we also mention there's no annual fee? Use it anytime, anywhere. The Kogan Money credit card. It's just more rewarding. Search Kogan Money to find out more. Spend criteria applies. Offer ends August 31, 2023. T's and C's, other fees and charges apply. Credit provider, National Australia Bank Limited.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Australia went from 2 for 107 at lunch to 3 for 146 at the halfway mark in terms of time on this first day. We've got Marnus Labuschagne there on 40, had 8 runs in that hour, batting with Travis Head on 18. They're put on 26 after Steve Smith was trapped lead before by Mark Wood for 41. 1 wicket falling just after lunch. Adam Collins with you. We've got Louis Cameron, the Oracle, with us, as well as David Bumble Lloyd. We're talking about Lancashire club cricket and the pros that came and all the rest. Didn't you have Bob Simpson play at your club when you were a kid?
Fantastic. He brought the club record, 1,511 runs, and that stood up to about 6 or 7 years ago. And he was a wonderful cricketer, and his leg spin and his catching. It's brilliant catching. It's, you know, God bless them, the amateurs in league cricket, they either stick or they don't, and they usually don't. But he was terrific. So a wonderful era of West Hall, Eddie Barlow, Conrad Hunt was in the league. So lots of great Australian and West Indies cricketers, vintage Indian players. Subhash Gupta, who was a wonderful leg spinner. Chandu the Panther Borde from India, beautiful leg spinners. They were like men of mystery playing in local league cricket against chaps who were going out to work every day of the week and then turn up and practice twice a week, and then you come to your big weekend getting on.
And start of the new hour, Anderson from the Anderson end, bowling to Labuschagne. He pushes out to cover, no run. Of course, Bob Simpson holds the Test record at this ground as well. He's 311.
Yeah, I watched it. I saw it. I saw it. In England, the attack was friendly, very friendly. Flat pitch.
I was going to say, because is that the Barrington double 100 in the same Test? Andrew Sampson's nodding it. It looks flat, that score, in terms of you read back the scorecard.
And did he get dropped after that, Ken Barrington? Is that the one that he got double 100 and got dropped?
Sort of thing Samo will know. He'll look up at least.
Get the scorecard first.
Here's Anderson in, close to the stumps. Labuschagne leaving, moving away from the right-hander. 3 slips next to Bairstow.
No swing. There's no swing. Nothing that we've talked about in this. It's a blustery sort of day, and it's a cross, which is perfect for Jimmy Anderson away swing, but there is no swing.
When you first started here, Bumble, am I right in saying there was another ground attached to...
Yeah, the outground, the nursery ground. It's now where all the nets are and the car park.
Where that temporary stand is at the moment that we keep referring to. Anderson bowls and Labuschagne's beaten, squared up. Lovely delivery from Anderson. No meaningful footwork from Labuschagne. Lucky not to feather it through. Louis Cameron.
Hello, Adam. Yeah, lovely bowling, wasn't it? It's, as Bumble's saying, not a whole lot of swing, but that one's just nipped off the seam. I'm trying to see if it was a wobble seam or not. They're just scrambling down at Marnus, and it's gone past his outside edge.
Anderson looking for something, anything, into his 10th over. Frugal as always. Often likes to bowl from the Statham end here, doesn't he, Bumble? But Anderson end at the moment. Can't be many bowlers that have bowled from their own end in Test cricket. In again, delivers to Labuschagne, clipping into the onside where there isn't a single. You've got something named after you up here, don't you, Bumble?
Very modest room. I think it's on here somewhere. It's a little room. It's like a shed. And it's called the suite. Michael Atherton's, I think, is a little bit smaller than mine. But, I mean, it's Jimmy Anderson, one of the greatest bowlers there's ever been. He's got one little sign which you can't read.
You genuinely require the binoculars to read it. If you didn't know it was there, James Anderson end with the Lancashire insignia above it. Away from it here, bowls to Labuschagne, good contest, leaves alone. Tempter outside the off stump.
Where is it? Under the clock there, is it?
Yeah, underneath the clock. So
there you go.
The sponsor signs, there's the welcome to Old Trafford and so on, and then with James
there
Anderson.
it is.
They might, Bumble, see fit to, when he retires, to have a slightly bigger sign or something like that.
Well, we never have. If you look round the history of the ground, there's never been stands named after the great players. We do it as Lancastrians would. It's A stand, B stand, C, D, E, F and G.
Anderson the finish has got the recognition. Can he get the wicket? Labuschagne on 40, leaves alone again extravagantly through to the gloves of Bairstow. Over complete, 38 gone. Bharat Sundaresan jumping in for Bumble after the break at 3 for 146. That's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
It's Tyre Power's Winter Safety Sale. So you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres. For a safer drive this winter, visit tyrepower.com.au.
It could always be our shout with free barista-made coffee for a year on McCafe. Just buy any eligible McCafe coffee on the My Maccas app for your chance to win. There are 25 winners every day. Limited time only. Ends 29th of the 8th, 23. Visit mcdonalds.com.au/coffeecomp for full terms.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Bharat Sundaresan jumping in with Louis Cameron there with us for Red Energy, and Stuart Broad is on 599 test wickets. 2 slips to the gully, the head, so a more conventional field than what they started with. They're trying to nick him off. Deep point and 2 out on the leg side for the short ball. Broad away from us, round the wicket, wide on the crease, bowls to Head, who plays with soft hands, plays it late, out to deep backward point for 1, moves him to 19, 3 for 147. Andrew Sampson.
Should we go through that 1964 scorecard?
Please do.
The flattest pitches in the history of cricket. Australia batted first and made 656 for 8 declared in just the 255.5 overs, which is about as many as England have played in the whole series so far. But 311 from Bobby Simpson. Right. First Test 100 after 15 50s. So when he finally converted, he went really big.
Was it 740 balls or something ridiculous?
It was 743 balls.
743 balls.
England went in and replied with 611 all out in 293.1 overs. Ken Barrington making 256. There was time for Australia to bat again. They batted for 2 overs and were 4 without loss. That was the end of the game.
And Australia retained the Ashes with the draw.
Yep.
That was the 92nd day of the test.
91st.
Yeah.
Broad in, Labuschagne, leg slip back, leaves alone a ball that angles back off the seam. Broad's interested. The Cordner as well, Baz.
He's left well, Marnus Labuschagne, but that was a bit too close to leave. But he'll tell himself, not a bad leave. It was still well wide of off stump. Wasn't as close to the off stump as Stuart Broad made it out to be. And that's been a feature of this innings today. And Lou, you and I have spoken about this way too much, I think, for my liking of air, about Marnus Labuschagne and just the various guards he's used during this series. And mainly it's been in the setup, not so much about where he ends up. But the worry, the whole concern for him is playing at deliveries that he didn't need to. He's been nicked off at least 4 times in the series.
So change in field. Stokes moves himself to a catching mid-wicket. Now a leg gully instead of the leg slip. In here, Broad, full and straight and dug out by Labuschagne. That was on target. Got down in time just.
Yeah, 5 and 8 innings if you include the World Test Championship final in terms of edges behind. And so all the movement that you talk about, the end product is what's important. You know, what balls is he playing at? Yes. What balls isn't he playing at? And that is, it looks like a real focus today, leaving more balls because he knows, Broad in particular, he got him out for that golden duck, didn't he? Just edging behind.
We see the tempter here. He's working back towards the right-hander now off the seam bowls here, turning in towards that mid-wicket position where Stokes has placed himself in about 15 metres from the bat.
And already he's just the change in field that you spoke about, Adam. He's finally making England do what he wants them to do, which is attack his stumps, which is where he's most comfortable at. He plays so comfortably through the onside, whether it's just rotating strike or finding that boundary. And by leaving so many deliveries, he's making them attack his stumps and thereby dictating terms.
The veterans, Anderson and Broad, are really tied it up in the last 4 overs. Just 6 runs coming. And again, Broad bowls wide of the crease. Labuschagne defending mid-wicket once more.
And amazing they've been able to do that given how they're bowling Travis Head, who's at the non-strikers end at the moment. They've really pitched the ball up. We were talking a lot about, I think the stat coming into this test was 70% of the balls were short or back of a length at him. So he's barely had anything pitched up coming into this series, and all of a sudden they are pitching the ball up to it, and he's actually treating it with respect. I kind of thought initially he's going to go, all right, this is my chance to score. This is the first time I'm really getting some balls in my half of the wicket, but he's actually been pretty respectful to Broad and Anderson.
It's another sign of his maturity as a batter that we've seen really come to the fore in the last 18 months.
He's faced 96 balls here. Labuschagne from Broad turns to the square of the 2 men at mid-wicket. Forward square leg, Moeen Ali to complete the 39th over. 3 for 147 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Head 19, Labuschagne 40.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
People would laugh at it, but I'd have Disney music on. The reason I do is because every Disney song is a story. So whenever you sing the song, like you can picture the story in your head. It just gave your mind a little bit of a reprieve.
I reckon it gives his opponents like Petrarca and that bit of confidence when he's coming out there going, let it go.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. James Anderson's going to continue his spell. What over number is this of his spell, Samo?
It's just number 3.
Third. So he and Broad together are giving nothing away. Trying to create an error. The old John Buchanan theory about dot balls bringing wickets. The way that Australian attack set up gives nothing away whatsoever. 2 slips to the gully for Head. Bowls over the wicket and Head tries to drive and he clunks it straight into the turf. Head's foot was all the way down the middle of the pitch, but that was outside the off stump. No meaningful contact.
I reckon he'll be thinking Jimmy Anderson's gettable at the moment. The ball's not swinging. He's not the tallest bowler ever. He's got 700 Test wickets, so he clearly knows what he's doing. But I reckon in these conditions, Head's probably thinking, all right, they've had their way with me a little bit. I'm going to get back at him here.
The right pace as well for Travis Head to attack.
Just 3 wickets in the series so far. Anderson striving for number 4. Over the wicket to Head and he hits him on the pad via the inside edge. So 2 bowl strokes in a row to start the over. Head rubs his blade.
The thing with Travis Head though is it's one of those batters doesn't get too affected by playing a false stroke here and there, does he? He's able to put it away.
Memory of a goldfish, isn't it? Yeah, just got to forget that one and go on to the next one really quickly.
Yeah, like I've always said, he bats like he speaks.
We've hit 3-4 so far, Travis Head. He's 32 balls. Anderson up past umpire Menon bowls here. Head defends from the crease going back.
And I thought Pat Cummins spoke really well about him in the press conference, Louis, when I asked him about maturity of Travis Head. He said that he's it's the youngest all-season pro that you'll find in Test cricket, right? Someone who's played so much Shield cricket, first-class cricket, before coming at this level, despite being in his 20s. And we've seen that more and more as he started scoring runs away from home.
Captain of South Australia at a very young age, wasn't he? 21, I think he was.
Yeah, that's it. Anderson's ahead, squared him up, spits out, pass backward point for 1. But again, good bowling, head into the 20s. 3 for 148. Anderson getting closer.
And it's just an immaculate line from Anderson. He loves coming over the wicket to left-handers, and he just barely ever misses that kind of pitching on about leg, stump, middle and leg, and always just asking a question. Very rarely does he kind of go across where you can kind of cover drive him or play a cut shot as a left-hander. He's just his accuracy. People have talked about, how he bowled in the first 2 tests when there was absolutely nothing in those pitches for him. He was going at about 2 and over. I thought there was nothing wrong with how he was bowling. It's just the conditions just weren't kind of tilted in his favour.
2 left here. Bowls to Labuschagne again. Labuschagne leaves over the top of the off stump. Left alone on length. I saw a couple of beer snakes working their way through the temporary stand and a bunch of security stewards heading up to dismantle it.
So you couldn't do them with the plastic kind of cups that you get here. You don't get you get like the hard plastic here, don't you? You don't get the kind of disposable ones like you get back home in Australia.
Well, they're finding a way.
They're finding a way. It's a long enough beer snake from where I'm sat.
I think they're trying to join the 2 ends together.
Oh, right.
That's always the sign of a successful beer snake. Last ball here, Anderson. Frugal. Bowls to Labuschagne, leaves alone again in that channel. Well bowled. Changing commentary. Louis jumping out. Jarrod Kimber jumping in after the break. 3 for 148 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard with Head 20 and Labuschagne 40.
I think telling loved ones how much they mean to me is important because it reaffirms the love that I feel for them.
I think it's really important to remind them because we don't know what tomorrow holds.
It's so important to tell loved ones how you feel because none of us know when it's our time.
Because you don't know what happens tomorrow, so you better tell them while you can.
Don't wait till tomorrow. Tell loved ones how much they mean to you today. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Just 1 wicket in the session for England, which they celebrated for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. Jarrod Kimber jumping in. Good afternoon to you.
Hey, I've got a really important question to ask you about paint.
Okay.
Not Razine.
Not Razine, the Paint the Kiwis trust. Has Broad bowls here to head, left-handed, slaps it out in front of point, towards the rope, doesn't get all of it, but gets enough of it. That's a boundary for Travis Head. His fourth. Advancing to 24, and it takes Australia beyond 150 as well. 3 for 152.
Yeah, forced that one a little bit, but it sort of swung away into his arc, and so he didn't quite middle it, but he got enough on it. So we have the red box at the points, and we have the red hotel box. Is this new building over here also going to be another red box? Are we going to have 3 red boxes?
Well, 4 if you include the press box that we're in.
We're in a red box. Yeah. Oh my God, they're everywhere.
Yeah. I think it would have to be a red box.
It has to be.
Broad away from us, round the wicket to Head. Fuller drives again. That's even better. Much better shot. Crunching it through the covers. Didn't have a lot of room to work with, but pierced the gap. Back-to-back fours for the South Australian. He's 28, 3 for 156.
So here's my theory. England have been bowling short because mostly Travis Head doesn't look like he handles it very well, right? And so they've gone short, over and over again. But the other reason they're doing it is because he doesn't score very fast off it.
I think that's the only reason, to be honest.
I don't think it's the only reason, because I do think they thought they could get him out with it.
But he rarely gets out to it. Like, I think it's just to stop him scoring.
Broad up. Head plays again through the cordon. Gets a bit of pace taken off it by the man at Gully. It was into the turf first. They returned for a couple. So Head scored 10 runs in 3 balls to start Broad's over. He's up to 30, 3 for 158. An appropriate time to tell you all that our coverage into South Australia is brought to you by Morn Team. Everyone's talking about Morn Team used cars. Mornteam.com.au. Well bowled, Morn Team.
Oh, well done, well bowled, Morn Team indeed. I think
Morn Team would go full to Head.
Morn Team would go full to Head. And in the last 18 months, when teams have gone full to him, even in conditions where the ball's done a lot, he's made hundreds. It's only by through bowling shot that they basically said, even if you want to make 1 run, you take a risk while doing it.
He's now 30 from 37. He's catching up on the strike rate. That shapes away nicely from Broad, pitching about off, but Head has the presence of mind, the shoulder arms.
Yeah, he's moved 4 balls away so far this over, so it'd be interesting to see if he's setting him up for the one that comes the other way, or he's got the edge past Gully. No, I think you're right, but I still think England thought they could get him out that way. I don't think it was just defensive. I do think they thought they would get him out, but they've controlled him in a way, and you watch now, they're like, okay, we're going to pitch it up for a couple of overs, which we've almost not seen. We've almost not seen this to Head all the way, pretty much since India started bouncing him. We haven't seen him face, consistent full balls, and suddenly the Travis Head we all know is here.
It took them 4 hours to work it out, India as well. Short ball here, Head takes it on, down towards long leg on the bounce, another single, 3 for 159, Head up to 31. I remember against the Indian attack, when they bowled short of him, he was just playing the uppercut.
But they didn't have the fields.
They didn't get it quite right early on.
I reckon they bowled about 50 balls full to him, and then they bowled a bunch of balls short with the wrong field. And then eventually they went, do you know what, if we put everyone back here, he won't be able to hit all these.
By which time he was in the 140s. But he's worked ways out to, like his second innings knock was quite a special knock in Headingley, where England, after a while, when the ball was doing a bit late on that day 3, they did go full, but he had an answer.
Leg Gully back for Labuschagne. Last ball to Broad's over the wicket, squares him up again, appeal for leg before, ambitious to say the least. Umpire Wilson says no, he won't be getting a review on that. End of the over, 3 for 159 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. It's cyber awareness. Actually, we'll do it another time. It's on 31, Labuschagne's 40.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Good morning also to our listeners in New Zealand and SENZ. They're here thanks to Razine. We're talking about paint, Jarrod, the New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. Anderson, new over, starts to Head. He plays with a straight blade out to mid-off, no run. If you're listening in New Zealand, you can text us on 8833. Jeremy Coney will be back with us soon enough as well.
Yeah, I've already written a song for him for tomorrow.
Not GB.
I put in the most random prompts possible, and then Coney thinks they're wonderful, and he reads them out. I think he thinks I'm writing some of them.
So AI is in charge of...
Imagine AI and Jeremy Coney. It's the most horrific combination you could come up with.
Well, you do have a link to rap music, Jarrod, as head faces Anderson. Defends out to the offside. Who was it that used the photo of you on an album cover?
Puff Daddy.
Puff Daddy's got an album cover that Jarrod took the photo for.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm pretty straight.
Clearly.
If you want to know more, Google it. I'm not letting you tell the full story.
No. I had to, someone from the ECB came up yesterday in a paddock. I've just heard this story, and I was like, okay, what do you need to hear? I had to go through it. So
everyone's got
once
the story
a test, I can tell it.
Anderson bowls to Head, who's playing straight back past the bowler for 4 more. Travis Head now moving through the gears. He checked his shot, but he timed it so well. His 6th boundary, Head to 35 from 42. Australia 3 for 163. So after absorbing pressure from the veterans, they're now transferring it back onto both of them.
Yeah, look, they're moving the bowling on, so I don't think they're going to be too worried with him playing these shots. But I think if they're going to do it, you probably want your seamer on at one end and your offie at the other end. That's where he's probably looked worse against off-spin than against anything else.
Yeah, the second time he's played a false shot, but he's timed it so well.
Well, it's bottom hand, isn't it? Watching the replay back for tyre power, save on Falcon tyres, it was more a
tennis ball shot.
Yeah, more a sort of a T20 shot than it was a conventional drive, but it works. It flew past the stumps at the non-striker's end. Anderson, how does he respond? Beats Head outside the off stump, trying to smack it as hard as he could through the offside, but no contact.
Yeah, not as good.
But you come to expect that from Travis. There'll be a couple of airy-fairy shots.
Well, he must be pent up. Right? He's been waiting for full balls for a month and a half, and he's suddenly like, they're coming all the time. I'm going to hit every one of them for 4.
Getting a replay here for tyre power. Save on Falcon tyres. He wasn't in the same postcode as that Travis Head.
The feet just got stuck. He's not a big mower of his feet, but at least he gets his front foot out a little bit there. That occasion, it was all hands.
Get out like that. It looks awful on replay. Has to reset again. Anderson bowls and Head off the front pad, can't get any bat on it, spills into the onside. Jimmy Anderson fields off his own bowling.
Jimmy Anderson feels like a wicket is coming, but it's evaded him. There's been a couple of spells maybe before this where he's bowled well enough to get more than 1 wicket, but just haven't come his way. You could see slapped himself on the thigh when Travis Head played that expansive shot and almost got the edge. What does he do with this ball? Maybe just leave it a little outside off stump. Travis Head will try to play at it.
Last ball of the over. Anderson to Head, and he leaves it. Good batting from Travis Head to leave that alone. The Tempter 3 for 163 at the end of the over on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Head 35, Labuschagne 40.
Beaumont Tiles hits another 6 for your renovation budget, introducing the best value tile range ever. It's called Beaumont Max. How's this? Subway tiles from $30. Yes, Subway tiles from $30 in over 10 colours. 3x6 white wall tiles only $19.95. Floor tiles from $29.95 featuring concrete and marble look. Don't be caught out of your crease. Buy Beaumont Max from Beaumont Tiles. You'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
The day for Macca's order via McDelivery on the My Macca's app was sent down by Stuart Broad early on when he trapped Usman Khawaja leg before wicket for 3. The first of 3 wickets to fall today. Bit of partnership building here. They've added 43 Labuschagne and Head. 35 of them from the South Australian. Back to Labuschagne. He's faced 100 balls for his 40. Patient since lunch. Broad bowls, Labuschagne round the corner to leg gully, no run. So since lunch, he's hit 8 runs, Samo, off a lot of balls, Labuschagne. How many exactly?
41 now.
8 from 41.
I think his runs could dry up even more with this new angle of attack from England, just because of the field that they've set. So the shut-off is single opportunities because 3 men, one just backward of square in a single saving position, conventional square leg and a short mid-wicket.
Broad up to Labuschagne, 2 slips and plays into the onside. Another dot ball to mid-on. I love here with the corporate facility that you were talking about before, Jarrod.
Big red point box.
Big red box where everybody is about 3 deep on the balcony. The same applies with the hotel, which is on the other side of the pavilion.
I'm
where
assuming there's so many people in the hotel that the players aren't staying here for this test.
No, they're not. The Australian players aren't.
Because have a look, at almost every room, someone is out on their balcony. So those are punters.
I lived here for 2 weeks during the pandemic. I had one of the rooms in there.
Breakfast?
Well, I don't remember, to be honest with you.
I did not remember.
It was more the bar that was getting a good workout there. Broad bowls here and leaving alone is Labuschagne. But I had one of the rooms facing the other way towards the technical university on the other side, the academy, whatever they call it. So if you were a former England player working on commentary, you got one of the nice rooms facing the ground. But the field of play was our recreational, that was our area to walk around on non-playing days.
Your prison yard.
Exactly. And the Red Rose Suite, which Daniel and Bumble were talking about before, that was our games room, where Jonathan Agnew had the guitar out each night and all the rest.
What's his guitar level? Is he Shane Watson level guitar?
No, you would say he's learning the guitar. Labuschagne facing Broad, and he turns him towards forward square leg for none. So it was a couple of interesting ways. It was quite an unusual experience, like living in a cricket ground. It's what you dream of as a kid, right? Like, oh, wow, how good would it be if I lived at the MCG? Well, living at Old Trafford wasn't bad. Very unusual situation where some people lived here for 3 months through that summer of 2020, and they never left the gates of Old Trafford. Such were the strict restrictions we were under.
Yeah, I was speaking to someone earlier, and they said they used to drive to the Peak District just so that they could walk about during those 3 months.
That was only at the very end. Earlier on, you couldn't leave the gates. Broad gets up and bowls, and Labuschagne again picks out another fielder on the onside. This time it's Moen Elliott square leg, no single. So early on, complete lockdown. Later on, you were permitted to drive off and go for a walk or play golf on your own and so on. But during the test matches here, it was, I think Daniel did a couple of those. You weren't allowed to do anything, which meant it felt like a big school camp, really. Stuart Broad was part of the commentary team for one network, James Anderson another, so they had played all the test matches and they were back in the bubble for 2 more weeks. Broad up to finish the over to Labuschagne, and he drives through the offside for 4. Gap at cover, not much of one, but he finds it. Labuschagne, only his second boundary of the session, takes him to 44, the partnership to 47, and the score to 3 for 167 at the end of the over on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Take crispy bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus and layer it with spicy sticky barbecue sauce, and you've got the new spicy sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. It's a great day to be hungry. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League and subscribe today.
Yeah, and Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Now then, Anderson's going to continue. Still wicketless. It's not been his Ashes so far. And his return to his home ground has not been a fruitful one.
I had a look at his control percentage, which basically means how many errors that batters are making against bowlers.
Oh, yes. He has 2 slips and a gully. He's into Head. Head cuts at this, and he goes under his bat. Low to Bairstow, I understand.
So Scott Boland has got 2 wickets and Anderson has 3 in this Ashes. Yeah. Scott Boland's control percentage suggests that he's bowled really, really well. And hasn't had the breakthroughs he should have had. Anderson's suggests he has not bowled particularly well and is more or less the wickets that you would have expected him to get.
Yeah, well, it's not a bit like that. He comes in bright sunshine. Head defends into the offside. Won't get a single for it. Goes slightly to the right of Duckett. We have some very high clouds, just a few. It's as nice a day as Manchester will ever permit you at the moment.
You're English.
Well, I'm from London.
It's true. I'll understand. But if you had to make a over or under, how many test matches would you put the line for Jimmy Anderson from here on in for the rest of his career?
1. As he comes in, right arm over the wicket. It's the Head who flicks this away through mid-wicket. They'll pick up 1. They'll come back for a second. And that will be it. 3 for 169. And I say that actually simply because there's 1 test match left in this Ashes. I think there's a very strong chance that Australia will not lose this game, so they will have retained the Ashes, at which point, with a 5-test tour of India, the only thing that Anderson has to look forward to in the winter, followed by 2 3-match series against Sri Lanka and the West Indies next summer, I'm not sure that there's a great deal to keep him invigorated. And his head lets us go by through to the keeper, and there's no run. And it's generally not because I think that he couldn't get back to taking wickets and what have you, but it's a long old time at his age to be contemplating keeping match fit when
he kind of naturally keeps match fit, though, doesn't he, compared to other cricketers?
He does. Well, I mean, he's said many times that he'll retire when he feels that he can't do what he wants to do with a cricket ball, and I suppose this would have been quite a chastening Ashes for him, but also, you know, what does he want to do in India? Possibly not go, would be my guess.
It'd be a nice little retirement series against the West Indies, though, wouldn't it?
Well, it could be, but he's not really into that sort of thing. He's not a very, you know...
Sentimental.
Not sentimental at all. He's around the wicket, changing his line, and this is whipped away without a lot of whippage. Bit of bottom hand, and it'll roll down to fine leg, where Moeen Ali will field. 3 for 170. Head to 38. Yes, he's not the kind of guy. I mean, Stuart Broad, I can genuinely imagine.
I want to go out with a flash.
Yes.
Whenever under a member.
Is that a 50 partnership by any chance?
Yeah, I think that is.
There's a little ripple of applause.
It is indeed. It's taken on 14.2 overs.
So it's pretty quick. But 38 of those come off the blade of Travis Head. 10 from Marnus Labuschagne. So, yes, I can see Broad quite fancying a fond farewell. But I think Anderson's a bit shyer, you know, than that. He's into Labuschagne outside the off stump. Goes through low. It dies to Bairstow. 44 overs gone. On the Harvey Norman scoreboard, Australia 3 for 170.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. I want to introduce you to some very special new homes at a very special place at very, very special prices. Single and double-story homes with 4 bedrooms with all the luxuries are ready to move in now at The Dales, an exclusive community in Ponnybrook next to Caroline Springs and Fraser Rise. But be quick, prices start from under 600 grand. All by Henley Homes, the builder with a $7 billion parent company. Go to henley.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Now, Moeen Ali coming into the attack. The off spinner.
I think this is a good plan for Head. He's got away from them now, and if they're not going to go back to the bouncers, I think this is the best bet. But I did want to ask you, Jeremy, you know, you obviously were involved with the seamer who bowled into was a legendary seamer who bowled into very, very late. Was he 39 or 40, Hadley, when he retired? Something around that age. Is it just that he got to the point where he went, I'm just sick and tired of getting all these wickets, or did the body not allow him to bowl?
I think yes. No, the wickets didn't seem to dry up too much.
I didn't see anything in his record. I've compared him and Anderson at the end, and he had a better 38 to whatever it was, 40 reign than Anderson has.
Yeah, there aren't many that you can compare.
Courtney Walsh, Glenn McGrath, that's about it. I can only find a couple. Andrew Sampson is looking around. He's got some.
Moeen in. His first ball beats the bat of Travis Head. It went back into his crease and played a very ugly little flick, which Bairstow took without the ball touching bat. Let's see this again on the replay with tyre power. Save on Vulcan tyres. There's a bit of turn there. A little bottom-handed flick, and that would have been a very limp way to go. Stays in round the wicket, slip in place, a short extra cover, a catching cover, who will pick up the ball now as Travis Head defends on the front foot. How old was Glenn McGrath then when he retired? Was he just as old as 38?
No, he wasn't that old. He was 34.
McGrath?
He played his last test.
No, he had to be older than 34, didn't he?
Moeen in again. That's the guided to point. They'll get a single to the front foot. One more to the total. 3 for 171. Head to 39.
I thought McGrath was older than that, but I know there was about 4. Oh, maybe it was. How old was Kirtley when he retired then? Might have been another West Indian of that era.
There aren't many make it to 38.
No, there's very few wickets being taken by seamers over the age of 38 in the history of the game.
Yeah, I should imagine that Hadley and Anderson probably are the majority.
And Walsh. I think Walsh is the other one. Yeah. Until Sampson tells me I'm wrong.
Moeen in over the wicket to the right-handed Labuschagne. He comes down the wicket and then defends back to the bowler on the front foot. Didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball.
McGraw was 36.
Oh, he's 36. He did play a couple more years of the IPL, I think, after that, yeah.
Moeen in again, down the wicket comes Labuschagne. Now has he got a little bit of inside edge onto pad? Umpire Wilson is unmoved. Bairstow thinks there was something there. I'm not sure I heard two noises. They're having a little chat about this. Joe Root's got both arms outstretched. Goes, surely, go for it. No, time has gone down.
I think Duckett came in from mid-wicket, didn't he, Jeremy, to say, I don't think there was anything on that.
Let's take a look again. Well, no, unless it brushed a bit of glove on the way back off the pad. It didn't go bad onto pad, but no doubt we'll get to see that at some point later. Forward comes Labuschagne, defends on the front foot. End of the over on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. It's 3 for 171.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket with Henley. Land from $350,000. Build your dream Henley home at the Dales, Boddybrook. Now then, what's this? This is Chris Wokes of the Anderson end.
Yeah, he's bowled well today. He and Wood have held things together nicely for England. I think Broad has picked up the wicket, of course, but a bit wayward. I don't know what the figures are. I've got the feeling he's gone for a few today, Stuart Broad, because he's just been a bit wide and so on.
147 and 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, so nearly fives.
Yeah.
And then Anderson has looked to control the run rate, which he's just done that session he's just had at the crease. But no more than that. He's gone past the bat a couple of times, but hasn't really been, I would say, threatening consistently with the ball.
Yeah, it's just the three seamers who've got 30 or more wickets off there, just 38 in Test cricket. Anderson's on 99 with 22s.
What did Hadley get?
And Hadley got 35. There a second ago at 23. Coney Walsh got 36 at 27.
Yeah. So Anderson is the best of the lot.
Even when you look over 33, there aren't that many that have wickets. It's not a thing. It's really hard bowling quick.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Strange.
I think it's silly, honestly. Should all just bowl spin.
Well, that's what it used to be, isn't it?
Yeah.
1870s. Here's Wokes starting a new over into the left-handed Head. And Head pulls a short ball down to fine leg, where Moeen Ali will trot in off the boundary. Bowled a good over that last over. Beat Head with one that spat and turned a bit, and then enticed a couple of false shots from Marnus Labuschagne.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that it turned, isn't it, really? And we're in the second session of the match. It does look dry, but certainly more turn in that over than he had one prior to lunch. Mind you, they disappeared a wee bit, didn't they? I've enjoyed Head. Have you enjoyed watching Head today?
I have enjoyed Head.
Yeah, I think he's a danger man. And you know, they've tried to keep him quiet with the short ball, but as soon as he's still able to score in between, pulled the ball well, cover drove.
Here's Wokes into Labuschagne, who cuts and cuts well, cuts for four. It didn't come right off the meat of the bat, we tell from the noise, but it's the placement that was all important. To the right, a backward point down to the boundary, and Labuschagne now to 48 inside of his first half century of this Ashes summer. The whole Harvey Norman scoreboard, 3 for 176. It's Cyber Safety Awareness Month at Harvey Norman, and we're giving you a free $50 cyber safety voucher to use towards any cyber security product. T's and C's apply.
Would that include password managers?
I wouldn't know. I don't even know what those words mean when they're put together. As Wokes is in, it's pushed up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Are you familiar with password managers?
He's got a notebook somewhere. You know that.
Don't you ask me about anything like that, please. And you both know that, and so you knew the answer before you asked the question.
That's why we asked it.
I know.
Isn't that what they say of lawyers? Never ask a question if you don't know the answer.
Well, absolutely. Yeah. 3 for 176. Wokes into the right-handed Labuschagne. 2 slips and a gully in bright sunshine. Labuschagne defends irksomely into the offside. There's no run.
Well, Labuschagne's been good too, though.
Yeah.
I don't think
Solid.
that's irksome.
No, it's the business when he flicks the bat out to the left hand.
Oh, yeah.
It does a thing.
Affectation. Yeah, don't worry about that.
Yeah.
But he's played so much straighter, I think, today than he has previously. He's played to the leg side. If I think back to Lords and to some of those innings he had, rather like Smith in that sort of sense. But he's played so much straighter. He's known where his stumps. The centre stump guard has worked so far.
Wokes in. And he's played a controlled pull as Labuschagne out towards deep backward square leg. It might go all the way, and it doesn't, because of a sensational piece of fielding from Moeen Ali, who's going fine leg to fine leg, bless him. He had a lot of ground to make. It went square of the wicket. He's run around and stopped it, but he can't stop Marnus Labuschagne raising his bat for the first time in this Ashes series. His 50 is 16th. 5th score of between 50 and 100. He has 10 hundreds as well.
Yeah, he's. I think the difference for me today is when the ball's gone full, he's driven it very hard. But the other times when the ball's gone full, he hasn't been probing for it. His hands haven't been looking for the ball, and then he's playing to his strengths, flicking through mid-wicket, waiting for the ball to be cut, the odd pull shot. Those are his strengths.
Head on straight. They took 3 that last time. Good running. It's Head drives for 4 through extra cover. Over-pitched, and he's laced that just to the right of extra cover, all the way along the ground to the boundary. End of the over, 46 gone. Australia 3 for 183.
Pulling away from the dealership is just the start with Hyundai. Imagine convenience and transparency with online service booking and upfront pricing. Imagine 12 months of our premium roadside support plan every time you complete a scheduled service with us. Imagine driving unlimited kilometres and still being under warranty 5 years later. Imagine having a lifetime of care with Hyundai iCare. T's and C's apply. Elements of iCare are limited in duration. Visit hyundai.com.au/iCare. Imagine that. Hyundai.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Now then, Moeen Ali is going to continue, and he caused Marnus Labuschagne a couple of little problems in the previous over, as he did to Travis Head. He has a slip in for the right-handed Labuschagne, as well as a deep square leg, sort of backward square leg on the one. Mid-wicket, mid-on and mid-off, a back a fairway, but notionally saving one. Short extra backward point. Going in to Labuschagne. He goes forward, stuck on a bar. That looks really close. That looks really close. Umpire Joel Wilson shakes his head. His impact just outside the line.
I thought it was.
Well, they're going upstairs, and I can understand why, because to the naked eye, that looked like a very close one indeed. So we have got ourselves a little bit of DRS. That really is Imar. Now then, let's take a look at this. It's pitched a long way outside off, and it's hitting.
Oh, just outside the line.
Just outside the line.
That's what Marnus Labuschagne seemed to indicate as well. It could well be umpire's call on impact, because if it's not, Marnus could well be in trouble. It wasn't turning enough.
Close, isn't it?
It is close. Could still be on line.
It does get outside the line. Now then, my feeling is its impact is the issue here, without doubt. Well, impact's in line.
Oh, is it?
And it's hitting. There you go. Marnus Labuschagne has got to go. He's only just made it past his half-century. And he's on his way. Moeen Ali with the breakthrough again. He's had him before in this series. It looked really close. I'm quite surprised that umpire Wilson didn't give it out. He must have thought that Labuschagne was outside the line, but it was inside the line. It was hitting the top of leg stump, and he could just keep on chipping away. That's their 4th wicket in Australia. 4 for 183.
It did come from nowhere. Well, it wasn't a big turning off break. It was just a
a conventional off-break outside off stumps. Fun enough to go past Manas Labuschane's bat, but it was more to do with the way he tried to play it.
Poorly defended, I'm afraid to say, for Manas. He's seen it turn. He didn't get there. He didn't have to play that far forward. He could have let it play at what we call half cock, and he just holds the bat nice and straight instead of turning the bat through the line and not presenting any wood at all to the ball. If he had played a full face of the bat, he'd have got something on there.
Yep, it wasn't expertly played at all by Labuschagne, and he's scratching at his eyes in rage and disappointment, because it was a fairly innocuous delivery. I mean, you've got to give it to Moeen Ali. He bowled it pitch to pitch, stump to stump, you know.
It done quite a bit, didn't it? So there was
Oh, no, it's turning a little.
And it brings Mitchell Marsh out to the crease. He hit his 3rd century in Test cricket in his last game. One of the great Ashes centuries, I thought. That 118 of 118 balls at Headingley on a pretty rapid deck. No one else really mastered the conditions there, but these are different conditions, and he's facing up to Moeen Ali, who's currently bowling really rather well.
Well, he's a big turner.
Surprise in my voice, but
and because he gets revs on it, and that's why we're seeing the turn, but he also gets the ball to get that spin drift, and it drifts away from a right-hander just slightly and dips, and that deceives the length for the batsman as well, and that's why maybe Manas Labuschagne's leg and foot went out too far, nearly got him outside off stump, but not quite enough with the turn, and that coupled with the turning of the bat.
Now he got himself into a muddle, didn't he, Jeremy? And hence, I think he tried to play around his bat. His bat, if you see in the replay, it comes down a little later than he wanted it to. And then he has no option but to just try to force it up and play it around his bat. And that leads to him missing the ball. He was very confident that he was hit outside the off stump. You could see him indicating that to Travis Head.
Yeah, but you don't want to play it that way, though, do you?
No, that's the thing.
They don't play with a... It's not even a half a bat.
No.
He's playing with a sort of a quarter of the bat.
Yeah, maybe just relaxed after having got to his half century. Perhaps it was the first ball after he...
Well, he had tried the over before to go down, hadn't he? Go down the pitch, and he was using the pads there.
Mitchell Marsh, first delivery is full. He comes forward and defends into the offside.
Much better.
And there's no run.
Bat there early. You see what I mean? Out in front.
Very, very different circumstances for Mitchell Marsh to walk into. Australia were 4 for 90 in both innings last time in Headingley.
Moeen in again, tossed up, forward he comes in, looks for the quick single. Moeen shies at the non-striker's end, misses, but I think Marsh was home anyway. 4 for 184 with that single.
And there was a fire-breathing Mark Wood on both occasions. This time it was a very gentle Moeen Ali, a gentle-faced, a smile on his face.
Well, he was pretty convinced he got it out there, wasn't he?
The LBW, yeah. He wasn't smiling.
That was one of the reasons why I thought it would look pretty out, because Moeen doesn't tend to do appeals that unless he thinks it's very close. Andrew.
Manas Labuschagne's innings, 212 minutes, 115 fours and fours.
115 fours.
6 fours. Just the second time he's got to 50 in his last 17 test innings.
Moeen into Head, who goes back into his crease and punches off the back foot. Won't get a single for it. It's rather good fielding in the end by Ben Duckett. Moving away to his right in the covers.
England's session at this stage, certainly the first hour, 1 for 39 and getting the wicket of Smith. Here, then they suppressed the run rate as well. It went from 4.2 down to 3.7.
Moeen in. This is driven into the ground and crowd caught by Harry Brook at short extra cover.
So some good work there from England, from the bowlers, reducing that run rate and then now picking up the wicket of Labuschagne.
Moeen once more, forward comes Head, plays back to the bowler, no run, a wicket taking over. 47 gone, Australia 4 for 184.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. I want to introduce you to some very special new homes at a very special place at very, very special prices. Single and double-story homes with 4 bedrooms with all the luxuries are ready to move in now at The Dales, an exclusive community in Ponnybrook next to Caroline Springs and Fraser Rise. But be quick, prices start from under 600 grand. All by Henley Homes, the builder with a $7 billion parent company. Go to henley.com.au.
SEN Ashes cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. And when we had a little look there on the replay, our replays with tyre power save on Falcon tyres, to see that the ball did turn and grip and bounce a fair way. When you looked at it initially, you thought, well, that's bound to hit him outside the line. But it's actually jagged quite sharply, and then was hitting the top of leg stump. It was hitting, which is why it was given out, as opposed to umpire's call. But it was leg stump, and it started well outside off stump. Chris Wokes is going to continue to the new batter, the right-handed Mitch Marsh. 2 slips and a gully in place, and he plays with an angled bat through backward point to a point that stays at his crease at. I don't like that shot.
Yeah, that's
a little away from the body.
That's the shot that has got Mitchell Marsh into trouble so many times in his intermittent test career. And Chris Wokes had him edging, didn't he? And when he was on 12 in that first innings, and Joe Root put down a sitter, that led to the big 100, of course. So he is susceptible. That area, he bats outside his crease and then gets himself outside off stump as well. So he's always reaching for those deliveries.
Wokes is into him. And he goes back and leaves a ball outside the line of the off stump, just raising his bat above his head. So England have picked up 2 wickets. They've celebrated 2 wickets, which we celebrate another wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. And they are the wickets of Labuschagne and Smith, the 2 batters at the crease after lunch. Labuschagne for 51, Smith for 41. Andrew, what have the partnerships been? Can you tell me after this ball? Because it feels like partnership gets to 50 and then he gets broken as Wokes is into Marsh, comes advancing down the wicket and then plays at a ball in the channel and misses. That's left him a bit. Well, this isn't the fast pitch of Headingley. This is a slightly slower pitch. Mitchell Marsh doesn't look quite the same Mitchell Marsh as he did. It's a good bit of bowling from Wokes, in fairness.
But look how far outside his off stump he ended up, Jeremy. Again, walking across his stumps, ends up playing at deliveries that he really doesn't have to.
They've strengthened the slip cordons. 3 of them now in a gully. After seeing these 2 balls, Wokes into Marsh, who pushes forward in defence and plays it to cover point. There's no run.
He's not on holiday anymore, but the partnership's 15. They've been going steadily higher, though. Yeah. 46 for the second wicket, 59 for the third, and 63 for the fourth.
Also, it should be about 70 for the fifth, you'd think. Yeah.
Could be quite a big score by the end of the innings.
Yeah, and looking forward to seeing what the 10th wicket partnership's going to yield.
You would think with these 2 batsmen at the crease, from what we've seen, that it'll happen quite quickly.
It will, yeah.
They are quite aggressive players, both of them.
Wokes into Marsh. And Marsh is wrapped on the pad. It's high is my guess. There was a little bit of bouncing from Lurch at second slip. He got quite excited, but Root is normally a fairly good barometer of these things, and he just went for the arms outstretched. He didn't do the back arch.
Stokes has come in from point, and he can see the height there.
Yeah.
He's indicated it was too high.
We'll take a look at the replay. Our replays with tyre power, save on Falcon tyres, and that's, I mean, Marsh is a big man. It's hit him above the pad flap on the front foot.
Yeah, I heard a semi-Kiwi, semi-Cumbrian accent go high. Ben Stokes.
Ooh. Wokes head down a wicket again, comes Marsh, and he ends up just prodding at the ball, plays it back to the square on the offside. End of the over, 48 gone, as we move towards T4 for 184.
Polaris end of financial year deals have been extended to July 31st with great savings across the range. Get $1,000 free accessories on the 2-seat Ranger 570, the 3-seat Ranger Northstar and the 6-seat Ranger Northstar Crew. Get $2,000 free accessories on the upgraded 23 Ranger Diesel and $3,000 free accessories on the Ranger XP 1000. Finance is available to approved purchases at a 6.99% rate. Don't miss out. See your local Polaris dealer. Polaris. Think outside.
SEN Ashes cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. And do not forget, as we move into the night time wherever you are across the Antipodes, that we could do with your texts. They're always very helpful. 0433 98 11 16 if you're listening from Australia, as Moeen starts a new over, and prodding at this is head. He plays it out to the onside. Bairstow scampers round to collect. There's no run, and of course, if you're listening from New Zealand, it's the most iconic 4-digit number at the moment. It is
888.
33. 88. 33. In comes Moeen. Forward comes Head. Defends into the offside. There's no runs. We move towards tee. These are just slightly anxious moments for Australia. They're in the grander scheme in a strong position in the series. But just when they get through to tee now. Head comes forward. Plays with a flat back. Straight to short extra cover.
This is a critical little part of play, isn't it, now? With Head facing the off-spinner, the left-hander facing the off-spinner, the slip is in play, the backward point is in play, and so are covers.
Forward he comes again and flicks it fine. He's going to get some runs here. At least 2. It might run away all the way to the boundary. It's been hauled back quite superbly by Chris Wokes. But they do get back for a third run. Head moves to 44, 4 for 187. What he has done is the first ball he faced from Moeen, he went back to, flicked at, missed, and then after that he's had a word with himself and he's got right on the front foot ever since.
Yes, but he can still nick it, and it may pay him to anything that he sees the length. That's what he's got to watch very closely, because he also tends to play a little bit wide of himself and bring that slip into play. So just Moeen just got that last one wrong outside his leg stump, and he was able to just turn it around comfortably. This is a good sort of end for Head to be at the moment, standing at the non-striker's end.
A couple of balls left in this session. Moeen's going to be bowling to Mitchell Marsh. Marsh comes forward, defends with bat in front of pad, very much in the 1950s style. There is a bat pad in place, and a similar ball to the one to Labuschagne is probably what Moeen's after here. Might even get a little back pad. He's in. Forward comes Marsh. Defends on the front foot to short extra cover. The fielders turn on their heels. Umpire Wilson takes the bails off. And that is the end of the session. Australia, like the first session, have lost 2 wickets. In this one, it's Smith and Labuschagne, the men to go. Labuschagne registering his first 50 in this year's Ashes. Smith, 41 LBW to Wood. Labuschagne, LBW to Moeen Ali. England have spread those wickets around, haven't they? Broad, Wokes, Moeen Ali and Mark Wood. As the players make their way off, 2 for 80 in the 24 overs of that session. Travis Head, though, again looking in fine fettle, Bharat Sundaresan.
He is. I think we're not too far away from acknowledging the fact that he is the most influential batter in this Australian team currently. He's had a wonderful tour. He's made a contribution in every test match that they've played in England so far. And he's done it again. They went short at him. He had to contend with Mark Wood. Copped a painful blow to the side of his head, ironically speaking. And then he's batted well. Marnus Labuschagne looked very good for a bigger score, didn't he? Did well to get to 50, but once again, much like Steve Smith earlier in the session, Daniel Norcross found a way of getting himself out.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say about Steve Smith is that he was out LBW to the quickest bowler on either side. So, you know, if you're going to play the way Smith plays, occasionally that one's just going to sneak through, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think for Labuschagne it's a bit more disappointing because it was a good ball. I mean, it pitched outside off stump, and it would have hit leg stump, but that's something you can be defending on the front foot. It didn't do anything particularly surprising. Off spinners tend to break the ball from off to leg. That's what they do. And Labuschagne wasn't quite up to it. Wokes 1 for 35, 1 for 22 from Moeen. The other wicket takers, Andrew.
Broad 1 for 47 and Wood 1 for 44.
Anderson still wicketless. So before we head off for tea with Paul Sebastiani, Macca's I'm loving at the moment. Order the new barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. What's our I'm loving it moment so far today?
I think I'm going to say Jimmy Anderson's spell in the middle session. I know it wasn't a moment, but it was a moment in time to see him swing the ball, and even though he didn't get a wicket, that spell he bowled to Travis Head was a reminder of why he is someone we'll never see again. There will never be another Jimmy Anderson, and even though he went wicketless, I thought it was not a moment of the day, it was a moment in time.
It was a moment in time, and you can't get any better moment than that, although I am struggling to imagine a moment outside of time. It must have happened before the
Must
dawn.
have, yeah.
Must have happened before the great singularity. Right, it's time that rather than us go off into extraordinary philosophical musings, Bharat, I think there's tea brewing downstairs, and I think we've earned a cuppa. And there's also Paul Sebastiani waiting for you to take you through the tea break.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Australia at tea. 4 for 187. They were put in at the toss by Ben Stokes. Both captains wanted to bowl on what's turned out to be a lovely day on a pitch that's fairly placid. At the break, Heads 47 from 62. Mitch Marsh 1 from 10, but it's in the balance because Australia lost 2 wickets in that session. Smith not long after the resumption. LBW to Wood for 41. 1 good review, big tick for Stokes there. Then a second, Labuschagne leg before wicket to Moeen for 51 when the score was 4 for 183. This current pair have put on 4. Both times given not out on the field. Both times overturned by the TV umpire Kumar Dharmasena. Adam Collins with you and Peter Lalor with me for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Good afternoon, Peter.
Good afternoon, Adam. The day just keeps getting better and better. It's blue sky now. You have to actually crane your neck to see a cloud. That's saying something in Manchester. It's 20 degrees. Perfect for batting. Australia have lost 2 wickets in each session. And in a way, I think everyone would be a little bit frustrated with the way they've got out. Maybe Khawaja aside. I mean, that's an LBW you get as an opener. But Warner, after drinks, threw his wicket away. Smith, he'll be thinking, how did I miss that one? How did I miss it? I got to 41. So they keep getting starts. But not going on with them, and that could prove costly. I think they need somebody to go on, and there's not so many options now. One of them's Travis Head, the other one, of course, Mitch Marsh, or possibly even Cam Green, who's had a little bit of a sort of existential scare, giving up his place to Mitch Marsh last test.
So it's going to be Broad taking up the attack straight after tea from the James Anderson end. Broad picked up a wicket earlier. On the way here, bowling the Travis Head. Field spread on the leg side. Short ball takes it on straight away down to the finest to the 3-men setback. The fine leg moving him to 48 and Australia to 4 for 188.
What have you made of the tactics against Travis Head? They went short early, as we predicted they would, and as I thought every attack in the world would for the rest of his career, but then they've started to pitch it up almost into his zone, so he's actually been able to play the cut shot, which we haven't seen for some time.
I was going to ask you exactly the same question. The idea that they had plan A and they really committed to the bit, didn't they? Having 5 back straight away before Head had faced the ball, but I think they probably landed on the view that just trying to bomb him all day long means the element of surprise is gone. Whereas with this in-out a little bit, at least they have to try and pitch it up occasionally. Marsh on strike. His first ball of the session from Broad is back of a length and defended to cover.
Well, we know they haven't really been... I think they probably only got him out with one real short delivery in the series. But they have slowed him down significantly and stopped him running away with the game, which he can do so well when you pitch it up to him like that. Perhaps they figure they just don't have that much time in this game if they're thinking of this as a 3-day game. In worst case scenario.
Well, let's play that out after this Broad delivery. 2 slips the gully for Marsh. Over the wicket he goes and plays off the back foot through cover. Finds a gap. He'll get 1 wide of the man at mid-off. Be happy with the single. Marsh to 2, 4 for 189. The scenario where this is a shorter game means really that England need to bowl Australia out today. They need to bat tomorrow.
Yes.
And bat incredibly quickly.
Yeah.
And need to bowl them out again on day 3. I mean, that's a very simplistic way of seeing it, but England said in their pre-game interviews they're going to bat even more aggressively because of that. Although Stokes was a bit sheepish when Athers put that to him at the toss this morning. Fieldor back again for Head. Short ball ducks it. Dies into the gloves of Bairstow. They're setting up here. They've got the 3 men back. The configuration we've seen pretty much all series to him. A very fine leg, a long leg, a deep square leg in front of the new hotel, but just in front of square. A forward short leg also just in front of square. The gully, the fly slip. And the deep backward point in front of the eastern stand.
That fly slip moves 2 metres to his right. So they'll have 4 behind square.
Right behind Bairstow, the fly slip. We've got a sub on as well, England. Brought up to Head, delivers here, pulls out towards long leg, it goes, it'll carry! That's Stuart Broad's 600th wicket in Test cricket. At such an important time. Straight after tea, Travis Head, he couldn't resist. A top edge into the deep, he's gone for 48. And Stuart Broad becomes just the 5th bowler in Test history to claim 600 wickets. And the second seamer doing it from the end of his friend James Anderson, who was the first to that mark. 5 for 189, a special moment for Stuart Broad, a big moment for England, Peter Lalor.
Huge moment for England, again getting the critical wickets straight after the break. They did that after the drinks break when they got water. Now they've got Travis Head. We're just discussing why they hadn't gone short to him. They've gone short to him. They've got the wicket. 600 career wickets for Stuart Broad. You've got to love Stuart Broad as a cricketer. Even Australians have to admit that they love the pantomime villain, Stuart Broad. And, of course, they love him here in England because he's been a fantastic servant to the English cricket team.
As you say, what a performer he's been, making his debut 15 years ago, Stuart Broad. So much made of James Anderson's longevity. Well, Broad's 37 years of age. He's done it so well throughout the course of this series and bouncing out Travis Head. They had the three-men setback. Couldn't help himself, straight down the throat of Joe Root. Made it look easy. They're never easy down there. But England, straight after tea, do as they had to. We talked about needing to bowl Australia out today. Well, Travis Head bats for another hour, and they're piling on the runs. Not to be Stuart Broad, a brilliant Test cricketer. Another proud moment in his famous career.
Yeah. In a perfect scenario, one of these three batters is still going tomorrow morning. That's Cameron Green, Mitch Marshall, Travis Head. We now know it's not going to be Travis Head.
Broad takes another ovation from the crowd at the top of his mark. He's already pointed to all four parts, but as Cameron Green takes guard, Broad, one more round of applause. He's got two today, one left in the 50th over. Green's first ball, packed cordon, Green beaten on the inside edge. There's half an appeal from the cordon, but that's gone straight through between inside edge and stump. Stuart Broad, spot on. 5 for 189. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Beaumont Tile's huge sail on now. And wickets either side of tee. Getting Labuschagne for 51 and Head for 48. It's been the story of Australia's day.
Yeah. Australia just have had the advantage there to take, and they haven't taken it. So far, I'm giving points to England on this day. This is not the most difficult wicket to bat on. The overhead conditions are fantastic for batting. They'd like to have a lot more runs on the board, I think, when they're 5 down than what they've got right now.
Getting another replay here of wicket number 600 for Broadhead. We've seen him try and play that shot quite a bit once he's felt in, but after tea, had to reset. Wasn't able to do so. Our replays for tyre power, save on Fulken tyres, and that'll be a sorry replay for him, knowing that he did so much hard work between lunch and tea.
And look, he looked uncomfortable against the short ball early in his innings. On a number of occasions, he found himself trapped, getting in behind it, not actually playing the shot. In this occasion, he's gone through with the shot. It's cost him, and he looked very disappointed, as you said, walking off. And that is, again,
Moeen bowls to Green, goes back and tucks his first run just behind square. Make that marsh, I should say. He's 3. It's 5 for 190.
So we've got the two big West Australian all-rounders out in the middle.
Stuart Broad's taken 149 of those wickets against Australia, Andrew Sampson.
Yeah, he's been bossed in both of them. Most for England against Australia.
Had an average of 28 and a half in Ashes cricket. The trilogy of Ashes winning spells in 09, 2013 and 2015. Moeen delivers again from the stay of the men, outside part of the bat from Green. It spits past backward point. There'll be runs there, maybe 4 of them. We'll see. Wood with work to do. We'll have enough time just to haul it in. In fact, the ball stops about a metre inside the rope. So Green away from a thick outside edge, gets 3. He joins Marsh on that score, 5 for 193, Samo.
Yeah, he's also the second bowler to take his 600th Test 600th. Just over the teeth. At this ground.
Ah, yes.
Shane Warne.
Yes.
But Marcus Trescothick had his 600th wicket.
Back in the Ashes of 05. What a test match that was. Slip of the short leg. Moeen bowls and forward on the pad. Shout for leg before. Got to be close. Umpire Wilson says no. He said no a couple of times in the middle session.
Well, England aren't arguing.
And they're not going to review that. So the DRS counters down to nearly 0. So Stokes not as keen on that one. Marsh got a bit of a stride in there, but sharper turn from the off-breaker. In again, Moeen, going back and playing behind square and nailing it. Marsh just having enough time to adjust in the crease. We saw him play that shot so well at Leeds last week. He's up to 7 with the boundary. 5 for 197 the score.
Poor delivery from Moeen Ali. Wide, short of a length.
Ooh, I'll tell you what, watching that replay back, that must have been an inside edge that they were worried about, because I tell you what, that was hitting in line with the off stump.
Yeah.
So maybe height, maybe inside edge. Otherwise, it would have been an interesting referral process. Moeen again, lunging forward, Marsh in defence.
What interests me in that replay is the amount of turn he's getting. Who's the spin bowler for Australia again?
The bloke that just got out. And maybe Labuschagne, who took an important wicket here in 2019. Moeen to finish. Again, forward comes Marsh in defence. 51 overs gone, 5 for 197 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail on now. Green 3, Marsh 7.
This season, sub in Jameson's Smooth Dry and Lime or Natural Raw Cola to switch up your usual go-to dark spirits. Available in a can or make a glass for yourself using triple distilled Jameson Irish whiskey. It's simple. Start with ice, add a shot of Jameson and top up the glass with a good quality mixer. Stir briefly and add lime when required. Jameson, gather round. Please drink responsibly.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon. Angus and Mac has got a projection between overs. That was actually missing leg stump. Your point, Pete. Lots of turn from Moeen. Broad again. 3 slips bowling to the new man. Green, who withdraws at the last moment. Thought about having a little defensive waft at that one.
Not a good starter, Green.
No.
I think it's kind of the nature of his batting that he's got 2 gears. It's all or nothing. A bit similar to Marsh in that way. These West Australians, they're big guys. They hit the ball very hard, but there's very little subtlety in their game early. They don't work the ball around much.
So Green back in the side, in at 7. Broad delivers and Green edges just short of Crawley at second slip. Thick edge, took enough weight out of the bottom hand. Crawley couldn't get down to it.
Green just lunging a little bit at that one outside the off stump. Certainly wasn't in control of it. Didn't play it down, but lucky it didn't carry. The ball hasn't carried that much since the first hour or two. I thought there was good carry in this wicket early. It's just gone flat a little bit.
A bit different to Leeds last week. There were so many catches behind the wicket there after next to none. I think there was one in the whole test match at Edgbaston.
Johnny Best, I was keeping about 100 metres back last week.
I think Ollie Robinson, his column in Wisden after the test, said that for Wood, they were standing behind where he takes off from for his run-up. As Broad arrives and delivers here, and Green drives wide of mid-off, just wide enough for 1. The sub-fielder collects his 4, 5 for 198. Yeah, the point he was making was that the cordon were 5 metres behind where he starts his run-up, and his run-up's 22.5 metres, so that's the better part of 30 metres back.
30 metres back, keeping, and still having trouble.
Yeah. Incredible.
Having said that, the ball does a lot after it passes the bat in England, or it can't it?
So Stuart Broad and James Anderson, 2 men in the same attack with 600-plus wickets. They've showed so much faith in them over the years, over the generations. I mean, they've spanned at least a couple now. Some hidden by cloud. Marsh, hard hands through the covers. Off the back foot, crunch for 4. We saw Mitchell Marsh do that a number of times last week. Up to 11 with his second boundary. Australia past 200 as well. 5 for 202.
Well, Marsh is going to like batting on this wicket, I think. You can trust the bounce a little bit. It's pretty true, and he just hit right through that. Straight out of the middle of the bat. Classic Marsh shot. You know what those ones sound like when you're out in the crowd, don't you, Adam? They kind of make you... you cringe. Hits the ball so hard.
Yeah, 25 metres to work with there between backward point and cover. We're seeing on TV our screen for tyre power, save and Falcon tyres. And
is that the gap between the two fielders?
Yeah, bisected them. Stokes and Brook in those positions. Broad up. Marsh shuffling forward. Meets it on the leg stump line. Tucks it down to long leg for 1. 2 men set back on the leg side. Marsh 12, 5 for 203. So the first time we've seen him sort of shimmy down the track as he likes to do, Marsh.
Yeah, Broad doesn't like that. Stands there with his hands on his head thinking, what are you doing to me?
Where's the respect?
Yeah.
Just felt like the 10-day break, we all needed it, but in hindsight, maybe it's taken a little bit of a sting out of what is a massive test match. Just felt like it took a while for today to find a groove compared to Leeds, where it was on from minute 1. Broad to finish his 12th over to Green, who defends to mid-on. End of it, 5 for 203. Green 4, Marsh 12 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, sparkies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the third umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's Imar. So for Stuart Broad only, Kumble, Anderson, Warren, Rilliter and ahead of him. 6.19 the next on that chart. That's Anil Kumble. For those who pay attention to these things, and we do on SEN Test Cricket. The barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's, Pete, as Mo and Ali starts a new over. Marsh on strike, goes back in defence, mentioning in the previous over that, it was an electrifying atmosphere at Leeds, and he is great too, but it didn't feel like we had the same energy in the lead into this one.
No, we were living on adrenaline for a while, weren't we? Especially after that Lord's test and the crazy finish there.
Quite right.
And all those scenes.
Moeen bowls and Marsh on 12. Goes the big shot over long on, hanging in the air, running back with the flight. It won't matter. He's got underneath it. It's over the rope for 6. Just for a moment, it looked like Stokes running back with the flight might be in the frame, but that's range hitting from Marsh. Up to 18 from just 20 balls. 5 for 209.
Don't know that he got all of that. He just got too far under it, didn't he? Stokes was well in from the boundary, probably 10, 15 metres in. If he'd been back there, was he a chance to catch it?
Oh, yeah.
Couldn't see where it fell.
Looks like it fell just over the rope where the Australian flag is for out of the dressing room. So had he been all the way back at long on, he would have been a chance of keeping it in.
But I don't mind where he's standing because he's inviting Marsh to do that. Marsh is obviously showing that he's up for it. Steve Smith did a similar thing to Moeen during his innings, but only once. Will Marsh keep doing it?
So short leg slip in close, catching mid-wicket. Ben Stokes stays where he is. Oh, no, he doesn't. He's going to move, well, to a deeper mid-on, but not all the way back. So he's giving himself an extra 15. And now Marsh says, hang on a minute. You've moved, so I'm going to stop and take a beat. Cat and mouse, fair enough.
After you. No, after you.
Moeen once more. Bowls here, Marsh back defensively. Yeah, we had the crazy finish at Edgbaston, straight into Lords. Yep. The wild scenes in the long room, and Australia going 2-0 up. Straight to Leeds 3 days later, a pulsating test match at Headingley. Then everyone went to Europe.
Hit the wall. I went to bed.
I went back to county cricket for the tour game. Moeen bowling here, across his stump smash defensively, into short leg on the bounce, so no chance of the catch under the lid.
Yeah, I was gonna fly to Paris to catch up with my sister and her family. Sounds really, or catch the train to Paris, whatever you do, but go to bed, just lie around in Manchester for a week.
Who was the Australian who went to Amsterdam? Because that was one of the places we got listed from CA. Moeen bowls and defending again is Marsh. I was thinking
Adam Zampa.
Yeah, 420 Zamps is already doing his thing in the States, but one of the Australians had a holiday in Amsterdam.
Did they really?
Yeah. We had them in Spain, in Paris.
Warner went to Paris with the family.
Oh, right.
So Disneyland.
Oh, lovely. Moeen finishes and back again, Marsh defensively into the short leg. He deflects it over to Johnny Bairstow. Just the 6 from the over, 5 for 209 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Green 4, Marsh 18.
I'm a chippy, which means I'm a craftsman. I'm a worker in nearly all weather. I'm a mentor and I'm a small business owner. But most of all, I'm a dad. Luckily, I'm insured by a mate. IMAR are the tradies, mate. So get a quote today, online, or call 13-IMAR. They're the tradies, mate.
Let's IMAR! SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. Broad again, milestone man. Into green, yet to get set. 3 slips a gully, leaves alone. So you stayed put. I saw that Pat Cummins stayed relatively local as well.
He went to Yorkshire, where the in-laws live.
Harrogate, which is a nice part of Yorkshire.
He said nobody spoke to him about cricket for 5 days. I find that really hard to believe, Pat.
In the local on a quiet Tuesday night, no one asking the Australian captain about the Ashes, wouldn't have thought so.
Maybe the in-laws have been told, don't talk to him about cricket. God's sake, don't sledge him about the cricket.
Especially after they've lost a test.
Norcross and I were back at the Oval the next day doing a county game.
I saw that. I couldn't believe it.
Needs must. Green facing Broad. Outside part of the bat for 4, through the cordon, through about 4th slip, along the ground. Gets the first boundary. Green up to 8, 5 for 213 Australia.
I'd put that more in the sort of margins of a controlled edge than the one we saw in the previous over that fell short of the slip. He played that one down, ran it along the ground. Putting a lie to me, saying there's no subtlety in his game. But he does bat with hard hands, doesn't he?
Now, you're a man who loves Manchester. We're being joined by one who's very much fitting the bill of that as well. David Bumble Lloyd, good afternoon again.
Yeah, afternoon. A good wicket there for Stuart Broad and for England.
Just get my microphone right, that's better.
That's right. You've done this before, Bumble. Work experience.
Broad towards us and towards Green. After the boundary through the cordon, plays and misses more conventionally. In the channel, didn't necessarily need to play, but wanted to play. Likes to get that on ball early on, Green, as well.
Well, he's led the attack perfectly as Stuart Broad throughout the series. 37 years of age, 600 test match wickets. A great time just after that break to get a wicket, England, get these two together. How many wickets do you need on day one to say we've had a great day when you've inserted the opposition? I think 7. If you get 7, you've had a good day.
Yeah, they're on track for that, aren't they?
Yeah, they should be.
Especially in these conditions, Bumble.
Broad, sun out, close to the stumps. Green defends to cover, waits it well enough to get 1. Just wide of Anderson, had to race in from mid-off. Green 9, 5 for 214. Does that change because it may very well be a test match where rain plays a role on days 4 and 5, that England probably inserted Australia thinking they need to get rid of them in their entirety today?
Well, you've got to get 20 wickets to win the game, and they see this as their best way of doing it. But they also talk about if we need to chase, we will do. We're not bothered about that because Australia don't have a recognised spinner. If Nathan Lyon was playing, it might have been different. Moeen Ali spun the ball here day 1.
It's been a bit of a worry, that. If you're an Australian. If you're an Australian selector, you wouldn't like to see that.
No, you don't see it too often at Old Trafford on day 1.
Brought up in the headband. Delivers here, Marsh. Up here through the covers, finds the gap. Doesn't quite have the gas to reach the rope, though. Anderson in hot pursuit. They'll get 2, they'll think about 3, they'll be happy with a couple, which takes Marsh up into the 20s, 5 for 216. Yeah, the spin that Moeen's generating. It's a reminder that Nathan Lyon did take 8 wickets at Edgbaston. He played a big role in that victory, but and picked up Zach Crawley before getting injured at Lloyd. So I mean, he was having a big say in the early exchanges.
I had Australia to win the series 3-1. Leading wicket taker in the whole series, Nathan Lyon. Look what he's done.
Yeah, he started with the full sail, didn't he? And Pat Cummins, I said, I almost take him for granted. I throw the ball to him and you bowl from that end, and suddenly he's just not there.
Broad to finish to Marsh. Hit on the body via the inside edge into the pitch. It spills. End of 54, 5 for 216 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Green 9, Marsh 20.
Hi, it's Shelley Craft. Keep warm this winter with Australian Made. Look for genuine Aussie products carrying the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. There's thousands to choose from. Whether you're looking for authentic Aussie skincare, merino wool blankets, or locally crafted homewares, Australian Made has something for everyone. There's even quality Australian Made fire pits for those brave enough to head outside. Visit australianmade.com.au/winter to find genuine Aussie products.
SEN Test cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's, leading wicket taker in the series, Samo.
Yes, Stuart Broad with 461, an average of 25.5.
How many wickets in the series for Broad?
18.
18. Yeah, 18 for 461. Slipping a short leg. Moeen to Green on 9. Defends. Gets a big stride in.
You told Adam about where you had a drink last night, Bumble?
I'm not sure I have. In the Temple of Convenience.
Is this a full reference?
No.
Moeen delivers and going back and pushing into the onside. He's going a mid-wicket, no run.
How can you not love Manchester when they make a pub out? They convert a former public toilet into a pub.
You know the toilets that you see on main streets where you go down down the steps. They've changed that into a bar.
Where's in the middle of town, is it?
Yeah, absolutely, slap bang.
Moeen delivers and pushing to that deepish mid on his Green for 1. He'll take him to double figures. 10 with the single, 5 for 217.
And a great name, the Temple of Convenience.
How's it go?
It is fabulous, the place. It is totally unkept. it's not that salubrious at all. They've got some rickety chairs and tables, some great music, and just one room. And I think they've lost all the toilets. I don't think they've got one in it.
Not so convenient. Moeen bowls and going back defending his marsh from the inside edge shortly.
And it's not far from what's it called, the peak of Peveril.
Peveril of the Peak.
Peveril of the Peak.
Where they've got these table football machines.
Good pub, that one. Yeah. And the Britain's Protection.
Britain's Protection.
That's my favourite.
Yeah, that's got a football game in as well.
Do you know what I think, Pete?
Yeah.
What should happen this week while we're here? Moeen delivers and Marsh defends. The Bumble. Pub crawl for us on one of the nights of the of the test. Maybe the night before it's meant to rain, night 3.
A guided tour of Manchester's pubs.
I've made arrangements for tonight. I'll be in the City Arms, which is right next door to the Vine. They're connected.
Moeen bowls and going back, hit on the pad of Marsh, but outside the line of the off stump. They bail out of the appeal. Ends the over as well. Good one from Moeen, 5 for 217. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Green 10, Marsh double that. He's 20.
Be ready for all the office footy banter with SEN.
Silvani! Jack in the pack!
Catch up on all the latest scores and news in the time it takes to get from the car park to the office with SEN's The Day's Play. Our team of expert commentators go over the results, cover the big talking points, plus share the match highlights as called on AFL Nation.
Darcy Moore mowed him down!
SEN's The Day's Play, your one-stop podcast channel to catch up on every sport called by SEN.
Test cricket for Maccas, Adam Collins, Bumble, David Bumble, Lloyd and Peter Lawler with you. I've been to the Star and Garter before for a Smith's disco last time I was here in 2019.
Oh, I remember you going to that. Yeah, you were very excited.
Heaven knows I'm miserable now.
I went with Ian McCulloch, our colleague from the Wires.
Not the guy from...
No, broad bowls here, squares up green out to backward point, no run. It was all Smiths all night. Upstairs there, dance the night away. The other place again, Night and Day in the North Quarter is another good music bar.
Northern Quarter's terrific. Band on the wall, Northern Quarter.
What is it called? A Circus Tavern, the smallest pub in England. It's even smaller than the urinal you drank at last night.
Yeah, it's smaller than that. And Barry, the landlord, he's that big, he can't get behind the bar.
Yeah.
He just can't get behind
Have you been to that pub?
I look forward to it this week. We've got time on our side.
Don't go with too many friends.
No.
No, you get about 4 people in there.
So the other thing you've done in the past while you've been in Manchester on other trips, Pete, is the fall tour.
Yeah, I've done that. Yeah.
As Broad arrives and delivers to Green and beats him on the outside edge, one that stands up off the seam. Maybe a little leg cutter. Broad just stands there and looks at him. Says, come on, mate. You've got to edge that. That's just too good not to hit. 5 for 217 remains the score.
I'm a fraud talking about the fall. I mean, it's Bumble's band and Bumble's town. But, you won't know. Prestwich. They're from Prestwich.
Absolutely, up Salford way.
Yeah.
And Adam will know a Sky producer, a wonderful fellow called Paul King, who is a devotee of the fall, and he's got a room in his house dedicated to the fall. Everything in the room. And he knows sort of every word to every song or every song that they've ever done.
Which means about 1,000 songs given the different ways the fall came together. Here is Broad bowling and defending. Here's Green out to cover. Gideon said as long as Marquis Smith was playing, it was the fall, no matter who was playing.
Oh, your granny on bongos. It's Marquis Smith and your granny on bongos. It's the fall. Doesn't matter.
He said, I am the fall. He said, they all change. Why do you change your group? Or he said, they change all. He said, I can't understand them. He said, I give them £200 a week. You can buy a lot of things with £200.
How many band members? I think it was 41 or something, wasn't it? And they did a book where they interviewed every ex-band member about what a bastard Marquis Smith was. What a tight northern, you know what.
Broad in halfway through his over from the Anderson end, delivers here. One hand off the bat. Green gets it down to mid-on for a single, but not in complete control. He's 11, 5 for 219.
I took Nasser Hussain on that pub crawl that you're talking about into the... It's my manor, is this?
The fall pub crawl?
No,
the Bumble pub crawl.
In the centre of Manchester, and it's edgy. Everybody knows Manchester's edgy. So I took him in this pub, it's called the Grey Horse. And he said, have a pint of this, a pint of that, what are you having? I'll have a Guinness. What do you want, Nasser? He said, a glass of water, thanks. And the girl behind the bar, the lady behind the bar, she just looked at him. She said, we don't do cocktails.
Broad in. Marsh is 20 from 30. Looks to drive, goes over the top of mid-off. Gets a bit more than that in the previous over. One bounce over the rope. Bit flatter. But you can see from Marsh that intent. Up to 24 from 31, 5 for 2-2-2 the score. And a couple of times now, Bumble, he's just trusting his swing, Marsh.
He looks a super player to me. He was left out and then came in with a bang and scored 118 not out. And he's lifted him, lofted him, hoisted him straight over his head. Air time as well, real air time.
Stuart Broad's just got his 600th wicket. He shouldn't be able to do that.
How about the straight arms from Marsh on contact as well? Unorthodox, but it's working. Last ball, turned into the onside. He keeps the strike with a single, just wide of mid-on. Marsh up to 25 already, Green's 11. Australia 5 for 223 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. After the break, Norcross replacing me.
Learning new skills, bonding with loved ones, exercising the mind and body. All rewarding, but not as rewarding as a Kogan Money credit card. Earn a whopping $300 Kogan.com credit to spend on the most in-demand products when you meet the minimum spend criteria. Did we also mention there's no annual fee? Use it anytime, anywhere. The Kogan Money credit card. It's just more rewarding. Search Kogan Money to find out more. Spend criteria applies. Offer ends August 31, 2023. T's and C's, other fees and charges apply. Credit provider, National Australia Bank Limited.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Right, Marine Alley. Sorry?
Kramer won a year's free coffee, didn't he, when he took McDonald's on in the court case in Seinfeld?
Marine in, driving is Marsh out through the covers for 4. Bit twofold, beautifully placed. And Mitchell Marsh is rediscovering his form of Headingley here, playing some lovely shots, gone to 29 from just 33 balls. 5 for 227.
He's saying to his colleagues when he got here, and I was watching the first couple of tests, I just want to play one more test, you know. I just want to play one more. Cam Green had stolen his spot in the team, and I never imagined we'd see them both in the same side.
Moeen into Marsh, drives again, same spot again, and it's going to be 4 again. It's just outside that off stump, it's full, and Moeen just, I guess, with the height of Marsh, just has to eke that length back a touch.
Full toss, low full toss, extra cover is wide open. There is a fielder on the point boundary, very square. Jimmy Anderson's at mid-off, and he's just flagged it through. Anderson, off you go.
Forward short leg weights and a slip. Short mid-on. That's a little less full, but still driven up to mid-off. And then again, no run, but Marsh is looking in imperious form here.
Moeen worried me a little in the first test by offering a 4-ball every over, and
it's in again. That's a little shorter, and it's punched off the back foot out towards that deep cover. One more to the total. 34 to Marsh. 5 for 2-3-2.
They've lined him up. Moeen Ali's over the wicket. There is a little bit of spin from this pitch, but I think both batsmen are comfortable, and they've got him in line.
When does Mark Wood get the summons? As Moeen is into Green, goes back into his crease, looks a little bit less comfortable and works that to short mid-wicket.
I thought he bowled well last test. Moeen, there wasn't a lot in the wicket for him.
Especially second innings, didn't he?
Yeah, but bowled better than he did in the first test. It's a little creaky again.
He's in off the short approach. And Green goes back and just defends. Regulation delivery into the ground, end of the over. On the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard, Beaumont Tiles huge sale on now. Australia 5 for 2-3-2.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
And Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Australia building another partnership here after the loss of Travis Head. That was Broad's 600th wicket, which is 577 more than the entire Sky commentary team has got. They got 23 wickets between them.
They're all batters, aren't they? They're nearly all batters.
Mark Butcher doesn't have a few more?
No, he had that 1 5 for 6 for, didn't he?
Beautiful little outswingers, very slow.
Beautiful little outswingers, yeah.
He once beat Damien Fleming for the South Melbourne bowling averages when he came over as an overseas professional. Flem has not forgiven him.
Mark Wood is back in the attack, as we thought might happen, from the James Anderson end, with Marsh on strike. The entire pitch now bathed in sunshine. I've seen a less than happy forecast, though, for the rest of this test, as Wood hurtles in, well short, it's pulled out by Marsh and bounces off his rear.
How strong is that rear?
Yeah, that's come straight off a right buttock.
Almost carried the slip. He was flexed to slip.
Look at the intent. We're looking at the replay, and he swung himself at that, Mitch Marsh. Hit him on the hip somewhere, aiming it way into the leg side, 90 miles an hour.
He does like it short, doesn't he? He showed that at heading. He gave some fair old whack into the western terrace. Wood has to just wait, start his approach again. As the breeze picks up once more, as he runs in now with 2 slips in place, a catching short extra cover. He's into Marsh, who tucks us into the onside. He runs the first quite quickly. Thinks of a second, it isn't there. 5 for 233. Yes, Andrew.
Mark put 15 test wickets at 36, including the last test wicket of the 20th century.
Oh, really?
Gary Kirsten bowled around his legs for 275.
Around his legs?
Oh, yep. For 275, though.
Yeah.
Yes, Gary Kirsten could bat very long periods of time.
Second longest innings in test cricket history, that one was.
Behind Hanif.
Yep.
In terms of time?
In terms of time, 878 minutes.
878 minutes of Gary Kirsten. I mean, you would need therapy after that.
It's not a box set I want to buy.
No. Wood is into Green. Green plays and misses at one of the channel. The pace, really, as much as anything else. Bring in that tentative prod.
So West Sky's other 8 wickets. Atherton got 2.
Right, that's...
Mark Taylor got 1.
Did Mark Taylor get Angus Fraser with one that almost bounced twice, didn't he?
Ponting must have got.
Ponting got 4.
Ponting got Ranatunga and he got Michael Vaughan, off the top of my head. No, not Ranatunga, Gurusingha. Sri Lankan first drop, used to wear sunglasses when he batted. Big, stout man.
This is a fun guy. I don't think Sangakkara did get one, did he?
Ooh.
Wood into Green, wider of the crease this time, pushed on to the offside. Thinks of a run, it's not on. Oh, and Stokes cannot pick up that short extra cover because Mitchell Marsh was halfway down there and he picked up. Hit about 2.5 stumps to aim at. And Marsh would have been out of his ground.
Just look at this replay. He gets a long way down the pitch and he knows that he's in trouble. Ben Stokes swoops on it, right-handed, one-handed, and misses the ball. He picks it up and drops it.
In that claw. And I tell you, Marsh would have been in serious trouble there because he was a long way down.
A lot of Western Australian beef to turn around.
Yes. A bit like the Titanic. Wood in. And then, thick inside edge. Clatters off pad and rolls out square of the wicket. Wood's extra pace is causing just a bit of problem here for Green as well as Marsh, in fairness.
But they're both having a go at this short ball. They're not bouncers. This isn't a bouncer. He's back of the length from wide of the crease. Inside edge onto body.
Brings played on into play. The drag on. 3 slips. The backward point is really a long way behind square. I mean, 15 yards behind square, which is an indicator of Wood's extra pace. Even on this pitch, which isn't the quickest, as he runs in, last ball of the over. And Green is beaten on the outside edge. Wow, what a terrific over that was. The 58th of Australia's innings. And on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, Australia 5 for 233.
This season, sub in Jamison Smooth Dry and Lime or Natural Raw Cola to switch up your usual go-to dark spirits. Available in a can or make a glass for yourself using triple distilled Jamison Irish whiskey. It's simple. Start with ice, add a shot of Jamison and top up the glass with a good quality mixer. Stir briefly and add lime when required. Jamison, gather round. Please drink responsibly.
SEN test rigger with Macca's with free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. Just having a look there on the replay stream with tyre power, save on faulting tyres. The furious rage in Stokes' face at his failure to pick up the ball for that run-out opportunity in the previous over. Didn't really bobble on him. He just didn't manage to pick it up in his claw. Now then, this battle recommences, and Marsh won it in the previous over with a couple of boundaries through extra cover. It's Moeen to Marsh. Slip in, but no short leg. Short mid-ons moving a little bit wider now. Moeen is in. It's another full toss. Goes up to mid-off. There's no run. I was slightly worried when Moeen bowls full tosses. We saw when he had that blood blister. Just started to push the ball out rather than really.
He shouldn't have it now, though, should he? He hasn't bowled that much.
He's in again. That's a bit shorter. Played off the back foot out towards deep extra cover. Fielder running round. Oh, misses it. Lurch out there. Crawley. They pick up a couple of runs.
So even though that one wasn't a full toss, that was so slow that he could, and Marsh is a big guy, but he moved back and gave himself room to play that almost off, middle and leg perhaps, throughout the offside by the end, giving himself so much room. So again, it was a bit like Moeen is occasionally just pushing the ball out rather than
actually going through with his action, spinning it. He's in again, and Marsh goes back into his crease, defends it to the onside, picked up at short mid-wicket. There's no run.
He's bowled a couple in this last 2 overs, just full tosses. Straight onto the bat. Xavier Doherty. I remember Xavier Doherty.
Tasmanian. Oh, beaten on the outside edge this time.
Who would be the wicket keeper?
Forward.
Who would be the wicket keeper? And you could hear him on stump microphone. He bowled a series of full tosses. And the wicket keeper on stump microphone, Brad Haddy, use the facilities, X.
Yeah, bless him. We worked with him during the World T20. Lovely fellow, Xavier. Forward comes Marsh, defends it to the onside.
He had a stutter ball. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I think I do.
He used to come in, and as he was about to bowl, just stop at the crease on purpose. And a couple of the Pakistanis had it, and eventually the ICC said, no, that's not for us. It was banned in baseball, I think, in the 50s. Stutter pitch. Satchel Paige.
Moeen's completely over. Is cut through backward point. Pick up one. Crawley runs around. They're going to come back for the second. Throw comes into the wrong end to be a problem. As Marsh was very fleet of foot. The partnership moves to 48, and on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, Australia going nicely, 5 for 237.
Polaris end of financial year deals have been extended to July 31st with great savings across the range. Get $1,000 free accessories on the 2-seat Ranger 570, the 3-seat Ranger Northstar, and the 6-seat Ranger Northstar Crew. Get $2,000 free accessories on the upgraded 23 Ranger Diesel and $3,000 free accessories on the Ranger XP 1000. Finance is available to approved purchases at a 6.99% rate. Don't miss out. See your local Polaris dealer. Polaris. Think outside.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Mark Wood at one end, bowling fire. At the other end, Moeen Ali just slightly losing his action. So it's a pretty different challenge for these batters. Greed and Marsh. United for the first time in a test match.
Need to get Aaron Hardy and the other Western Australian all-rounder. Agar.
Here comes Wood to start the over. A bouncer. He nods at that. There's Green lets it go through to best, though. There's no run.
We're playing well here. Got a partnership going, Marsh and Green. Run rate is just over 4 runs and over. I would say that they're just taking the game away. There was a bit of a wobble either side of the tea break, but 237 for 5, or 5 for 237.
Takes me a bit of getting used to.
Get it right, lad.
What was it? Did you tell me the reason for it?
Scoreboards.
Scoreboards, that's it.
Because Australian scoreboards are so much bigger, it was written in that way. Which actually makes sense when you look at fall of wickets and bowlers' figures.
In a way, yeah. Wood in. That's flicked fine. Well, deflected more than that. Off the hip down towards long leg, where Moeen Ali does the fielding. One more to the total. Green to 12, 5 for 238.
We've got a competition which starts in August, which is it's quite unique. It's called the 100.
Never heard of it.
Or it's 16.4 overs.
Oh, yes.
I've tried really hard. I've been in the game 60 years. And I've looked at the scoreboard, and it's complete gobbledygook
It's
to me.
impossible to read.
Not a clue what it's on about. And it's supposed to be decluttering the game, make it simple. You need a stiff drink before you even look at it.
It is such a bizarre thing, that scoreboard. Wood in, and that gets a thick leading edge as Marsh looks to turn the ball to the onside and worked his way up to mid-off. There's no run. It's colour-coded as well, which for a colour-blind man...
Yes, absolutely.
...is very difficult.
Yeah.
You and Chris Rogers just not understanding.
There's like a
Ian
neon
Botham.
green.
Ian Botham.
Is it?
Colourblind.
The very best.
Yeah.
There's a neon green. There's a kind of, I want to call it shocking pink. And you've no idea, because you count, what is it, Bubble? You count up in the first innings and down in the second.
Up and down.
Yeah.
Out. Well, how was he out? No, he's out. Yeah, out.
And
no, he's just out.
Yeah, that's right. You're not really allowed to mention the wickets, are you?
No.
As Wood is in. This is pushed off the back foot. Foolish ball into the sort of point region. There's no run.
He's here today, Beefy. He's over that other side somewhere.
Oh, yes.
He doesn't get to many matches now. He spends a lot of time either in Australia because he's the British envoy. He's Les Patterson.
That's right. He's Britain's wine envoy or something, isn't he? Yeah. I mean, no better man. Very experienced.
Who would appoint him as that?
I think it might have been a former Prime Minister. One of the many.
I was going to say, how many?
Yeah, the blonde one. As Wood is in, this is worked into the onside, off the hip, down towards backward square leg. He wants a second, and he's going to get it. This is really good running. Big old space here at Old Trafford. 5 for 240. You know, at Headingley, there were no threes.
Really?
Yeah.
Not a three?
Not a single three. We've had a threes already, haven't we?
It's a lightning fast outfield.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it'd be the ones or four.
Whereas here, I suppose that big old space,
and wet.
Square of the wicket.
It's been wet.
Wet in Manchester?
Well, just the odd time. We've got that microclimate, haven't we, on the Gulf Stream?
Right. Wood rushes in. Marsh defends into the onside. What's a single? This could be tight. Oh, well, again. It's Duckett this time who can't pick up and throw. That's the second time they've put a little pressure on the close-in fielders. The second time England's fielders are found wanting. 60 overs gone on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Australia 5 for 241.
What happens when you turn up every dial on tomorrow's SUV? When the power of imagination merges technology and performance. When you take an SUV and give it a sleek, sporty design. A trim that takes it up a notch. And now with BlueLink connectivity with your compatible device. Hyundai Tucson N-Line, tomorrow's SUV, taken to the next level. BlueLink T's and C's apply. Visit Hyundai.com.au or your local showroom today. Imagine that. Hyundai.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. We've got a change in our expert roster. Bumble has gone. Bharat Sundaresan is back. Our experts for red energy. 100% Australian electricity and gas. Andrew.
50 partnership came up in last over for just 60 balls. We've had 8 threes so far today.
8 threes, not 1 in Headingley. People ask what the difference between Lancashire and Yorkshire is. There it is. Full toss, another one. And Moeen Ali gets a bit of a hand on it. It's running away towards the boundary. It's driven back past him. And, well, it's going to make it all the way to the boundary. Stokes could not stop that. And Moeen Ali is just having a little bit of a problem here. He's got a bit of Dom Best disease.
He almost got away with that one again, though. It wasn't as if Mitchell Marsh smashed it. He just tried to guide it into the space, and he's just managed to get it between Jimmy Anderson, who didn't want to move, and Ben Stokes diving around the boundary.
Shorter from Moeen. That's pushed back towards Moeen, moving to his left off the back foot by Marsh. Marsh on 46.
Andrew, I was wondering how often Mitch Marsh and Cameron Green would have ever batted together.
I was going to go never.
That's my guess, but they are Western Australian teammates, but they're not actual teammates.
Fuller defended from the crease, back to the bowler. There's no run.
Marsh has played a couple of games in the last few years, and it's generally been when Cam Green's been away.
And Cameron Green doesn't play Big Bash,
No,
so
he
it wouldn't have been for the Scorchers very much.
They haven't played for the same IPL team together, that we know.
Moe in. Marsh comes forward, defends on the front foot. Back to the bowler.
I'm just saying that because they look like they're going to run each other out almost every second run.
Yes, they don't look secure in that department. Every other department, they're looking absolutely fine. Moe in. Marsh comes forward, defends once more, this time to short straight mid on Brookfields.
And I also want to know, Andrew, while you're at it, has a cricket ground been covered with more Western Australian mass than it is currently, with Mitchell Marsh and Cameron Green out there? There's a lot of Western Australia in there.
Next delivery is to full and defended into the onside. Got through that over in no time. Just a 4 from it. 5 for 240. Well, the 6 from it, was it? I forget. 5 for 245 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Before the siren sounds, we all start on a level playing field. 100% ready to go. Or are we? Have you done your Signet Power Bank check? Your AFL record, your tickets, your food, your drinks, your wallet.
It's all linked to your phone.
Through the turnstiles, at the bar, in the food line, take it to the Signet Power Bank. The game day ritual this season is
keys, phone, Signet.
Power every moment with a Signet Power Bank. Available at major retailers and signet.com.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Wood continuing 149 today, but he's beaten the bat a fair few times and caused problems as Green faces up, 3 slips in place, and he defends a thick inside half of the bat. It trickles away through backward square leg. They're coming back for a second, which they get comfortably. A wide open green sward that is Old Trafford.
Going back to the Western Australian mass.
Yeah.
Think of some. They produce a lot of all-rounders, and they produce a lot of big men. Yeah.
Even Inverarity, who is... He's a pretty tall guy.
Why are they so big in Western Australia? I mean, it's a very big...
They've got more space.
They have more space to grow, I think it's...
Well, they say that, don't they? It's like, work fits to... expands to fit the space.
But even when they've had imports, like Ashton Agar's quite a big spinner, and Michael Beer was quite a big spinner. Everyone over there. Even Gilchrist was big for a keeper.
Yeah.
Here's Wood rushing to the crease. And Green. Oh, it's a big appeal for LBW now. Then is that bat first or pad first? Wood loves it. There's a lot of batty noise on that. But if it's hit the pad first, this is trouble for Marsh. Wood is down. I think he made disconsolate to go back to his mark. But the time has gone down to 0. We'll find out very shortly on the replay scheme with tyre power. Save on Vulcan tyres. It felt Wood first to me.
Sounded woody, didn't it?
Let's take a look. It's very full.
Yeah, hits the middle of the bat.
I don't think it's hit any part of the toe.
Yeah.
Bat's in front.
Ooh,
yes.
One of those. It jammed. Nah.
It didn't really jam, did it? He hit it on the full. With bat in front of pad. So one more run.
He took
to Cameron Green. 5 for 248. Marsh on strike. Short. Whacked out over to the square leg for a single. Wokes does the fielding. Loves taking on the short ball.
One of these times he's going to connect with it properly, and especially of Mark Wood's pace.
Well, we'll lose the ball then.
It might even clear that giant stand.
It could.
The Michael Atherton temporary stand.
Andrew.
They have actually batted together 7 times before.
Really? That many?
4 of those for the Perth Scorchers back in 2019.
Oh, okay. So it was a while back, yeah.
Once in a match earlier against West Indies in Carrera.
Oh, that's right.
And twice in a Sheffield Shield game against Tasmania in 2020.
Wood in, nice drive, but without a great deal of timing. Lloyd Green gets a single to the left of mid-off.
But I'm
5
sure...
for 250 up.
But I'm sure on those occasions, Cam Green would have batted higher than Mitchell Marsh.
Yeah?
Especially in the Shield.
Maybe not for the Scorchers.
Not for the Scorchers, no. For the first-class partnerships, if you bring it down to that, yeah.
So, in other words, there's absolutely no reason they should be running this badly between the wickets together.
It just almost feels like one guy is too eager and the other is not, which kind of sums up their personalities as well. Cam Green, at times, you feel like when he walks out to bat, I want someone to just walk up to him and shake him a little. Like, wake him up.
Well, yes, he has the sort of
You
look
shouldn't
of
do that to babies.
a slightly somnolent infant, yes. Wood into Marsh, who clips this. Fine. It's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Moeen Ali was a bit wide at long leg. And that's gone definitely through fine leg. And it's a half century for Mitchell Marsh. It's the 7th time he's reached 50. 3 times he's converted it into 100. And he's having a great little mini Ashes here. Headingley and Old Trafford. He's joined the north of England, 118 in his last innings. Well, in his first innings at Headingley.
56 balls, 7 fours and a 6.
What's his average against England now compared to all other teams? Because
huge. I mean,
George Dobell, for the cricketer, Mitch Marsh is so good. I said that's because you've only seen him play against England. He doesn't do this against anyone else. He's incredible against England.
What is that? Wood into Marsh, who push drives up to mid-off. There's no run. End of the 62nd over of the innings. Marsh 51, Green 16 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Australia 5-2-5-4.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is the Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app and on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. The Harvey Norman scoreboard, incidentally, it's cyber safety awareness month at Harvey Norman, and we're giving you a free $50 cyber safety voucher to use towards any cyber security product. T&Cs apply. It's 5-2-5-4. Moeen Ali out of the attack. Chris Wokes into it. That felt like quite an expensive old spell, that one, Andrew Sampson.
It was rather. He's 11 overs, 1 for 54 now, maybe. 55 at the moment he averages against England. Mitchell Marsh averages just over 20 against everyone else.
Wow.
Yeah.
How many tests has he played against the rest? Though? Feels like he always plays against England.
Sure.
Well, his average is nowhere near 55.
Well, Sean Marsh was sort of a specialist in Asian conditions. Maybe Mitch can be a specialist just against England.
His average was 27 going into this game. As Wokes starts a new spell. Oh, big appeal for LBW. That looks very close. Joel Wilson gives him out. Green, if he has not got an inside edge on that, looks stone dead to me. He's gone for it. Now, Australia have already lost a review today. And if he hasn't got an edge on this, I'm not quite sure what that's missing. I mean, look, he's a tall man, so maybe when we take a look on the replay screen with tyre power, save on Falcon tyres, but, well, it's DRS time with Imar.
He is very tall, so it's worth just having a look.
He didn't want to, though. He was walking away. Mitchell Marsh convinced him to stay
If
back.
it's hit him above the knee roll, I think it's still going to be umpire's call.
It will be umpire's call. Or
He's got a bit of a stride. Bit of a stride in. It's above the knee roll. You never know. He's in with a chance here. He can see off stump. It might be going down. Oh.
It is.
Umpire's call.
Oh. Look at that.
Just clipping the top of the leg. And you could tell by the raucous cheers around Old Trafford. That is another wicket. Another wicket for England. Australia 6 for 2-5-4. They keep on getting these 50 partnerships. And they keep on then losing a wicket.
Yeah, Cam Green, both big Western Australians threw their head back as the replay went up on the big screen. It was close. Cam Green was not keen on reviewing this. He was ready to walk away. Mitchell Marsh stopped him, said, let's have a look. Australia haven't lost the review. The boos you hear in the background mean that man's walked out to bat, the nicest villain in the world, Alex Carey, with a fresh haircut, which he has paid for.
He's got a new haircut, looking very sharp. I mean, it's had the same hairstyle pretty much since we've been covering him, Bharat.
I mean, he is the most ludicrous villain imaginable.
Yeah.
You're just not going to tell me that He's not going to be able to maintain this villainous status, surely.
He also seems to have a fresh helmet. It's shiny and green.
It's actually a bit matte, I would say.
It is?
Yeah.
It's a new helmet. I've never seen him use this before.
Unlike Elise Perry, who wears the same helmet, and it's completely faded.
And you're not supposed to wear helmets for a long time, are you? So even if they get banged around in your bag, they're supposed to be replaced quite regularly.
Is that right?
Yeah.
She's a tall woman, though. That's why she's going to hit on that helmet very often. Right, well, it's Chris Wokes who's made the breakthrough again. And Wood and Wokes, since they've come into England's attack, have been extremely effective. Alex Carey has taken his mark. 2 slips and a gully in place. And Wokes around the wicket to left-hander. He works his first ball off his hip very nicely down towards deep backwards square. There might have been a second had Green been there, but Carey settles for a single, gets off the mark, 6 for 255.
Not been a great series for Cam Green here. He missed the last test through injury. Just has looked unsettled at the crease. They're getting beaten on the inside edge of the bat. Mark Wood could have got him out a few times, beat his bat on numerous occasions. Looked unsettled with the running between the wickets as well.
How many did he get at that? What was he out for there? So, what did Cam Green make there?
16.
16. So he's made it to 100 runs in the series for 5 times out.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, it's not the return that we were expecting.
Has been underwhelming, and he's never really looked settled any of those innings.
Wokes is into Marsh, who looks extremely settled. Incidentally, he gets up on his toes and defends back of the length ball to Wokes, who then attempts a bit of samba cricket, but in the end just passes it off to his captain Ben Stokes for a bit of rubbing. Jimmy Anderson's warming up.
Just a lot of talk about Todd Murphy not playing and whether they needed a special spinner, but in a way this was another circumstance, a scenario for which Australia picked both all-rounders. Alex Carey walking in at number 8.
I've got a question for Andrew Sampson that he won't like. Forward comes Marsh, plays the short extra cut, a short mid-wicket, there's no run. How many times in Test cricket have numbers 3 to 6 made 41? All have got over 41 and none have got over 51.
You might not like the answer.
How many times? Sorry, have you got? Do you just not know that off the top of your head?
Oddly enough, no.
Pretty disappointing, isn't it?
But I do have a program that can do it.
Shut down the Sampson school. I mean, we have our original Oracle bag, so maybe we can get rid of this one.
Wokes. It's a Marsh who's edging and brilliantly caught. A brilliant catch from the much maligned Johnny Bairstow. He had to go for it. It was low to his right, and he's gone with one hand. And Wokes has come back into the attack, and he's picked up both Marsh and Green. England have gone bang bang. Australia 7 for 255. He turned him round, got a little, well, more than a little inside edge, a big outside edge. It flew away to Bairstow's right, and he has taken a really good catch.
Wow.
And he is delighted, as well he may be, because people have been getting on Bairstow's back for reasons that you can understand. There's a very good keeper who's waiting at Surrey for a chance. Bairstow's dropped plenty in this Ashes, but now, well, he's pulled off a screamer, and Marsh goes for 51.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great catch. Willing to say he didn't end up in the most graceful position, Johnny Bairstow, at the end, but he was absolutely ecstatic to be able to take that. But it was a really good ball. It was angled into the stumps. It just moved away a little bit. Mitch Marsh had to play it. It was probably going to hit the top of off stump if he didn't play it straight enough to get the edge, and it completely bamboozled him. And Mitch Marsh, who was looking really, really good, has now departed. And England just keep chipping away, right? And that's all they have to do to keep themselves in this game. The weather is the only other thing they're fighting.
Well, it's bizarre, isn't it? Because there have been so many times today when you thought Australia looked good for a big score, a 400 score, and in a rain-affected match that could be enough to retain the Ashes. But every time they get these partnerships together, somehow England find a way of wheedling through, and it's Chris Wokes again. He's been magnificent in the 2 matches he's played at Headingley and here at Old Trafford so far.
Yeah, I mean, the influence he's had, he could have had more wickets than what he had to show finally in Headingley. The first innings for sure. Again, he's been under Mitchell. He's been one bowler who's troubled Mitchell Marsh. Outside that off stump, Mitchell Marsh trying to come across the stumps. And just the joy around the English camp. Stuart Broad at mid-off was pumping the air, punching the air when Johnny Bairstow took that catch. You're all rallying around him.
Listen to this crowd. Stark, his first ball down the leg side. That's a little flick at it. Can't catch up with it. Through to the keeper, but that completes a fine over from Wokes. 2 wickets in it. And on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, Australia 7 for 255. We're going to have a change in the commentary box. Louis Cameron and Adam Collins.
This season, sub in Jameson Smooth Dry and Lime or Natural Raw Cola to switch up your usual go-to dark spirits. Available in a can or make a glass for yourself using triple distilled Jameson Irish whiskey. It's simple. Start with ice, add a shot of Jameson and top up the glass with a good quality mixer. Stir briefly and add lime when required. Jameson, gather round. Please drink responsibly.
SEN Test cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Manchester's alive with England on a roll. 7 for 255. They get an early look at the 2 left-handers, Carey and Stark. Neither are set. And it's Wood who wants to charge in, and he's going to be stopped by umpire Nitin Menon because they're not ready as yet. Adam Collins jumping on commentary. Louis Cameron joining me for Red Energy 100% Australian electricity and gas. Good afternoon, Lou.
Good afternoon, Adam. Good afternoon, Bharat. Gee, the tone of from where we thought this game might be heading has just completely changed from when I was last on.
It's been the theme of the series, right? Every time you think one team is inching ahead, they're stopped in their tracks.
Carey facing. 2 slips in the gully behind him. Wood in here on leg stump line, pushed out to mid-wicket. No run. I think, Bharat, you've written that piece about 3 times about whenever you think you've got a threat of a day, you have a vague idea of what we're going to be talking about at the close. The side that's on the back foot finds a way to scrap themselves back into it.
It's amazing. I've not covered or been part of a series with so many twists and turns. Every time you think, oh, okay, the bowling team's on top here, there's a partnership. And now you think, oh, the batting team, this is where they break away, break free. And which is why we've not had a lot of massive partnerships at all in this series.
It's been a problem for Australia today. They're getting starts, but not going on with it. Wood in. Short leg for Carey through the cordon. Flashes to deep backward point. Doesn't take the single. Wow. They're already playing that game at 7 down. I'm really surprised by that, Bharat.
It's only because it's Mark Wood, but well, Alex Carey should realise this is not the same Headingley pitch. The ball's not flying off the surface. We've backed Mitchell Stark to handle him. Stuart Broad's having a little chat with Mitchell Stark. You can imagine what that's about.
Change of field as well. So we have the packed cordon. Now they're spreading for the short ball. Louis, the last time we were here 4 years ago, Mitch Stark made a half century.
That's right. And that's why I'm really surprised why Alex Carey hasn't taken that single. And you're right. Stuart Broad just got right in Mitchell Stark's ear and said, hey, mate, how do you feel about that?
Andrew Sampson?
For those wanting the answer to Daniel's question about how often of numbers 3 to 6 will be up between 41 and 51, Dan's in the back here getting very excited. That's the first time.
First time. Hey. First time. That's one for our match reports tonight. Wood bowls over the wicket, ducking the short ones, Carey. It bounces before reaching the gloves of Bairstow. What a snaffle from Yorkshire's Johnny Bairstow, by the way. I mean, I think the response from the cordon was largely disbelief. Like, what? You've snaffled that?
I think Johnny's reaction was disbelief.
For me, the reaction was from Stuart Broad, the reaction that stood out. He was at mid-on punching the air. He was so happy. I mean, Ben Stokes spoke about Johnny Bairstow in the press conference yesterday. He said that, no, it's all external noise. We're backing him to the hilt. And I saw Brendan McCullum sort of work with Johnny Bairstow on his keeping a couple of days out.
Wood in. Arms akimbo. Bowls here. Carey makes space and plays it down to backward point. There's not one there. I mean, look, they say that about external noise. The truth is, Bairstow does take it on board.
Yeah.
He's that kind of personality. I saw him after the Leeds Test match. He clearly takes on board the criticism about his keeping. He's very sensitive about it.
And it's not just the external criticism, it would be him himself. I mean, his standards are here, and where he was keeping has been down there. Like, it's not, he wouldn't even need to listen to other people to know that he's having a bad series.
Him that, exactly.
And to take a blinder early in a test match, what that will do for his all-important confidence. The 5 men are back, including the fly slip. Wood 2 balls left here. The forward short leg under the lid. That 2 pitches over. Deepish for a short leg. Wood bowls, bangs it in way over the head of Carey. He knows it's short. He ducks before the ball's even bowled. Well, not literally, but effectively. Out of the hand, straight down into the crouch.
So the third over from Mark Wood in this spell. I'm not a big fan of what Alex Carey. The 4th over, says Andrew Sampson. It's kind of telegraphed what he's planning to do. Keep Mitchell Starc away from Mark Wood. It's led to that whole field for the short ball. And he's just denying himself run-scoring opportunities.
Yeah, it is interesting because at Headingley, I mean, Mark Wood in that first innings was 6 for 19 or 6 for 20. 6 for not many, put it that way. And that was him running through the tail, including Alex Carey, I should say. 1 ball after he hit him in the head. So it's not like Alex Carey has been seeing him that well. And this is, let's be honest, I mean, Carey's only faced 6 balls himself at his 10 down singles.
That was a spell of 4 for 5 by Wood to clean up the tail the first time around at Headingley. Trying to get into them again here. Bowls here to Carey. Last ball on leg stump. Balloons off the pad into the onside. End of the over. 7 for 255 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Carey 1, Starc yet to score.
This International Lipstick Day, Revlon is donating $2 from every super lustrous lipstick sold at Chemist Warehouse to look good, feel better. A foundation that helps women face cancer with confidence. For high-impact and moisturising lips, buy Revlon Super Lustrous Lipstick, Australia's #1 lipstick from Chemist Warehouse, and inspire confidence through the power of lipstick. Promotion ends 2nd of August 2023. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
South Australian Alex Carey is out there, and our coverage into SA is for Daniel Thomas and the team at Morn Team Used Cars, mornteam.com.au. Over 300 used cars available for immediate delivery. Thanks for their support. Chris Wokes, who did, as Norkie said, bang bang in his previous over, away from us too, slips the gully. Starc here, fends it one straight away through to the gloves of Bairstow on the way up. Playing outside the line of the off stump conventionally, but a bit of movement off the seam.
He just looked the best bowler today. He did so in Headingley as well. That crucial third evening, the conditions were in his favour. He was the one who broke open the game.
I think he's been even better here, Bharat.
He has.
Those rusty balls. I think he did say that he was a bit rusty. Those short balls, the half volleys has been few and far between today, I reckon.
3 wickets for Wokes. He's got Warner, Green and Marsh. 3 big wickets too. Aggressive players. In here to Starc. Plays him out towards mid-off where Stuart Broad does the fielding. Mentioned earlier that Wokes, if you look at the rankings, I think he's ranked number 36 in the world. He's barely played under Brendan McCullum, had to carry a number of injuries, yet Duke's ball in England, experienced operator. There are a few better than Chris Wokes.
And all of them today I thought have been excellent. I mean, you look at the balls faced from the Aussie top order. So Warner's 38, Marnus Labuschagne 115, Smith 52, Head 65, Marsh 60. They're getting guys out when they're set.
Wokes bowls, Starc leaves.
And on a wicket, it hasn't done absolutely everything. They've got quite a bit out of it this session, especially Broad bowling to Cameron Green. But this is guys bending their backs and getting guys who are set, really good players, and thinking their way through it. I mean, the way they got Travis Head out, the way Stuart Broad keeps backing up, and a guy who, we know that he can move the ball off the seam. We know he's a threat when the conditions are in his favour. Well, when they're not, he comes in and hits the wicket and is still hitting nearly 140 k's an hour and getting guys out hooking.
And the small thing about Wokes as well, he gets through his overs quite quickly for a seamer. He's on you, as he is here again. Straight back to Starc, delivers here over the wicket, Starc defends. And that may sound like a small thing, but they're conditioned to these that are 8-minute overs. And some of the other bowlers are in operation. Wokes is on you all day long, always in the shoebox.
Yeah, it's like being the third best Indian spinner when you had, like, back in the day when, say, Murli Karthik was coming through the ranks and Anil Kumble and Harbhajan were there. You were good enough to play as the primary spinner, but unfortunately for you, you had Kumble and Harbhajan ahead of you, like Anderson and Broad ahead of Wokes.
He delivers here and Starc defends from the crease. No run.
He's the Akshar Patel of England.
He is pretty much, the modern day Akshar Patel. I mean, he's been around for much longer than Akshar Patel. But yeah, I mean, you imagine if in an era, in a world with either no Anderson or no Broad, he would have played so much more Test cricket on home soil and taken so many more wickets.
Yeah, his record in England, he's got pulling up after this delivery, but his 100th wicket in England last week, didn't he? Last ball of his 14th over here. Short one to Stark. Balloons up into the onside, but there's no one in leg gully. They're both set back. So Stark's off the mark. Keeps the strike. He's one. Carey's one. 7 for 256 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Polaris Ranger has been the #1 selling utility side by side for over 20 years. With over 15 models to choose from, petrol, diesel or electric, from 2-seat single cab to 6-seat dual cab. Introducing the all-new mid-size Ranger SP530, replacing the popular Ranger 500. New chassis, improved engine performance and deeper tub. And the new 2023 Ranger Northstar, featuring a full sealed cab, heater, aircon and defrost. See the new Rangers online now or visit your local Polaris expert today. Polaris, think outside.
The Australian batters for Red Energy awarded Australia's most trusted electricity provided by Canstar. Great point, Louis Cameron, you made when we were at an ad.
Yeah, Mitchell Starc took, Alex Carey took the single off the last ball that over. Mark Wood had bowled 4 overs on the trot. They might have thought that he was done because Stokes has said in the lead into this test, well, we're only going to bowl in 4 overs. Mark Wood's got the ball. Mitchell Starc's on strike now.
Can he really get into Starc here? He's on 1. Wood, 5th over of the spell, over the wicket. Back of a length, turns it towards the man at short leg. Good bit of fielding because under the lid, Harry Brook has stopped Starc getting off strike. Would have done so had it gone past his right mitt.
Yeah, I also thought maybe it was a little impulsive because Wood has bowled, I think one of his spells was 5 overs earlier in the day. I think he fended the ball off, ran, and then were like, oh, okay, last ball. All right, we'll just have to complete the single. Sorry, Starkey, you'll have to face Mark Wood. I thought Starc handled Mark Wood much better in the second innings. He did get out to him eventually, but I thought he batted much better. He was lining him up nicely, getting into better positions. Hopefully he can do that again for Australia's sake.
Wood turns and sprints. Gets in and bowls. Starc, awkward length, up towards his ribs, keeps it down, gets the single he wants. He's 2, Australia 7 for 257.
Alex Carey needs to just take his time. There is no hurry. A couple of times in the last over, he tried making room, tried to force the ball. Still have Pat Cummins to come after this. The advantage of having a longish batting lineup. So you don't have to press the trigger too early. What Australia don't want is to get bowled out for 270, 280. And not just let England back in the game, but give them the keys to this game.
It'll be in keeping with the series if they were to get knocked over sub 300. It's not been a heavy scoring series so far. Carey tapping the bat. Wood bowls to him underneath the predictable bouncer with the field spread for it.
And I wondered too how Alex Carey would have taken being the guy who's gone down to 8 in this scenario. Like, we know in one sense he might see it as a compliment because he bats with the tail really well. In another sense he might kind of go, well, I'm just about as good as Green and Marsh. If you look at our test averages, it's all around the early to mid 30s range. He's got a test 100 last home summer. He might have thought, well, actually if you put me at 7 and maybe Marsh is the more aggressive player, that might have worked out better for the team.
What was that flexibility that once they decided to part ways with Murphy, that they had 8 spots for batters, knowing there were all-rounders to pick from? Wood in again, short again, ducked again into the gloves of Bairstow. I think originally the way I thought of it, incorrectly, was that, well, they could use an all-round spinner. Now, they didn't have any on offer, but Glenn Maxwell...
Who would you have been thinking? Glenn Maxwell, I wonder, yeah.
I did advance that on the basis...
So you might have been thinking of Ashton Turner or...
if he was here. But I thought...
Matthew Short, he's playing in the 100, I think, coming up.
I know I have no credibility when making up, but I did think that might be a clever way of extending the tail, extending the batting lineup down it. But then when it became apparent that Warner was staying, there was going to be no adjustment with Marnus to open, which I think for a couple of days might have been vaguely in the thoughts of selectors with the left-hand, right-hand combination that would have enabled if Warner was overlooked. That it became clear it was going to be Green and Marsh, then Carey. Very different kind of role batting at 8. Wood here, Carey off his leg stump down to fine leg, does well to Crawley. That's his second run, 7 for 258, 1 left in the over at Starc.
I still think the issue has been Cam Green's form on this tour, or he's just not looked... I don't know whether it's just the long road he's had, he was in India for nearly what felt like 8 months, the test tour followed by the IPL, and then he maybe got a week or so at home, and then he's flown to England. Maybe
it was 2 nights at home.
Oh, 2 nights at home, there you go.
Nothing at all.
He's just not looked himself with bat in hand throughout the series, and that is becoming a problem.
Such as the ongoing challenge of the expanding IPL, I suppose. Wood to finish. Bowls to Stark, short ball, again, it's not on target, so a bit of a wasted over there from Wood, all told. 7 for 258, Carey 2, Stark 2, and that is on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
If you've been injured at work, you should seek legal advice. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your compensation entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands. The team have over 50 years' experience in securing compensation for injured workers. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
Real Adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
People would laugh at it, but I'd have Disney music on. The reason I do is because every Disney song is a story. So whenever you sing the song, like you can picture the story in your head. It just gave your mind a little bit of a reprieve.
I reckon it gives his opponents like Petrarca and that bit of confidence when he's coming out there going, let it go.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Wokes. It's a Marsh who's edging and brilliantly caught. A brilliant catch from the much maligned Johnny Bairstow. He had to go for it. It was low to his right and he's gone with one hand. And Wokes has come back into the attack and he's picked up both Marsh and Green. England have gone bang bang.
A busy 80 minutes since tea. Australia losing 3 wickets and adding 71 runs. Head was the first of that trio in the over after the short break. Caught it. Fine leg from the bowling as Stewart brought his 600th test wicket. Head out for 48. Then in one, Chris Wokes over, getting rid of both West Australian all-rounders. Green was leg before wicket. And then Marsh, the highlight you heard there, a blinder from Johnny Bairstow. I haven't said that often during the series. Wokes the bowler again. Marsh was gone for 51. Green for 16 at that point. They were 7 for 255 and Carey and Mark Mitchell Stark finding their way there 2 apiece. Got Louis Cameron sticking around with me for Red Energy, and this one senses with 24 overs to go on the day is going to be such an important piece of this game, and we've said that time and again through the series that there are so many crucial half hours. Well, due to the wickets that have fallen, we've got another one here.
Yeah, and I think anything less than 300, they're just not in the game here. I think England are going to be we talk about crucial hours, and that first session, it really felt like Australia had landed such a big blow by getting through that, scoring at 4 and over, only losing 2 wickets.
Well, they were 2 for 107 at lunch. Here's Wokes round the wicket. Fresh hour starts the Carey, turning him down the fine leg, getting him really fine, and it will go not quite for 4 because Mark Wood's down there, an athletic boundary rider he is, cuts it off to save 1 run from his best mate's bowling. 7 for 260. Carey up to 4. Sorry, make that. No, they just took 2, not 3. Right. So Carey's 4, Stark's 2. He keeps the strike.
Yeah. So they, such a great start, and they've really squandered it here. And through, as we were talking about, through great bowling from England mainly. I mean, I don't think there have been too many loose shots. Travis Head might have a few regrets over how he played a short ball barrage from Stuart Broad, but it's been excellent bowling for the most part.
Wokes bowls to Carey, comes back off the seam towards him on the angle, but he keeps it down towards backward point. No run.
I mean, the Chris Wokes ball to Mitchell Marsh, that was, they just showed a replay on television before, the deviation that had in terms of him needing to play it. I mean, that was going at middle and leg stump, and it's probably ended up on a just outside off stump line. That's it's difficult to kind of play, isn't it?
104 wickets in England at 22, Wokes. Perfect bowler for these conditions. So long thought of as a successor to Anderson. Delivers here to Carey. Carey plays off the front foot. just in front of point where there won't be a single. I don't know whether he will be the successor anymore. I mean, Wokes himself is not a young cricketer anymore. He's 34 years of age.
They've got a few others, don't they? Matthew Potts waiting around. Josh Tongue is a little bit different, but I really like the look of him and thought that even in this test they might have been able to find room for him. I don't know who they would have left out, though, to be honest. I think they probably picked the right attack for here. But Josh Tongue really looks like a likely type, doesn't he?
He absolutely does. Picked at the right time as well, having had a good Lions tour over the winter. Short ball from Wokes that Carey just simply stands and ducks at the right time, no concerns there. Yeah, Matt Potts, who played, he was an original Baz baller last year. Durham quick got into the side through weight of wickets. He was way down the pecking order. I mean, there might have been 20 fast bowlers ahead of him when the season started, but just banged the door down in the old-fashioned way and got in and had a pretty good summer.
And that's one of the things that county cricket does produce really good. They produce great medium-fast bowlers, accurate medium. So I kind of think, Broad, Anderson, yes, they're fantastic bowlers. I don't think they're going to have that much trouble replacing them. I think they're always going to be okay. It's more the, your Joff Archers, your Mark Woods, those quicker guys who they're going to need when they go to India later this year, won't they? Or early next year, I should say.
Maybe Ollie Stone will be fit by then again. Who knows? Carey facing Wokes and driving full face of the bat down the ground for 4. Classical off drive from Carey, moves to 8 with his first boundary, 7 for 264. They just needed that, a bit of a pressure release.
Yeah, cracking shot from Alex Carey. It was just over pitch from Chris Wokes. He hasn't bowled too many of those kind of balls today. He's been fantastic in terms of his line of length, probably even better than Headingley, but it's just a long half volley for Alex Carey, that one.
Just watching it again. Didn't really move off the straight, did it? And replace for tyre power, save on Fulton tyres.
And he's gone straight back to over the wicket.
Yeah.
And so that's where he got David Warner out. He bowls really well to left-handers from over the wicket. He does a little bit differently to Stuart Broad. So he was around before, now he's coming over.
2 slips the gully. Last ball here from Wokes, defended by Carey. Out to mid-off. He's 8 Starks 2. 7 for 264. Our coverage is for Henley Homes. Land from $350,000. Build your dream Henley home at the Dales, Bonnybrook.
Be bowled over by the world's pinnacle bowls event and get behind the right-at-home Australian Jackaroos. The World Bowls Championships hit the Gold Coast from August 29 to September 10. Proudly supported by Tourism and Events Queensland and Major Events Gold Coast. Tune into daily live streaming on world2023.bowls.com.au. Watch the action unfold live on Fox Sport and KO on September 2, 3, 9 and 10. In the meantime, give bowls a go. Visit bowls.com.au and click on Find a Club.
I always love that over the loudspeaker here at Old Trafford. From the James Anderson end, James Anderson will take up the attack. Running away from that famous old pavilion. Anderson has bowled 13 overs today. Wicketless, none for 29. The only English bowler yet to get in the book. But he's kept it tight. And get to look at Mitchell Starc, who's on 2. Anderson over the wicket. Bowls here. Starc edging and landing just in front of second slip. Crawley nearly got to the contest. Had to come forward to his left. Not quite. But a nice delivery to start from the veteran. They won't get much of a second new ball dart tonight, I wouldn't have thought, Louis. We've got, as we see a replay here for tyre power, save on Fulton tyres. It didn't quite carry to Crawley, even on the stretch. Another 3 or 4 inches and he would have been maybe...
AB de Villiers might have been a chance.
Yes.
Not anyone else in the slips, I don't think.
There are 3 men there for it. Anderson bowls and Starc defends. So we've got 63 minutes till a cut-off, 23 overs left. So they'll probably fall 5 or 6 short at best. So just to be clear, when it comes to the overrate adjustment made by the ICC during the week after Australia complained on their points deductions, where have we landed on that?
So it used to be 60 overs. If you bowled a team out under 60 overs, whatever, it didn't matter how slow you bowled your overs, essentially.
Anderson to Starc. Over the wicket, Starc defensively to mid-off.
They've now changed that to 80 overs. And there's been a few little tweaks. There's also some changes around how much of their match fee they lose if they're under. So they can only get fined up to a maximum of 50%. Now, it used to be 100. And we saw in the World Test Championship final that India lost 100% of their match fee. And that was the funny one where Shubman Gill got fined on top of that for some dissent. So he got fined 120% of his match fee or something. So he was actually paying to play, which is, as a club cricketer yourself, Adam, you'd enjoy.
Yes. My conspiracy theory is that doesn't mean anything because the ICC don't pay the match fees.
And the prize money that offset it, right?
Anderson bowls to Stark on 2. He stays on 2 with a pushback down the pitch.
But the ICC haven't quite clarified it completely, and I believe that there is going to be a little bit more detail in the next few days from the ICC around exactly what the changes are, because Australia and England, we heard from Usman Khawaja this week. He went straight to Wasim Khan earlier in the series, and he spoke to him and he said, hey, look, we're trying to bowl our overs as quickly as possible, but we're not quite doing it, but we're providing a lot of entertainment. And the ICC listened. Wasim Khan listened to him.
Anderson again, Stark up his through mid-wicket, 4 runs. Nice big gap in that direction, western side of the ground. Stark up to 6, his first boundary, 7 for 268, important runs.
And just finishing that thought, so the ICC listened, but they made the changes. They had a chief executives conference in South Africa this week, last week I should say, and they made the changes, but they made them retrospectively. So they kind of said whatever happened in the first 2 or 3 tests, that will now, these new rules we brought in will carry over. They haven't been completely clear on what the new rules are. I believe in the next few days we'll figure out.
So after Australia and England we're losing points, Deidre Chambers, what a coincidence. Last ball of the Anderson over to Stark. Through the onside again, back-to-back boundaries. Along the carpet on this occasion, it'll crawl to the rope, but it'll reach it. So Stark in the double figures. He overtakes Carey. He's 10, Carey 8, 7 for 272. Changing commentary after the break. Daniel Norcross in for me. Our coverage is for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's.
No matter which footy team you cheer for, around 1 in 3 of the players will need donated blood in their lifetime. Same goes for the opposition and supporters like you too. Yet only 1 in 30 people gives blood. That's a lot of potential donors sitting on the bench. So why not be the lifeblood of your footy team and everyone's team? Search Give Blood to book a donation with Australian Red Cross Lifeblood today. Give life. Give blood.
SEN Test Cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. I briefly got my shoelace trapped in a chair, but I'm back now. Hello, Jeremy Coney. Well, have a word, see what happens.
There we are.
Yeah, try
Hello, Daniel.
Hello. Now then. Well, Kiski Sapasi Seam, Marion Alley to the left-handed. Carey, he's got 2 left-handers to bowl.
Yeah, that'll be why. Good change from Moeen Ali to Wokes, wasn't it?
Well, wasn't it? 2 wickets in the over.
Yes.
And it was a biggie. 7 for 272 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. As Moeen is in. Just a little word on Harvey Norman. It's Cyber Safety Awareness Month at Harvey Norman, and we're giving you a free $50 cyber safety voucher to use towards any cyber security product. T's and C's apply. I'm thinking, looking around this particular group of experts, I'm thinking that's more an Andrew Sampson world. He'd need cyber security. As Moeen is in, forward comes Carey, defends the short extra cover. I mean, people trying to get their hands on your data all the time, Samo, aren't they?
Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Yeah, maybe I do need some cyber security.
I think you might. Well, Harvey Norman's place to go as this is clipped into the onside. They've dawdled one, really, and that's all they will get. She'll bring Stark on strike. What's Stark going to want to do here? Now, the question is being asked at long off. Do you want me in? Do you want me up? Do you want me tempting? What do you want me to do? There's a bit of uncertainty, actually, as to what the answer to that is currently. There's a slip and a forward short leg, a short fine leg, backward point, deep cover, short extra cover. There's a little bit, well, actually, the short fine leg's now come up, and so deep backward square leg's going to go back for the sweep, I guess. Mid on and mid off. They're not up, but they're also not back. They're in no man's land, really, to encourage the drive. A lofted drive as Moeen is in to Stark, and Stark defends solidly with a little flourish, a little wristy flourish after the ball's hit the bat. Stokes is just moving. There's a couple of moving parts here. The man at deep backward squares come in a bit to big old ground, big old playing area at any rate, as Stark defends to short extra cover, and there's no run. One thing you can say about Moeen is he does help elevate an otherwise morbid over rate. Might just squeeze a second new ball for England at the end of the day if they wanted it. Forward comes Stark and drives back to the bowler. End of the over. Just that one run from it. 7 for 2, 7-3 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
SEN Test Cricket with Macca's. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. And we should say, and we always love to say it, good morning to our New Zealand listeners on SENZ. They're here thanks to Razine. Yes. New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. If you are listening in New Zealand, you can get involved and send us a text on 8833. 8833. Anderson's coming round the wicket to Carey. Carey drives away from his body, really well fielded at short extra cover by the skipper Ben Stokes. Not seen him with the ball today. I saw a little bit of footage of him in practice, and it did not suggest to me a man who was keen on bowling. Stiff doesn't really do it justice.
No, it's really why they've got to have the 5 bowlers, isn't it? Yeah. Well, they've got more. They've got Root as well, of course. They bowl a few. Brook, maybe, even less.
Anderson in. Carey clips away into the onside, out towards forward deep square leg. They get a single. Carey to double figures. Score 7 for 2, 7-4.
It's not a big total. I mean, you'd have to say England would be the happiest side after inserting today early. It's been sunny skies. The pitch has been okay. Yes, it still is doing just enough. And for certain bowlers more than others. A little bit of turn. A little bit of nip from particularly Wokes. Australia have had chances, haven't they? They've got people in and they've lost wickets, and I'm thinking mainly of, well, off the top of my head.
Oh.
Yes.
Yes, like what you did there.
Yeah, thank you.
That's very good. Anderson's over the wicket to start. He's hit him for 2 fours in the previous over. He stands tall and defends. There's no run.
A shot really that the ball got too high on Travis' head, and you can't control the bat face when it gets up high, and it goes off the top edge, and that carried through to fine leg. So he had to let that ball go and select balls that weren't quite. So it's a selection issue really as far as the short balls are concerned for batsmen.
Anderson into Stark, who plays slightly away from his body, a shorter ball which he guides to point, and there's no run.
I think we'd also say Labuschagne after his first 50, and he looked very good for most of his all of his innings until he was completely out really, because he just turned the bat face through again through the line of an off spinner, and so he was out LBW. Just when a bigger score beckoned for him.
Well, those partnerships tell the story,
they
don't they? And indeed the scores of each batter tell the story, as Anderson is into Stark, who evades a rare Anderson bouncer, which is amusingly taken by Bairstow. He ends up on his posterior, sliding to take it.
I think Marsh was got out, just a delivery that it was a leg cutter to him and took the outside edge and through to Bairstow, who's had a difficult series.
But Smith Smith as well, maybe. And
I thought Smith was beaten actually by Wood a little faster, about 5 k's faster, or 5 miles an hour faster.
Anderson in, and it's defended again into the offside. There's no run. 70 overs have gone. End of the over on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Australia 7 for 2, 7-4.
This International Lipstick Day, Revlon is donating $2 from every super lustrous lipstick sold at Chemist Warehouse to look good, feel better. A foundation that helps women face cancer with confidence. For high impact and moisturising lips, buy Revlon Super Lustrous Lipstick, Australia's #1 lipstick from Chemist Warehouse, and inspire confidence through the power of lipstick. Promotion ends 2nd of August 2023. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Now then, it's going to be Moeen Ali to continue. England have been picked up 3 wickets, celebrated 3 wickets, celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. England have been 7 of them today, as this is driven up to quite a long off now. Stokes, he's a good 30 yards inside the boundary, but he's easily giving that single, which brings Stark back onto strike at 7 for 275.
I would have thought 350 on this surface. Australia will feel they're back in the game there if they can get that far. Of course, that's a few runs, 75 runs away yet.
Stark on strike, defends studiously on the front foot, gets right forward. Suddenly they're playing Moeen Ali with a little bit more care and attention here, the 2 left-handers, as you can imagine. It's not as if there's a lot of rough or anything outside that off stump, but we've seen the ball grip a bit, turn a bit for Moeen. Got one to go past Travis Head's outside edge. This is tossed up, it's defended into the onside. It's straight along the ground for the front foot. No run.
Hasn't quite been as fast this surface, I don't think, as we thought it might be. It's been holding in the surface a wee bit.
Moeen in, pushed into the offside off the front foot again. I suppose that might be
it's been kind of a wet July, really, hasn't it?
It's been soggy. You know, we had the hottest June on record in the UK. And that might have been reflected in the dryness and the slowness, in a way, of the pitches at Edgbaston and Lords. And then I think Headingley got the best of it. And here it's just got a bit soggy. His next delivery is just push-driven up to mid-off. Stokes gives the single. Stark moves to 11. 7 for 276.
That, and looking at, I just had a look at the telly. It looks as if the grass is kind of fluffy on the top as well, and that can sometimes just slow the pace as well down a little. It might quicken up tomorrow, who knows.
Moeen it's completely over. It's worked up to mid-on. They think of a single. It isn't there. End of the over. On the Harvey Norman scoreboard, Australia 7 for 276.
This season, sub in Jameson Smooth Dry and Lime or Natural Raw Cola to switch up your usual go-to dark spirits. Available in a can or make a glass for yourself using triple distilled Jameson Irish whiskey. It's simple. Start with ice, add a shot of Jameson and top up the glass with a good quality mixer. Stir briefly and add lime when required. Jameson, gather round. Please drink responsibly.
SEN Test Cricket with Henley. Land from $350,000. Build your dream Henley home of the Dales. Bodybook. Anderson starts a new over and Stark defends. Ball just pops at him a little touch on the offside. It's half stride forward. He's a very handy cricketer to have coming in at 9 and Cummins at 10.
1050s. He's
not bad, is it?
No, I didn't think turning down runs last ball of an over to him, I didn't think that kind of made sense, although they might have been protecting him from Wood only at that time.
Anderson turns, runs in. He's had a wicketless day again. He's into Stark, who tucks us off his pad, goes into the onside. Duckett eagerly fields at short mid-wicket. Gives the ball to Root for a good old polish. 8.4 overs until a second new ball becomes available for England. I don't know whether they'd take it tonight. I suppose they might squeeze an over out of it. Stuart Broad, perhaps. He likes bowling to left-handers.
Yes.
And we might see him again. Another little spell from him before the day is out. Anderson runs in. And Stark is beaten on the outside edge. An absolute beauty. But still had some good carry. It's been a curious old pitch. You look at Anderson coming in his 16th over here, and it's just that has flown actually.
Yeah, that's a good delivery, isn't it? It's just seemed to have taken off. Surprised Stark, and it's taken reverse cut by the keeper, up by his sort of shoulder area in Bairstow. He's bowled some good deliveries, hasn't he, Anderson, for no return.
He's in again. Stark whips it out through deep mid-wicket, but there is cover out there now in the form of Chris Wokes. So one more to the total. Throw comes in, as it can do on the full. It is possible to throw a ball in on the full when you want to keep what little polish there is in it. It's strange that, isn't it, Jeremy?
Yes. Bouncing it on the square, usually around, or on those used pitches. That's where you scuff the ball up.
I saw a bit of that on T20 finals day. The ball would come in on a couple of bounces, and they got a very steely gaze from the umpire. Carey on strike now, and he pushes in defence on the front foot up to mid-off. There's no run. Carey 11, Stark 12. Just a process of rebuilding after Wokes took those 2 quick wickets to get rid of the established Green and Marsh in his first over back, first over of a new spell. Included a wonderful catch from Johnny Bairstow. Genuinely wonderful catch. One-handed away to his right. Anderson in. Forward comes Carey. Back to the bowler. And there is no run. 72 overs gone on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Australia 7 for 277.
This season, sub in Jameson's Smooth Dry and Lime or Natural Raw Cola to switch up your usual go-to dark spirits. Available in a can or make a glass for yourself using triple distilled Jameson Irish whiskey. It's simple. Start with ice, add a shot of Jameson and top up the glass with a good quality mixer. Stir briefly and add lime when required. Jameson, gather round. Please drink responsibly.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. I've got quite a hankering for a barbecue bacon Angus, I've got to say. I do, you know me. Mowing in, forward, comes Stark driving to short extra cover, and there's no run. England's ground fielding has for the most part been pretty good. There's a couple of possible run-out opportunities missed, but this is a series that has yet to see a run-out. Each side's taken, oh no, not quite. England have taken 58 wickets, Australia have taken 55 wickets, 113 before today, plus 120 wickets. As this pushed into the offside of the front foot, into the ground to cover, and there's no run. 120 wickets without a run out. These are the things that keep me sane. And we've had another world record today. I don't know if Jeremy knows about this yet. Forward comes Stark, pushing to the short extra. There's no run. It's the first time in the history of Test cricket that numbers 3 to 6 have scored 41 or above, but no more than 51.
Oh, dear.
In the whole history of Test cricket.
What a curiosity.
Well, I mean,
what a thrill to know that.
Forward comes Stark, pushes up to the bowler. There's no run.
And to know I've witnessed that.
But you see, it's a fact that tells us
the sort of
something.
thing you'll leave on your tombstone.
I think I will.
Yeah.
It's the sort of thing, though, that tells us something about today. It tells us that they're getting in.
Yes.
And England are chipping away and getting out.
Yes.
They're getting in and they're getting out. Forward comes Stark. Back to the bowler. There's no run.
Which sums up a lot of innings.
It does rather. Yeah. It's sort of quintessentially cricket, isn't it? Yeah. But they don't seem to tend to get in quite as much as that. Forward comes Stark, and that's driven back to him, and very well fielded by Moeen Ali. At the end of the over, 73 gone, 7 for 277.
Polaris end of financial year deals have been extended to July 31st with great savings across the range. Get $1,000 free accessories on the 2-seat Ranger 570, the 3-seat Ranger Northstar and the 6-seat Ranger Northstar Crew. Get $2,000 free accessories on the upgraded 23 Ranger Diesel and $3,000 free accessories on the Ranger XP1000. Finance is available to approved purchases at a 6.99% rate. Don't miss out. See your local Polaris dealer. Polaris. Think outside.
SEN Test cricket with Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Well, as often happens when a bowler has had enough of a spell, then poor old Chris Wokes is told, it's you again, Chris. It's you. Well, here he is. He's going to be bowling again. How many spells is this he's had? Is this his fourth? This is his fifth. His fifth spell? I mean, really, it's a big ask.
And how many overs, please? This is his 16th. Oh, well, fairly short spells.
Yeah, a few overs maybe in it. He starts in from the James Anderson end. And he's bowling to Alex Carey, who drives, rather plinky drive, up to mid-off. Broad fields, no run.
The 2 wickets he took, his last spell came in as the first over. Immediately came in and broke the game, you thought, at that stage.
Broke it open. Yeah.
Before we get into the cricket bit, guys, let's start this late night radio. Should we call ourselves the Salford 3, like the Cambridge 5 and the Salford
4 though? 4. We've got Samo as well.
He's not in Salford though.
Oh, I see. Next delivery's worked up to mid-on. There's no run. Are you in Chester at the moment then? Are you commuting?
Well, yes, I'm commuting from Chester.
Yeah, we are the Salford 3.
We are the
We're the Salford Massive.
The Salford 3 plus.
Salford, yeah. Well, there's a fourth behind us.
Sorry, that's true.
And there's a fifth in Jarrod.
So we are the Salford 5.
The Salford 5, yeah.
Enid Blyton should write about that.
Yeah. Let's get some lashings of ginger beer and go and do something naughty.
We should tonight. Tonight's the night.
Yes, I think so. Wokes is into Carey, who plays a sort of edgy but rather well-controlled guide through deep third for 4. It's rather well played shot, that. It was quite deliberate. There is a gap. There's a deep point. And there isn't a deep third. So it's broken a sort of run of no runs, if you will. There's a certain risk involved. It's outside half of the bat, but it was nicely guided by Carey. Picks up 4.
It's a shot he's very comfortable playing. He's got such a wide range on the offside. Alex Carey, a little bit of it, much like Travis Head. Doesn't throw his hands as much as Travis Head. But he was in control of that shot right through.
He'd love a substantial innings here with Carey as Wokes is into him, and he plays a similar sort of shot, but this time it's much squarer, and they'll just pick up the 1. Think of a second, it isn't there. Before the start of this innings, he'd scored 1 more run than Johnny Bairstow. Both keepers finding it a little challenging to keep these sacks.
Well, he scored well, I think, in the first couple of tests, didn't he? But it was the third test where he didn't get away. A couple of, I think, single-digit scores. But he's kept very well, hasn't he? Very
5
solid.
Stumpings.
Yes.
Yeah, barely dropped anything.
Yeah.
Just a few drops.
He was plus 51 going into this test. One of our colleagues downstairs. Yeah. No, Bairstow was minus 30, minus 40.
There you go, you see.
On what sort of scale is that? Oh, dear, don't tell us.
Stark on strike. That's guided into the offside well by Stark. He's in pretty good nick here. Gets another run against, albeit the soft ball later on in the day against tiring bowlers, but he moves to 13, brings Carey back onto strike on 16, 7 for 283.
Yeah, both keepers started with a 50, or 78 to Bairstow and 66 to Carey. Between them, just 139 runs in their other 10 innings since then.
Yeah.
Going back to what you were asking about Jeremy, it's a credit to one of our...
to scale? Is it something like that?
No, it's based on pure numbers. Scott Bailey, one of our colleagues who writes for the AAP, looked at number of runs scored after Johnny Bairstow's dropped catches, the number of runs he scored, and on the basis of that, he's let go of more runs in a way than the runs he scored. So he's in the negative at the moment, so he'll have to score quite a few runs to catch up.
Big name has been in touch. Adam Collins will tell you all about it very shortly as Wokes finishes the over, and the leading edge nearly makes it to point where Stokes is fielding, but doesn't. So Stark survives on 13, Carey on 16. I bet you can't wait to find out who the big name is. Australia, 7 for 283.
Be bowled over by the world's pinnacle bowls event and get behind the right at home Australian Jackaroos. The World Bowls Championships hit the Gold Coast from August 29 to September 10. Proudly supported by Tourism and Events Queensland and Major Events Gold Coast. Tune into daily live streaming on world2023.bowls.com.au. Watch the action unfold live on Fox Sport and KO on September 2, 3, 9 and 10. In the meantime, give bowls a go. Visit bowls.com.au and click on Find a Club.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's the message we've got in the Daniel setup. Heading in to do the Brekkie show on SENZ. Sounding great, Tony Kemp. Jerry, you should know him. Mo and Ali round the wicket. New over begins. Stark knocks it on the head out to cover.
Oh, he's the breakfast. He's one of the breakfast lads, aren't they?
He is indeed. Former New Zealand rugby player. Izzy and Kempy, the SENZ rugby show. Hello. Have a great show, lads, in New Zealand, if you're listening. Good morning to you all. Moeen bowls and well forward again. Stark to defend. This partnership building nicely for Australia. They've taken it from 255 to 283 just when the wickets were falling. Slip on a silly point. Stark forward defending. He's been controlled so far. Faced 41 deliveries for his 13, and most of those 13 were made in his first 10 or 11 balls in the middle.
They were, 4 for 240 at one stage in Leeds, and then the lower order was blown away by Mark Wood.
Moeen up, bowls, and Stark again very happy in defence.
Got to a similar score here, 5 down. Marsh and Green looked good. And at that point, it felt like, we're seeing a repeat of Headingley, but these two have done okay since then.
Moeen in the sun. Bowls into the shade. Stark tries to drive, but whacks it straight into the silly point, Harry Brook. Ouch. Root at slip. Brook at silly point. Moeen Ali. Last ball of the over. Bowls it now, and Stark drives and finds the deepish point for one. Keeps the strike. He's 14, 7 for 284.
Learning new skills, bonding with loved ones, exercising the mind and body. All rewarding, but not as rewarding as a Kogan Money credit card. Earn a whopping $300 Kogan.com credit to spend on the most in-demand products when you meet the minimum spend criteria. Did we also mention there's no annual fee? Use it anytime, anywhere. The Kogan Money credit card. It's just more rewarding. Search Kogan Money to find out more. Spend criteria applies. Offer ends August 31, 2023. T's and C's, other fees and charges apply. Credit provider, National Australia Bank Limited.
5 overs until the second new ball. They won't get many with that. It's 5 to 6 local time here. So 35 minutes till the automatic cut-off.
At the tea break, I thought they wouldn't get to the new ball, but the 2 spells from Moeen Ali in this session is the only reason they will get at least 4 overs, you'd think, with that second new ball when it is available.
And if they don't dismiss Australia within 80 overs, they'll be subject to the penalties the ICC hand out for over 8. That shift during the week that Louis Cameron was stepping us through earlier in the session.
It's been an amazing press conference from Usman Khawaja 2 days out, where he volunteered to speak about it. I don't think one of us asked him first. He brought up the topic himself.
Wokes' 17th over into Stark, who leaves alone outside the off stump.
And with glee explained how he had a chat with Wasim Khan, the ICC committee, and then said Pat Cummins and Andrew McDonald, the captain and coach, had a word as well. The whole conversation was around, hey, we're playing entertaining cricket. Look at the crowds. Games are finishing well on time. So why are we being fined? Was the argument.
Yes. That always tends to be the argument. We're playing entertaining cricket, so over 8s don't matter. That's the Ben Stokes.
I'm not sure about that.
Well, we're heading towards 80 to 85 over test days, aren't we? As Wokes bowls and Stark pulls it from his hip out towards long leg for 1, moves to 15, 7 for 285. That's the natural extension of this, Jeremy, isn't it? That if over 8s are no longer going to be a thing, then the days will no longer have 90 over days full stop.
Doesn't look like it. No one's able to really do it, are they? I mean, can we think of many days unless spinners are operating at both ends?
And they could extend the playing hours. They could go to 6.5 hour days, which with the extra half an hour would be 7 hours. Very long day, of course. Wokes up over the wicket to Carey on 16. That's where he'll stay. A push to mid-on.
I think there's a tendency sometimes that the player... I mean, that's how we determine how much they work a day, basically. I personally think that there's a cynicism around how many overs they bowl. You can't tell me 9.5 overs, which is what we got at Headingley towards the end, is satisfactory. I'm sorry. That's just to provide less overs to be bowled at their openers later on.
Sure. There was no doubt what was going on that day. Change of angle round the wicket, and Stark places it to mid-wicket. Gets one for it. Moves... sorry, that was Carey, my apologies, to 17, and Australia are 7 for 286 with 2 left in the 76th over.
And the corollary of it is, of course, is if you do go through the number of overs, then you're chasing a run total because they'll score more runs. It was the same argument with the West Indies. We're bowling you out in 3 days. Why do you want us to bowl quicker? Well, because actually, if you bowl a lot more overs in the out, you get tired more quickly, and then you get more balls and you score more runs.
Back over the wicket for Stark. Really short ball, bounces way above his helmet. He tries to take it on, but doesn't get any bat on it.
Yeah. That's a little bit like the head dismissal in the sense that you can't get your bat face controlled on the ball, so you lose it and you hit it up in the air. Anyway, so that's how I feel about those things. It was very hard when, in the occasional time when against those West Indies bowlers, that you actually got with a chance to get in front of the game. They just didn't bowl the ball enough, and so you tried to hit boundaries off balls that weren't really opportunities to hit a boundary.
Expert commentary from Jeremy Coney. Wokes to finish, hits Stark on the pad, but it's pitching outside the leg stump. Quiet passage of play. 7 for 286, Carey 17 and Stark's 15.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
Our coverage here at Macca's, Adam Collins, Bharat, Sundaresan, Jeremy Coney. Baz's turn.
Yeah, no, just to add to what Kwa just said, and yes, they have got their way to an extent, but he also then said if a test match finishes before tea on day 5, then over rate should not be an issue. No fine should be laid, and that's their argument. It's not gone through, but that was another argument.
Moeen bowling into the shadow of the light tower, hits Carey on the pad, bit too full, can't quite get it away either. It spills to short fire, no run.
Well,
I mean, we know why they bowl. It's like if you're given 4 hours to write an article, you're going to take 4 hours to write the article, right? If you're told you've got an hour to write it, lunging forward, defending, this is kind of the work that Baz and I work in most of the time, you'll write it in 1 hour. You take as long as you've got allowed. Now, in domestic cricket, they've got to bowl more overs, and thus they find a way. So it's not a physiological thing. Moeen bowls and dancing and defending is Carey. It's because they've got the time, and by extension, they're going to use it to give their bowlers as much chance as they can to recuperate between overs.
That's right.
So that's why it's happening. It's not due to any artificial factor. Lunging forward, thick outside edge, past first slip, it runs towards the rope, and Carey will get 3. Nearly made the rope. I thought it was. Bharat was signalling 4, but Stuart Broad does the fielding. Carey to 20 from his 36 ball, 7 for 289.
Just a quick point too. I think that the Australians have run very well between the wickets today. They've been aggressive, they've been urgent right from the start, actually. So that would have gone to the boundary at Headingley.
Oh, sure.
Easily.
So Australia have dragged it back their way after losing those 2 quick wickets and 3 after tea. Can these two be there in half an hour at stumps? Moeen bowls, bit shorter. Stark stands up and whacks it from the crease, but straight to cover where Ben Duckett fields no run.
Yeah, that's the thing, the overrate. That argument's going to stand for a long time.
It is a bit, yeah.
Moeen to finish. Stark forward defending to cover. End of the over, 7 for 289. Carey's 20 and Stark's 15.
This International Lipstick Day, Revlon is donating $2 from every super lustrous lipstick sold at Chemist Warehouse to look good, feel better. A foundation that helps women face cancer with confidence. For high impact and moisturising lips, buy Revlon Super Lustrous Lipstick, Australia's #1 lipstick from Chemist Warehouse, and inspire confidence through the power of lipstick. Promotion ends 2nd of August 2023. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Adam Collins, Bharat, Sundaresan. In the second will be Jarrod, Kimber in for Jeremy Coney. 3 overs until the second new ball. There will be a change before that. A quick burst of Mark Wood. Picked up one important wicket today. That is Stephen Smith just after lunch for 41. Jarrod Kimber's in. I'm not sure what Jeremy Coney was bending your ear about there. I felt like it was about haircuts or something. Was that right?
He got a haircut. He told me, Jeremy Coney, and he paid for it. He was very proud of himself.
It's a good haircut too.
Was he concerned about how much he paid for it? No?
I don't know, actually. I think he was okay.
No? He's happy with it?
He said it cost him about £85. He said he was charging it back to SEN. Is that?
Here's Mark Wood over the wicket from the Anderson end. Delivers here to Carey. Short one to start, but it bounces twice before reaching Bairstow. And that's really the story of the surface, isn't it? That it's been nowhere near as zippy as last week at Leeds.
Again, before we get to that, we can charge SEN for hair care products. I'm running out of shampoo.
No, haircuts, so you're out of luck.
Only haircuts,
Yeah.
no shampoo. Okay. I thought hair products are on the cards as well. But yeah, you're right, Adam. It's not Headingley and Mark Wood.
Well, we're sharing a bathroom this week, Baz, because we're in our squat together.
Oh, we haven't talked about him and the knives.
Why don't we do that now? It's late in the evening. Wood bowls here, and inside the line, Carey pushes into the onside. Doesn't take the single. They're still protecting Stark from Wood, even this deep into his innings. Bharat, when you arrived at our Airbnb a couple of days before me, so just to set this up, so Jarrod, Norcross and Coney are in one house, and about...
Which is really nice.
The one I booked. And about 500 metres down the road, and the one Bharat booked. You arrived to find what?
I drove from Brighton to Manchester, 4.5, 5-hour drive. Reached at 1:20 a.m. Looked for the keys. Couldn't find the keys, and somebody stepped out of the house and said, "Are you Uber Eats?" I said, "No, I think I booked this place." Like, "No, we have been here for a few weeks. We're not going anywhere. We'll leave soon," is what the boy said. And and then the Uber Eats arrived, and I said, "Well, no point your food getting cold."
Change of angle. Wood round the wicket, leg gully in for Carey, makes room, gives him his stumps, but sees it early enough to push out the cover, no run.
So he said, "Oh, that's a good idea." Closes the door, and I can see him from outside, switch on the television, and like happily have his dinner
in your Airbnb.
And you're sat outside.
Yeah, I'm sat outside, not knowing what to do. It's like by this time it's 1:45 a.m. Try getting in touch with the Airbnb host, whose name I won't take, but it turns out she's not in charge of the house because someone else calls me and says there shouldn't be anyone in there. Go knock the door and find out who they are. At 2 a.m.
Yeah, in Salford.
In Salford. I say, no, maybe not. I had to find myself a hotel room. Anyway, as it turned out, the next day I did get a message saying, "Oh, sorry, we'll refund you for the first night, but we've asked those people to leave."
Just 3 fielders on the offside. Spread on the leg side. Carey opening up the offside and smacking it to the one sweeper in that direction. Deep backward point. Noah Alley does the fielding. They decline the single.
So I think that's a fairly weird story, and I can see how you were freaked out. I don't know how that explains how there's a basement in this house, and you've put chairs up so that people can't come out of the basement.
Just in case they are still there.
Rather than you checking if they're in the basement. So now you might also be starving these poor people.
There was an ironing board I was after, you see. Brett, is there an ironing board there? Because I'm not sure. Contacted the host, said it's in the basement. Brett's like, I'm not going in that basement. So I went in there yesterday to retrieve it.
It is a scary basement.
But also the knives as well need to be talked about. Wood bowls, Carey lets it hit him on the bum. Balloons up to leg slip. The catch is taken by Root, a crowd catch, no concerns there.
So he shows me a photo of chairs outside the basement so that the monsters from the basement can't come up. And then he says, and I put the knives away. And so my first question was, sorry, what? Like, are there knives in the wall or whatever? No, he put all the kitchen knives in a place so that if someone did come into the house, it would take them slightly longer to find the knives to stab him. And I was like, well, that's a bizarre thing to say. And I was like, well, that's because you're staying in this place. He's like, no, I do it at home as well. He's also worried about his wife getting access to the knives.
Last ball from Wood here. Inside the line goes Carey before ducking. We'll pick this up. 7 for 289 Australia. Carey 20, Stark 15.
This season, I've got my eye on the team in orange. Signet, a very powerful unit. I love what the Signet laptop power bank brings. A-grade midfielder, capable of doing all the grunt work. We'll charge all day. Bring all your devices into the game, including laptops. And then you've got your ever-reliable Signet Apple and Android charging cables. The perfect wingman, linking all your devices to Signet products for a seamless charge. Let me tell you, on game day, you can't go past the orange team. Power every moment with Signet. Available at major retailers and Signet.com.
2 left until the second new ball, but they're in no hurry whatsoever to get this over bowled. In fact, there's going to be a brief delay because of the Australians here, so it looks like the physio's running out because Carey was hit on, well, I thought it was the bum, but it was low on the back.
Yeah.
So that would have hurt. A Mark Wood bouncer. We'll get a replay here for tyre power. Oh, no, sorry, it's hit him on the arm.
Did it just get the point of the elbow?
It could have got the side point of the elbow. Just judging by the way that they're giving him a little tablet and going through the usual process, so that'll take a couple more minutes, and let Bharat continuing story on why he hides the knives at home as well. You live in the Adelaide Hills in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And you think that there's a risk that someone's not only going to rob your house, but in doing so, they're going to jump in the drawers of your kitchen.
No, he doesn't think that. He thinks that they're going to rob his house, but they're going to have nothing to be able to rob him with.
Yeah.
Then they're going to go into his kitchen, and they're going to see a knife, and they're going to be like, that's the thing that I need, rather than them coming into the kitchen and going, oh, I don't see any knives. I don't know how I'm going to attack him now. Why would I open this drawer? And my original thought was, so you lock the knives away? No, just puts them in a drawer. Yeah. He literally makes the robber spend 2 extra seconds before they stab him.
Yeah, I mean,
you should, by the way, you should be leaving knives under his pillow just to see what happens in this place. And maybe one sticking out of the door from the basement.
It's actually not just knives, scissors as well, anything sharp. So, forks.
I love the way your beautiful mind works. Right, so we've got this continued delay. For what it's worth, Alex Carey's still talking to the medical staff, still looking at his arm. So what I thought was a relatively innocuous blow off the bum is instead something a little bit more serious. And given he is a wicketkeeper,
he just put one of those little arm guards on now, just in case, just protection. And it's also one of those spots on your arm where it starts hurting maybe 3 or 4 minutes after you're struck.
So the Australian support staff leave the field with Scott Boland in the fluorescent vest this week, and there was going to be a change of bowling. I think Stuart Broad was coming on, but it's going to be Moeen Ali for one more, and then they'll give Broad one last crack with the second new ball before the close. 2 overs until that.
The England players were so deep in conversation they didn't realise the cricket was about to start again.
Moeen delivers round the wicket, Stark back, hit on the pad, going on with the arm, pitched outside leg as well.
So this morning I was watching Scott Boland. I like to watch players just after they're dropped to see what they do. So I watched him for about 20 minutes. And one of his jobs was to set the seats up. So just below us, you have about 2 rows of seats. And, you know, the idea is...
Moeen bowls, Stark, bit short, still gets forward, defends.
If you're going to run something out, sometimes the 12th will stand there, sit there as well, just so it's a little bit closer. Because obviously they're just below us in the media centre. So you have to have people out near the ground. And quite a few grounds have dugouts. And for whatever reason, this one seems to have no dugouts and just seats. They actually bring dugouts out for the sometimes here, but
Moeen in, and Stark turns it into the onside, no single.
And so Scott Boland, that's his job, right? So he's gone from having the second best bowling average in the history of the game to putting chairs out. Puts the chairs out. Someone comes up to him. He says, sorry, you can't put the chairs there. So Scott Boland moves the chairs.
Moeen to Stark, defends, not far away from silly point, but straight of him.
Gets them right, and he was very particular to have them 2 lines are straight. And then someone else comes over and says you can't have the chairs. So he's gone from being Australia's strike weapon to the man who moves the chairs 3 times.
Moeen bowls, Stark across the line, out towards deep mid wicket, whacks it away for 4. Bounces about 20 metres inside the rope. He advances to 19 with that boundary. His third, a very important partnership now, worth 38 for Australia, 7 for 293.
England are usually very, very good at mapping the field for players, and I would say that man from Mitchell Starc is about 40 metres to square.
Now in again, Starc forward defensively, out to cover. Quite an unusual situation here with the end of the over. We'll come back to this. 7 for 293. Carey 20, Starc 19. 1 over left until the second new ball.
This season, sub in Jameson's smooth, dry and lime or...
We're almost ready to start again. This is where we want the shot clock, isn't it? Right, Wood. In. And it's defended in the crease by Carey. Pushes that into the offside. There's no run.
What will we call it? Let's say we have... You've just called it a shot clock, so that's from basketball, and I think there's a couple of other sports that have that as well.
Tennis?
Handball, I think, has a shot clock as well.
Ball clock doesn't seem quite right.
So they have the pitch clock in baseball. Ball clock, I just think it's too easily. Yeah. There's too many mistakes that can be made by that
too
phrase.
Many mistakes that can be made.
Bowl clock also doesn't work.
Yeah. Oh, now then. Wood has just come in an extraordinary parabolic arc. Has nearly manages to induce a catch the short leg of a short ball, which Carey fends off.
Bharat might know this, but I'm not sure if you do, Norcross. Do you know why Wasam Akram quite often bowled off a short run?
No.
He didn't mark his run up correctly, and he would just start to walk back, and he'd go, "Oh, this is far enough." so we all saw it as tactical genius, and, trying to get into the batter's mind. And actually, some days Wasam Akram was like 8 steps is enough.
Right.
He could never tell anyone what his exact run up was.
Well, Wood's coming a lot straighter this time. Is he going to jump wide of the crease? A little bit. He's driven up to mid-off where Broad fields. There's no run.
I'm surprised that there haven't been more bowlers like that. You're right about Wasim Akram. So every time you saw him bowl, you could never... Did he have a long run up? Did he have a short run up? You never knew. Because he would do that in the midst of the same over.
Yeah, exactly. There was no rhyme or reason for it.
He had a pretty long run up when he worked. Well, where was work? In club cricket, apparently. If he felt dissed, if somebody hit him for 4, then that run up would get considerably longer. Wood into Carey, who pushes a shortish ball at the offside. There's no run. Soft ball plus not particularly quick pitch does rather neuter Wood.
I would think that if you're talking from a sports science point of view, you'd be better off to have a short run-up if you ran in very fast, because the less information you give the top batters,
the better. Yeah. I mean, Wood used to have a short run-up, but
Jimmy Anderson, I think David Saker put about 2 or 3 metres on Jimmy Anderson's run-up as well, if I remember correctly, which he will not be remembering fondly when he's in his 50s and 60s, Jimmy Anderson.
No, that'll amount to quite a few miles, won't it?
It's not too far away.
Over the years. Wood in, and Carey defends again. A full ball this time up to Broad. There is no run. 88 miles an hour still with this old ball, but it's not so quick through the air now. The breeze still flutters the flags away above the pavilion at the James Anderson end.
The cheeks are fluttering as well, Mark Wood. We're just seeing a replay on the television screen. The cheeks are just going everywhere as he's charging in.
Fearsome.
He hasn't fallen down as often as he generally does today. I think 3 or 4 times.
First over, maybe?
Yeah. Early on he did, but...
3 or 4 times.
Last ball of the 80th over. Will England take the new ball? You imagine they would. Here is Wood. And Carey evades a sort of nose-high ball. That is the end of the over. On the Harvey Norman scoreboard, Australia 7 for 293.
Polaris Ranger has been the #1 selling utility side by side for over 20 years. With over 15 models to choose from, petrol, diesel or electric, from 2-seat single cab to 6-seat dual cab. Introducing the all-new mid-size Ranger SP530, replacing the popular Ranger 500. New chassis, improved engine performance and deeper tub. And the new 2023 Ranger Northstar, featuring a full sealed cab, heater, aircon and defrost. See the new Rangers online now or visit your local Polaris expert today. Polaris, think outside.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Lips smackingly delicious. 7 for 293. Joel Wilson raises the ball aloft. It's a bright new red one. And who's going to take it? Well, looks like the bowler of the day. It's going to be Chris Wokes.
It was Martin Saggers who brought it out. So the last time I saw Martin Saggers was in Cape Town in a corporate box, and he made me a I don't know, pina colada or some sort of fancy
made
drink.
you a pina colada?
I don't know if it was a pina colada. It was like some sort of fancy...
He was working as a bartender.
No, he was just running a box, and I walked past and he said hi. He said, "Would you like to come in?" And he said, "Would you like a drink?" And I said, "Yes." And he made whatever he was making, some sort of fancy margarita type thing.
Great cocktails that ICC panel umpires have made for me.
I don't think he was an ICC umpire at the time. I don't think as an ICC umpire he would have made it. He would have given me a beer.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, they get a bit hoity-toity after a while.
ICC sponsored beer too.
Here we go. First ball with the second new ball. Stark on strike, and he nearly spoons a catch back to Wokes, who dives in his follow-through and stops the ball on the bounce.
He did very well there, Wokes, because there's no way he was expecting that second new ball to come back to him. And also, that came back with all the power of being hit by a wet blanket.
It just went nowhere. And I'm just about to sing Mitchell Stark's praises. It's been a bizarre partnership where it started with Alex Carey trying to shield Mitchell Stark from our goal.
Yes.
And Mitchell Stark has since faced considerably more deliveries than Carey has.
Now then. He drives to the next one. It's also in the air, up to Broad. Bounces once before it reaches him at mid-off.
They brought a tennis ball out,
interesting.
have they? I mean, everything's getting hit in the air. This is...
I think Martin Saggers dipped the ball in the cocktail he was making before he brought it up.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it feels like.
3 slips might be in business here because Stark's just driving.
Mid-on might be in business.
Mid-on might, mid-on. I think there's a lot of people in business here. Probably not long leg at the moment. Wokes into Stark. And Stark gets one of the pads. Long legs in business. Of course he is.
Not for a catch, though.
Dribbles away down to him, Woke does the fielding. Leg by signal by umpire Joel Wilson. He's got quite a stiff leg by signal. I imagine your leg by signal, Bharat, would be quite sort of cheeky and flamboyant. Comes with a little smile and a wink.
Yeah, it does. I would rub my thigh as well before I start.
Do you give it a little rub, did you?
Yeah, I do.
Like early on, before you do the leg by?
Yeah.
Like to let everyone know you're going to give a leg by?
I think you do very well to stand on one leg for 2 seconds. I mean,
could you do that?
I could, but Wokes in. Oh, and he's having a go at this now. There's a big appeal for call behind and given, and he's walking off. Well, do you know, Alex Carey was trying to leave that ball. It's another wicket for Wokes with the new ball, his 4th. He's trying to leave it, and he must have got the tiniest little feather because England's slip cordon didn't quite go up in unison. Wokes was fairly convinced it was out. Bairstow, I'm not sure, was as convinced. Take another little look at this, a bit of inside edge. Bairstow takes the catch. He doesn't go completely loopy. Now he goes for the double fist pump celebration. Joel Wilson puts the finger up. Carey knew he got something on it. And off he goes. The new ball has broken the partnership. 8 for 294.
It's a repeat of the Mitchell Marsh dismissal from the last test. It was Chris Wokes. The batter tries to leave the ball and almost gets an under edge to it.
Didn't Carey go out leaving the ball in the last test as well? Is that 2 leaves in a row he's been dismissed?
It's the reverse sweep that haunted him in India. It's the leave that's haunting him in England. Again, just when you thought this game was going not so much Australia's way,
well, I don't mean up to
England.
350 away from England, and now they've got a chance to wrap up this innings, and it will be perfect timing for them if they can pick up a couple of wickets here before the close. They won't have to bat. They won't have to bat.
Yeah, I've got another question for you. It's over 80 overs now, so does that means that England's run over rate is an issue?
It is an issue.
You'd think. I mean, until they change the playing conditions again, retrospectively.
Well, you would think, wouldn't you? Pat Cummins is the new batter. And he's had an in-out kind of series with the bat. He's struggled on the faster pitch, and he's struggled against Wood. Now then, I put this to our assembled experts. Does Wood stay on because Cummins is there?
No, I think they'll go with a new ball bowler, won't they?
Well, I wonder.
They would go to Broad, I think. He's bowled so well.
But Broad from the far end. See, Wokes is bowling from our end, the Statham end. There's Wokes, into Cummins, who comes forward, defends a full ball into the covers. There's no run. What an extraordinarily weird day this has been.
It really has been. Australia just have allowed England to keep them from, well, kind of ending the series, because if they were 330 for 5 at this point, and they've so many players have got, so even little things like, you know, Usman Khawaja was dismissed by Broad coming around the wicket, which is Warner's thing, right? Yeah. Wokes gets Wokes gets Warner in the Khawaja way.
Wokes to Cummins down the leg side, filthy delivery, left alone, end of the over, successful one. 8 for 294, start with 19, Cummins yet to score. 7 minutes left in the day's play, so 2 overs here, and I still wonder, it's going to be Anderson. Anderson is going to bowl 1 over from the Anderson end, as we see the replay of Carey getting out there. Another wicket. Celebrating another wicket, England, for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
See, I think
of the day.
If Carey was a real villain, he would have reviewed that.
He's not a villain.
No, but that's my point. If he's a real villain, that's what you do there.
Yeah, but I mean, a man less villainous in the role of villain, it's hard to imagine. Now the crowd getting up for this. They want the local hero to end the day with a wicket at least. He's had a tough old Ashes, as James Anderson. As we see a replay, actually, of how Carey was out in the last game, leaving back onto his stumps from Wokes. Here is Anderson into Stark. Stark stands tall and defends. He's got all the time in the world. Looks very comfortable out there. There's no run. Pushes into the offside.
Last game was it was he tried to pull his bat away and didn't get it away in time, and it went down onto the stumps.
Yep.
This one was it was similar, but I think he thought he had his bat out of the way rather than realising he didn't in the last game.
Well, it was a little wider as well, wasn't it?
It was.
It wasn't the bounce that really confounded him. It was the bounce at Headingley that did for him. This next delivery is, thick inside edge. Squirts away to find leg for 4. Stark trying to stand tall and punch a drive off the back foot through the offside and gets a thick edge. Very fortuitously runs to the boundary, and Jimmy Anderson can smile at it. I don't suppose he's smiling inside. 8 for 298.
Smashed that just past the leg stump. Made a big noise.
Broad in the background. So frustrated.
It was an interesting shot with the new ball and Jimmy Anderson bowling from his own end.
It was an interesting shot with 6 minutes to go in the day's play. 4 balls left in this over. England should squeeze in another after this. Then comes Anderson, and Stark clips this to short mid-wicket. There's no run.
It reminded me of when Rahat Ali came out as a night watchman with a new ball batting with Misbah. He played and missed about 4 times trying to defend, and then he played a back foot cover drive back onto his stumps.
I haven't thought about Rahat Ali for quite a long time.
Well, I remember Misbah laughing with his arm around him as they walked off the field as if to go, "You're never going to do this again. You shouldn't have been allowed out here."
Anderson is into Stark. Stark lets this go not far away from his off stump. Hands go to heads in the slip cordon. I think there's no run.
Later in that series, Rahat Ali made about 40 batting at 11, where they needed like 120 or something to win, and he put on a ridiculous last wicket partnership of like not a single shot that made sense. I can't remember who he was batting with. Rahat Ali.
And miss Rahat Ali.
One of the few left armers who had no discernible skill other than being left arm.
Here comes Anderson. Into the left-handed Stark, who defends back to the bowler. There's no run. A little deflection from Anderson's hand onto the stumps at the non-striker's end. It's a noise you could hear. I don't know whether Stark's bat is particularly plinky or whether we've got a strange sound effect.
Yeah.
I haven't really heard one come off his bat that didn't sound like the bat was about to break in 2.
That last one certainly didn't sound okay.
Didn't sound okay. Last ball of Anderson's over. 3 slips in place. Stark lets it go through the Bairstow, so that experiment didn't work. 1 over left in the day's play. 7 will be left unbowled. In fairness to England, we did have a 10-minute break for a reflective shine.
That's true.
And we've had a couple of little concussion tests. I suppose that sort of It might explain about 15 minutes. Doesn't quite explain 7 overs.
Did you see the clip online of Stuart Broad going up to the crowd and asking them to sit on top of the reflection?
No, I didn't see it.
So he basically, I think it might have been him and Marnus having a conversation, and Marnus said, "Well, why don't you just go and do it?" And it must have been telling the crowd. So he did, and then he said to them, "Don't worry, you can all move back when we get him out." It's a nice little clip. He knows when the cameras are on, doesn't he, Broady?
Oh yeah. Well, they'll be on him for quite a while, I imagine, at the end of his career. I think that's probably where he's going to end up. As Woke starts the final over the day, he's into Cummins. 3 slips and a gully. Cummins drives sweetly and through the hands of extra cover Anderson. And they get a single, which will bring Stark onto strike. Not quite sure who Wokes would prefer to bowl at. I imagine Cummins, to be honest, but Stark's been there 65 balls for his 23. Quite un-Stark-like not. 8 for 299. But, you know, having won the toss, elected to bowl, in normal circumstances, we say, well, you've got to bowl a side out. But actually, the Stokes method, 8 wickets on day one, is sort of fine for Stokes. That's sort of what he's after, especially on a good old day.
I think
nice sunny day.
Surprised Australia hasn't declared.
I don't think he is surprised, but I know what you mean. 3 slips in place.
The brand new ball was just rolled on the ground there by accident.
Yeah, by Anderson, I think. Wokes into Stark, who fends at one outside the off stump, pushes at the ball, and then you know when someone's feeling guilty about it because then he places it between his legs like
a tail,
like a man who is trying to align his hips in bed by the use of a pillow.
That's very specific.
You told me about it yesterday.
It's true.
See, I do listen to you, Jarrod.
Yeah, I know you do.
It's why I've aged 20 years and I've only known you 10. Well, 14, something like that. Here comes Wokes left alone outside the off stump by Stark. There's no run.
You look like I was going to say young Hugh Grant, but that's probably not fair, is it? When I met you, you looked like a
young Robert Redford.
Like a damaged Hugh Grant.
And now I look like Hans Molman. There's Wokes.
The lanky Hans Molman.
Yeah, slightly taller Hans Molman. Wokes is in and Stark just plays this with an angle bat. Thinks of a run, but it isn't there because Brook can move nimbly to his right to field. There's something about the way that Brook wears his England cap that reminds me, Andrew Sampson, of Len Hutton.
Are you saying that because Sampson saw him?
Yeah, I just think that references to things in the past are better given to the world's premier statistician because he'll appreciate them for what they are.
I didn't actually see Celine play myself.
No.
And he scores a bit quicker than Celine does too. But yeah,
the use of cap, the way the cap sits on his head is rather Huttonian.
A Yorkshire lilt?
Yeah, there's something.
Yorkshire lilt. Yeah, that'll do.
You don't really think of them as like a lilt as much as gruff something else's. Right, 2 balls left. Round the wicket comes Wokes. Change of angle and Stark pushes to Brook. That's cover point. There's no run. Last ball of the day coming up. I don't know whose day it has been, really. Australia will be happy enough with weather around, as they say, that they haven't been bowled out. They will come back tomorrow. They'll eat more time out of the game. England will hope that it's a very short amount of time. They can wrap this up in a quarter of an hour or so tomorrow.
I think if we saw consistent movement of the ball today, if we see that tomorrow, I don't think Australia will be too disappointed with 300 runs, if they get there.
Wokes in. Last ball of the day is defended stoutly by Stark. Pushed up to mid-off. End of the over. And there we have it. 83 overs. Bowled. Umpire Joel Wilson knocks the bails off to indicate stumps. Cummins 1, Stark 23 in this very unusual old day of Test cricket. One that England began by winning the toss, putting Australia in. That is their method. They like to chase. At various points you thought, well, that might have been a mistake, as Australia looked fairly comfortable at various stages, but England kept on whittling away and whittling away. Top score 51 by 2 players, Labuschagne and Mitchell Marsh. No one's got more than that on what has been pretty much a blameless surface. There's been a little bit of movement, but certainly nothing extravagant. As the players make their way off, 8 for 299. I really don't know. where that stands. We're going to have our post-match wrap for Australian made. Look for the green and gold kangaroo logo and buy authentic Australian products. Alongside Jarrod, Kimber, Andrew Sampson. Is Bharat with us, or does he have to go downstairs and do things?
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
What do you want me to do?
You're going to join us in. We're just going to spend 4 or 5 minutes just going through things. Andrew Sampson, first of all, what have been your takeouts of the day statistically? I know we've had some great milestones. We've had an exceptionally uninteresting record that I really like, but no one else does. What's been your takeouts of the day?
Yes, so there's been 3 to 6 all scoring between 41 and 51 for the first time in Test cricket, isn't it? They all got in and they all got out.
Hold the back page, everyone.
Yeah, very exciting.
Hold the back page of what? Yes, well, I suppose obviously the big highlight of the day would be Mr. Broad taking his 600th wicket. You don't see that every day in Test cricket.
Second seam bowler to do it.
Second seam bowler, only the 5th bowler overall in the history of the game. Second one to do is take his 600th wicket at Old Trafford, which I thought was very amusing. Shane Warne's 600th was game mark. It's just pathetic.
Ah, yes.
Well, the other kind of stats were more around the England team, with more Test caps than any other 11 in the history of Test cricket, with 8 players over the age of 32 for the first time since 1948.
And more wickets.
And 4 more wickets than any other team. 4 seamers all aged over 33 for the first time in England history.
We really are blessed, aren't we, to be here, I think, when you consider all of that remarkable mountain of statars.
Some of it should get into the middle pages at least.
Bharat, I'm just going to show, well, I say show you, I'm just going to wander through the scorecard before we do our final wrap. First to go, Usman Khawaja. LBW from round the wicket, mentioned that that isn't the normal line of attack, but Broad got him that way. On review, 3 he made from 19. Usman Khawaja reviewed it. They lost the review as a result. There was a decent partnership between Warner and Labuschagne before Warner flirted with a wide one, caught behind by Bairstow off Wokes, the first of Wokes' 4 wickets. He made 32. Next to go, Steve Smith, I think beaten for pace as much as anything else by Wood, playing the same shot he always plays, moving across his stumps, working the ball to the onside. Every other time your arms go up in the air and then you see the ball worked out through mid-wicket. Well, this occasion it thudded into the pad, wasn't given on the field. Good review, overturned. Plum LBW, who made 41 from 52. Skittish innings, could have been out off his very first ball, pulling down to deep backward square leg, but the fielder Wood wasn't, just a little bit inside the rope. That was 120 for 3. Marnus Labuschagne finally got a 50 in this series, and as soon as he got to 50, made it to 51, he got out. LBW to Moeen Ali in rather limp fashion, his second limp dismissal to Moeen Ali in consecutive innings. 51 from 115, that was 183 for 4, so that was a partnership of 63. Soon after, Travis Head finally out, caught on the pull for 48, caught by Root of Broad. That was Broad's 600th wicket, and pandemonium then ensued. 48 from 65, 189 for 5. Another partnership of 65, this time between 2 guys who probably thought they were never going to play a test match together, but they are, Mitchell Marsh and Cameron Green. And the 2 of them went in the space of no time at all. They went within the space of 5 balls. Cameron Green, the first to go, LBW to Wokes for 16 from 29, and then Mitchell Marsh, the one really, really good catch that Bairstow has taken all summer, diving away to his right, an inch off the ground. Wouldn't have carried to first slip. Did well to get there. That was another wicket for Wokes, 2 in that over, 2 in 5 balls. Marsh went to 51 from 60, another quite tenacious knock. And then a partnership of 39 that we thought was going to take Australia to 350 and beyond between the 2 left-handers, Carey and Stark, before Carey was out, caught by Bairstow trying to leave the ball. The first over of the new ball, only the 4th ball of the new ball, again off Wokes for 20 from 49. Stark unbeaten on 23. Cummins 1, bowling figures, Broad 2 for 68 from 14. Anderson wicketless again, none for 43 from 17. Wokes, the pick of the bowlers, 4 for 52 off 19. Wood 1 for 60 off 16. Moeen Ali had sort of in and out day, but a few good overs together, and then a bunch of dross, really. 17 overs, 1 for 65 in between times. Those are the raw numbers. What are your impressions? And don't say I don't do impressions, Shirley.
I think another day that just summed up how this series has gone so far. where every time you think one team's inching ahead, the other team fights back, or the team in front finds a way of giving the impetus back to the team which is behind. England bowled really well throughout the day. Chris Wokes was excellent. Stuart Broad in various spells troubled the Australian batters. Mark Wood didn't have the same impact in terms of having everyone on the edge of their seat like he did last week, and that had a lot to do with the surface, which wasn't quick enough, and we didn't expect this one to be quick either. Moeen Ali found a way of getting himself in the book as well, got rid of Marnus Labuschagne right after he got to his 50, and Australia had enough partnerships. So it'd be interesting to hear the Australian perspective as to how they would view a day like today, where a lot of starts, a lot of partnerships, and you always speak about batting in partnerships in Test cricket, don't you? But still, they never got the big partnership to take this game completely away from England. But the ball has moved enough to keep them interested, even though they were 1 run short of getting to 300. If they can get 20-30 runs from the last 2 pairs, they would still think it's a job decently done. But yeah, there have been times today and throughout the series where you felt like Australia could just take the earn and keep it in their pocket and not worry about England ever getting close to it. But England are still alive.
Only one single figure score was Khwaja. Of all the people, everyone else made double figures. You've got to go and do your interviews now, Bharat. So Jarrod's going to get the singular honour. Jarrod and Andrew Sampson. I think I'm going to separate you here. We're going to have our Macca's I'm Loving It moment of the day. You've got quite an eclectic view on these matters, so why don't you, Jarrod, do the moment of the day?
Moment of the day is when Steve Smith came out for his first ball and decided to hook up in the air over fine leg, and Mark Wood was lost and should have caught him easily, and said the ball bounced inside the boundary behind him and went for 4.
I actually agree with you. I think most normal pundits would say that it was the moment that Stuart Broad
took 600
wickets and ended up with being the most wickety England bowler against Australia of all time. 149 he's now up to, I believe.
149, yeah, that has to be the moment of the day, the stat, though. And although the Smith's first ball was certainly unexpected.
It was quite a moment.
Yep. I like when Bairstow took that catch by accident and then sat up like a surprised teddy bear.
Yes, I thought it was rather like a baby who was getting extra portions and was really, really delighted and couldn't quite believe it. That was our Macca's I'm Loving It moment of the day. Order the new barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. So, Andrew, for you, what was the Macca's delivery of the day?
It's a good question, isn't it? It's tricky. Khwaja LBW was quite a good one, wasn't it? And the one that
yes, the
Bairstow catch, but that was the good ball as well.
That was probably the best delivery of the day.
I think I agree with it. And I think it was a beautiful looking wicket. Apart from that, I do love a wicket when you see the batter turned round and they look befuddled and they've been in and they're playing well, and then they're even more befuddled because they look round and they see a giant man baby about to be given more food with a ball in his hand. They go, you haven't caught anything all summer.
I like it caught behind if you missed it, you would have got bowled. Do you know what I mean?
I do. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
No, it was an economical caught behind it.
There you go.
That's our Macca's delivery of the day. Macca's, order via Mac Delivery on the My Macca's app. So, this game is intriguingly poised. We say that at the end of every day in this Ashes series. It's been an absolute cracker. Let's hope the weather allows us to have even more cracking days of Test cricket, and that this ekes its way out into an incredible climax at the end of the Oval Test. Or if you're Australian, you're probably praying for rain, and I can't say I blame you. That was our post-match wrap for Australian made. Look for the green and gold kangaroo. We're going to depart. We're going to let our studio team actually get to bed, because poor things, it'll be about 3:40 in the morning in Melbourne, and whatever time it is across the rest of Australia, you can work all that out for yourselves. I have been Daniel Norcross alongside Andrew Sampson, Jeremy Coney, Jarrod, Kimber, David Bumble, Lloyd, Adam Collins, Bharat Sundaresan, the Oracle, Louis Cameron and Pete Lawler. We will be back tomorrow, 10:30 UK time, which is 7:30 in Melbourne, I think. I'm pretty much sure that is. If you're still awake, you can sort it all out for yourself. Thank you to everybody back at the ranch in Melbourne. Thank you to all of you for listening. Until tomorrow, good night.